Today at the first high school of Tianhai City, the awakening ceremony is taking place. This is a great blessing for humanity, especially after many generations of genetic evolution. The percentage of students successfully awakening is constantly rising. Nowadays, every young person must participate in the ceremony upon turning 18. After the ritual, they will discover their supernatural abilities. The students at Tianhai First High are feeling all sorts of emotions right now, with some being incredibly anxious, terrified that they might fail the awakening. Others are filled with anticipation. In the crowd, one male student stands perfectly calm, his face cold as ice, thinking to himself, "Father, I finally waited for this day. The day of this awakening ceremony. Today I will definitely awaken a super powerful ability to shock everyone." That teenager is Lin Tu, a student in class 1 year 3 of this school. It's almost his turn now. Before Lin Tu is a boy named Zhao Wu who was just worrying about failing his awakening. Yet he just awakened an A-grade ability called Flame, belonging to the Tai Yi element. As soon as Zhao Wu awakened, his A-grade talent teachers from various major universities immediately surrounded him. They are recruiting him on the spot. Indeed, the awakening ceremony is the only chance to use one's innate power to change one's destiny. Lin Tu can't help but glance at Zhao Wu a few more times. The teacher reminds him that it's his turn. Lin Tu quickly reports his name, class, and student ID. The moment he speaks, the students below start whispering, "Oh my God, is that the traitor's son? Traitor's son?" The one from the legends. "I heard his dad had a lightning ability. Surely he won't inherit that, right?" Shh. So what if his dad had a lightning ability? In the end, he's just a traitor's spawn. Even though Lin Tu has heard these words many times, his heart still can't help but fill with frustration. That's right, he is the traitor's son they speak of. 7 years ago, Lin Tu was the son of a hero surrounded by everyone's admiration. Later, when the Zhu Long monster beast ambushed Tianhai City, they claimed his father was cowardly in the face of a great disaster. He allegedly retreated without a fight, directly causing the city to be devastated by monsters and leading to heavy civilian casualties. Since then, Lin Tu became the traitor's son, shunned by everyone. Even so, he still chose to study at this place. It was also because he carried half of his father's bloodline, hoping to receive a powerful ability during the awakening process. The instructor guides Lin Tu forward to place his left hand on the resonance device. But after the results appear, whether it's the ability level or his cultivation rank, Lin Tu's screen shows only 2 dashes. He immediately grows desperate. "Teacher, what does this screen display mean?" The teacher looks awkward, but eventually has to tell him the truth. That result means the test shows he has not awakened any abilities at all. This news leaves Lin Tu frozen on the spot, and he immediately becomes the laughingstock of the other students. Look at his face, he probably thought he'd reached the stars in one step during the awakening ceremony, huh? What a daydream. I never expected he wouldn't inherit even a shred of his father's talent. Who said he didn't inherit it? Isn't this dragons beget dragons? Phoenixes beget phoenixes, but a traitor begetting a failure? The one who said this is Zhao Wu, the boy who just awakened an A-grade ability. Hearing this, Lin Tu snaps his head around, staring fiercely at him. Zhouman, having just awakened Flame, feels a bit guilty under that gaze, but still acts aggressively. "What, you're not satisfied that I called you a failure?" "It's not that I'm not satisfied," Lin Tu replies calmly, "but I have to tell you one thing. My father was not a coward, let alone a traitor. Because they are making such a scene, the instructor can't take it anymore and scolds Zhao Wu, threatening him that even though he just awakened an ability, if he disrupts the order of the exam hall, his qualification will be revoked." Zhao Wu immediately falls silent. The teacher then turns to Lin Tu and continues, "We have no other classes today. Students who didn't pass the awakening ceremony can go home directly. This is nothing short of a polite dismissal." Under the mocking gazes of his classmates, Lin Tu has to trudge away. The sad part is that every student who went after him succeeded. However, instead of going home, Lin Tu goes to his classroom only to find he has become the target of bullying by his classmates. The blackboard is covered in insults aimed at him. His desk and chair are thrown about, and his books have been trampled on by someone. Seeing this, Lin Tu trembles with rage. "Father, I'm sorry," he mutters. He sees Chen Hu standing there. The guy writing on the board, who is also the young master of the general's mansion guarding Tianhai City, raises his voice. "Hey everyone, look at that! Isn't this our young Master Lin who came back empty-handed today?" During the awakening ceremony, no less, Lin Tu looks at Chen Hu, or more precisely at the medal he is wearing on his chest. It is his father's hero medal, which he always kept carefully in his bag. Lin Tu immediately goes mad and lunges at him furiously, cursing, "How are you worthy of wearing that? Take it off right now." "Oh, young Master Lin, if you had inherited the lightning ability of that cowardly father of yours, maybe I'd be afraid of you." His face is full of blatant provocation. Then Chen Hu grabs Lin Tu by the wrist with one hand. "Unfortunately for you, you didn't," he says while shoving him. He tosses him to the side. Lin Tu, who was already thin and weak and hadn't awakened any power, is knocked flat to the floor by Chen Hu's move. He follows up with another kick, pinning Lin Tu, with his face against the board full of insults. "You didn't awaken a single ability. You're just a traitor who spawned a complete failure." The look in Tran Ho's eyes when he saw the trouble I was in was truly gloating, and the other students seeing this piled on to kick me while I was down, saying, like father, like son, he should pay for his father's sins. Just lock him up. By what right does he even get to keep studying at our school? The result, he didn't awaken a single ability. He's a total disgrace to our school. Lam Tu, getting beaten and insulted, was shaking with rage. He shakily pushed himself up from the ground, turned back to Tran Ho, and challenged him, "Tran Ho, my father and your father were comrades in arms, good or bad. Why do you have to be like this?" Tran Ho immediately lunged forward and grabbed Lam Tu by the hair, rough and aggressive. "Don't you dare compare your father to mine. My father is a general who protects Tianhai City, while your father is nothing but a traitor to the city." At this point, he suddenly caught sight of the necklace around Lam Tu's neck. "Oh, if I remember correctly, this is that piece of junk your useless father left you, isn't it? If you're shameless enough to keep wearing it, don't blame yours truly for crushing it into pieces." With that, he snatched the necklace away. Lam Tu panicked and reached out to grab it back, but Tran Ho's strength after his awakening was immense. "Lam Tu, I couldn't do a thing." Unable to snatch back the necklace clutched in Tran Ho's hand, Tran Ho looked at him with even more disdain. "So weak, yet you still come out here to embarrass yourself." "Oh right, I forgot to tell you I awakened the super strength ability today. It's an A-rank ability. Crushing that pendant is nothing to me. It was the last gift his father left him before leaving. He had always cherished it, wearing it around his neck." Now seeing Tran Ho about to crush it, Lam Tu could only glare helpless. "Where did all that tough attitude from before go? If you want to keep something left behind by a loser like your father, then get on your knees and beg for mercy, young Master Lam." Tran Ho was clearly trying to humiliate him in front of everyone. He said this while applying more pressure. "What if I said I'm just stubborn to the bitter end?" Lam Tu retorted, then recklessly lunged toward Tran Ho and roared, "This yours truly only has a stubborn mouth, so what?" As he finished speaking, he bit down hard on Tran Ho's hand. He never expected such a move from him. It was no different from a mad dog biting someone. Because of the pain, Tran Ho loosened his grip. Lam Tu's pendant fell, and he desperately lunged to catch it. Just as he grabbed the necklace, Tran Ho grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back. "You damn bastard, hand it over to me." Lam Tu was terrified that if it fell back into Tran Ho's hands, he would never get it back. So in his desperation, he came up with a plan no one saw coming. He swallowed the pendant whole. Tran Ho was stunned by this act, frozen in place. After swallowing the necklace, Lam Tu laughed provocatively at his opponent. "How about that? Not only do I know how to bite, but I can also swallow things." Tran Ho was furious and immediately swung his hand, throwing Lam Tu hard. His body slammed into the wall again, causing immense pain, but Lam Tu stubbornly stood up. "People like you back then, you were only afraid of me because I was the son of Lam Longton, so you did everything to try to please me. Now because I'm the son of Lam Longton, you're jealous and furious, looking for ways to humiliate me. You're not wrong, I am a loser who couldn't awaken any abilities. But even if I'm a loser, I won't give up. One day I will prove to all of you that my father wasn't a coward. He didn't run away in battle." "Lam Tu." Xiao said all that in one breath, his eyes filled with rage and helplessness. As soon as he finished, a massive thunderclap echoed outside. An unnatural phenomenon appeared in the sky. And at that exact moment, a strange sensation surged through Lam Tu's body. Then suddenly a voice rang out that only he could hear. "Successful detection of the host's blood. Binding the beast overlord system to the host. Welcome, host." Looking at a status window like one in a game, floating in front of him filled with notifications he couldn't understand, Lam Tu was both stunned and terrified, recalling the events that just happened. The necklace he always wore, Tran Ho trying to crush it, and then him swallowing it. So that bastard originally wanted to humiliate him, but by mistake, he actually helped him activate the pendant his father left behind. The status window popped up with another notification saying Lam 2 could choose a lifespan beast as an initial reward. A lifespan beast. What on earth is that? Lam 2 didn't fully understand, but he reached out and pressed confirm. Immediately, several choices appeared before him. The first one is the Beast King Kui Dragon. According to the records of the Classic of Mountains and Seas, this is a primeval beast that appeared in the East Sea at Liubo Mountain, possessing both marine and terrestrial characteristics. Its mouth breathes light, as dazzling as the sun and moon. Its roar is like thunder, and it can easily pierce through everything in its sight, truly worthy of the title King of Beasts. The second is the tyrant beast Jin Tian. The Classic of Mountains and Seas mentions it as a primeval beast that fell to Earth 200,005 years ago, sleeping in the West. After a fierce battle with the Beast King, the Kui Dragon, it disappeared without a trace. The image of it spreading its wings and soaring hot as the sun is still praised to this day. The third is the Queen Beast Jiao Chong. Ancient books say it is a primeval beast lurking in Mount Pingfeng, appearing as a progenitor-level hymenopteron. With a massive form among all legends, this is considered the guardian deity and the ultimate sanctuary for all creatures in the natural world possessing extremely powerful support skills. Finally, the star-breaking savage ape Ao Wan. According to the Classic of Divine Wonders, this is also a primeval beast occupying the islands of the western wasteland in extremely deep waters. The legend says it has an arm rough, yet incredibly strong, holding power so destructive it could even shatter the stars. Lin Tu was absolutely stunned to see it. Everything laid out before him was a beast from the Pongu era. Could it be that as long as he made a choice, the system would automatically generate the corresponding beast for him? Though it was just a thought in his mind, the system picked up on his questions and immediately sent a notification in response. That is correct, but these Pongu beasts, they are born in their initial newborn form. They need a host to patiently nurture them before they can grow into their complete adult form. Lin Tu couldn't react in time to this windfall falling from the sky. The system actually gave him a Pongu beast as an initial reward. It was truly incredibly generous. Back then, the Julong beast that wreaked havoc on Heavenly Sea City was also a Pongu beast. If that's the case, if he also possessed one, wouldn't he be invincible under the heavens? While Lin Tu was still immersed in that joy, he saw a countdown timer appear before him. The system reminded him to make his choice quickly. If he failed to provide an answer within the limited time, the system would consider that he had forfeited this right. That 1-minute countdown clock had already started. Lin Tu began to panic, but with these 4 choices, he had no idea how to choose. If this were a multiple-choice test, Lin Tu would have just guessed C. But looking at that insect-type beast, it just didn't seem right for him. Yet as he looked over at the image of the Kui Long, Lin Tu saw its mouth spitting out lightning and thunder. It looked exactly like his father's old ability. And so at that moment, Lin Tu made up his mind. Who said he couldn't inherit his father's power? Now the opportunity had come. Just like that, the Kui Long became Lin Tu's destined beast. After the system confirmed his choice, the image of the Kui Long and the other 3 beasts vanished. In their place, a stream of water from the status window poured out. Very quickly, the water submerged the surrounding space, including Lin Tu. The place where he stood rapidly turned into the deep ocean floor, but strangely he could still breathe normally. Not long after, Lin Tu suddenly caught sight of a pair of large blue eyes within that curtain of water. Ignorant human. The blue star system hasn't even existed for 10,000 years. Yet you dare to make yourself the master of the world when the true Lord descends upon the entire world. All of you will tremble at the feet of this Pongu beast. Lin Tu heard that vague voice in the water, and the owner of those blue eyes was the Kui Long. Although he didn't understand what it was saying, he could feel a sense of terrifying oppression. Then an underwater current suddenly swept Lin Tu up and brought him straight to the surface. Lin Tu was tossed high into the air, and when he fell, he landed straight onto a soft, fleshy surface. It turned out to be the skin of the Kui Long. His destined beast had appeared. Lin Tu was still overwhelmed by its size and ferocity, but in the blink of an eye, the Kui Long's body vanished. It was empty under his feet. Lin Tu tumbled down, and this time he truly woke up in reality. In front of Lin Tu was not the Kui Long or the deep sea, but the Tranho gang staring at him like wild beasts stalking prey. This made Lin Tu wonder if everything just now had only been a dream. However, the status Bapai window quickly appeared to shatter that thought. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the initial binding and obtained the destined beast, the Kui Long. Lin Tu was dazed. He had actually unlocked a system. From that notification, Lin Tu learned that his reward was a dragon egg stored in the Great Beast Lord space. At such a critical time, the system was only giving him an egg. It was clear that it had promised him an invincible Pangu beast just a moment ago. Congratulations, host, on successfully hatching your destined beast egg soon. The system sent one more notification and then vanished. Lin Tu jumped up and couldn't help but shout, "Hey, don't just leave. At the very least, you have to tell me how to make this egg hatch." His actions in the eyes of the Tran Ho gang were no different from those of a madman. "Lin Tu, what crazy nonsense are you spouting? Do you think that just because you swallowed the necklace we can't do anything to you?" One of Tran Ho's lackeys spoke up first. Then he ordered them to rush forward and pull Lin Tu's pants off. Just as Tran Ho demanded, two lackeys lunged forward, one on each side, pinning Lin Tu's arms. He didn't expect him to pull such a despicable trick. "Hey, Tran Ho, what are you doing?" Lin Tu shouted anxiously. Tran Ho had already rushed over and bluntly pulled off Lin Tu's trousers, a look of petty triumph all over his face. "Lin Tu, if you can swallow the necklace, I can have people retrieve it from the back." Lin Tu was so angry he turned red in the face. This Tran Ho was truly insane. Even something as shameful as this he could actually do. Was he even human anymore? He couldn't tell him that as soon as the necklace hit his stomach, it had been crushed and turned into a system. Moreover, it had turned into an egg waiting for him to hatch it. Luckily, Lin Tu was then saved by a beauty. "Stop!" she said loudly, cutting off the actions of those bastards. "Your behavior is a serious violation of school rules. In the name of the student council, I order you to release that student and hand over your student IDs and prepare to face disciplinary action." Having someone stick up for him, Lin Tu was naturally grateful. But when he saw that she was just a fragile-looking female student, he silently sighed. Just a girl. What could she possibly do against the Tran Ho gang? Sure enough, he immediately let him go and walked toward that female student. Both his tone and expression showed nothing but pure contempt, as if the student council were completely worthless. "This is none of your business, so turn around and get out of here, kid," he spat. But to his surprise, the girl was incredibly tough. She pointed at her red disciplinary armband and retorted, "None of my business. I am on patrol duty right now, and your behavior has violated Section 8, Section 9, Chapter 2, Section 13, Chapter 3, and countless other school regulations." Before she could finish her sentence, Tran Ho lunged forward, snatching the pen from her hand as his grin turned even more aggressive. "I'm giving you a chance to leave while I'm still being polite. If I stop being nice, I won't let you walk out of this classroom," he said while twirling the pen in his fingers. But suddenly, the pen started glowing, then zipped out of his hand and pointed straight at his throat. "It's just a pen barrel. What the hell are you doing?" Tran Ho was caught off guard, but he didn't know the meaning of fear yet. If the part pressed against his throat had been the sharp pen tip, Tran Ho might have actually felt a bit of fear. "This is just a warning. Do not interfere with the student council's official business," the girl responded firmly. Lam Tu was amazed. He hadn't expected a girl who looked so delicate to be capable of manipulating school supplies against Tran Ho. He wasn't scared at all. In fact, he was even more interested in her. "Oh, so you're actually an awakened one, aren't you? But you won't scare me. My guys here are all awakened too, and my power is A-rank super strength." As he said that, he used a bit of force to snap the pen in his hands in half. "So what?" the girl replied. "That's why I'm advising you to stop sticking your nose in other people's business. Don't go throwing your life away for some pathetic little loser." As he said this, several of his lackeys surrounded the girl. Lam Tu felt that Tran Ho was being absolutely despicable. To think he would bring a whole gang of awakened people just to bully a girl. But as soon as he voiced his thoughts, he got punched. "Damn it, stop running your mouth. Do you think I, the great me, don't bring a group of awakened along when I'm beating up a non-awakened loser like you?" Lam Tu was left dizzy and seeing stars, and by now Tran Ho was shouting, leaving him speechless. Tran Ho decided to deal with the girl first, or at least drive her away. Otherwise, he would have to fight them. Of course, if he chose the second option, he didn't believe she could win. Seeing how every other word out of his mouth was about being an awakened, she asked, "Do you even truly understand what being an awakened means?" "Awakened ones are the final hope. that humanity uses to resist the monsters in this Nirvana era. It is not a label for you to go around bragging and bullying others. Lam-Tu hadn't expected the girl to be so resilient. Looking at her stance and hearing those words, it was clear that she had accepted the challenge. In this situation, facing so many enemies, a thought suddenly crossed Lam-Tu's mind. Was this the same feeling his father experienced when facing monsters in the secret realms? Did he go through this same feeling too? While he was lost in thought, the girl suddenly snapped her fingers and a broom from the corner of the classroom flew over and jammed itself directly into Lam-Tu's jacket. Then it flew upward, dragging his entire body up to the ceiling. The two punks holding his arms couldn't hold on anymore and were tossed aside. Lam-Tu was terrified and hurriedly screamed, "Hey, are you making a mistake here? Why are you targeting me?" Immediately after the broom handle slammed into the wall and Lam-Tu was left hanging there. "Sorry, classmate. Please bear with being hung up there for a moment. It's a bit dangerous down here." It turned out she just wanted to hang Lam-Tu up to get him out of the way so she could deal with Tran-Ho's group easily. Seeing her act like that meant she didn't take him seriously at all, so he immediately ordered his lackeys to attack. They were ganging up on her and she was just a girl. It was clear they had no morals, so there was no need for the girl to be polite either. "It seems like someone needs to teach you awakened punks who look down on others a lesson," she said. As she finished, countless items in the classroom flew toward them. That was when those idiots realized her power was the free manipulation of metal. Whether it was pens, rulers, compasses, or forks and spoons, everything in the classroom was being controlled by the girl. Let me tell you what the true meaning of awakened is. Besides the pile of tools surrounding the girl, Tran-Ho was also being surrounded by similar objects. The only difference was that all of their sharp ends were pointed directly at his body. "Don't move, be careful not to get hurt." The girl offered a reminder which was essentially a warning. Seeing her handle Tran-Ho in the blink of an eye, Lam-Tu was stunned, wondering who on earth she was. And that guy Trio Vo finally realized who the girl was. No wonder. He felt she looked familiar. Wasn't that to Lin Ngoc, the student council president, the teenage genius who participated in the awakening ceremony at only 14 years old, and simultaneously unlocked an A-rank Thai-at system ability? As soon as he heard the name, to Lin Ngoc, Tran-Ho's expression turned terrible. He thought to himself, "I just wanted to take advantage of the situation to hurt someone and bully that kid a little. Why did I have to provoke this terrifying woman? If I used just a little force, I could tear you into hundreds of pieces. If you want to live, hurry up and admit defeat." On the other side, Lin Ngoc began her threats. At 17, she was a year younger than Tran-Ho's gang, but her awakened ability had already reached the early stage of the spirit aperture realm. That meant she was a whole level above them. The hierarchy goes from blood condensation to spirit aperture, divine palace void, reflection, and finally the peak, saint entry. To reach spirit aperture after just 3 years of awakening is truly extraordinary. Facing her intimidation, Tran-Ho was scared, but he wouldn't give in. He didn't believe Lin Ngoc would actually kill him, so he even tried to use his father's reputation, Tran Bao Luong, to intimidate her. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ngoc manipulated a tiny sharp iron ruler, slicing it right across Tran-Ho's neck. Though the cut wasn't deep, it still drew blood, and more importantly, it scared the life out of him. Seeing him bleed and hearing his desperate screams, she said, "I suggest you drop that pathetic victim act." Lin Ngoc continued standing her ground. "The powers of an awakened are incredibly dangerous. Even cleaning your own weapon could lead to an accidental explosion or even death. Furthermore, you're the one who challenged me this time. Even if I accidentally took your life, General Tran would have no grounds to hold me accountable." Her cold, ironclad words truly made Tran-Ho lose the nerve to fight back. He scrambled to beg for his life and admitted defeat. Only then did Lin Ngoc let go and the sharp objects clattered to the floor. "Now do you understand what an awakened really is?" Lin Ngoc stepped lightly, closing in on Tran-Ho. She told him that she hoped this lesson would teach his group what the 3 words, awakened one, actually meant. If you keep looking down on other awakened, you'll lose your life sooner or later. After that, Lin Ngoc used her power to snatch back the honorary medal pinned to Tran-Ho's chest. She said it wasn't something someone like him could just pin on himself to show off. Defeated and utterly humiliated, Tran-Ho couldn't do a thing. "If you've surrendered, hand over the student handbook and get lost. And don't forget to report to the office for your disciplinary hearing." Lin Ngoc's gaze was bone-chilling, as if she could cut Tran-Ho's throat at any second. He and his lackeys were scared out of their wits, scrambling away so fast they could barely stay on their feet. "Just you wait, kid." Tran Ho threw a threat at Lam Tu before bolting. Now only he and Lin Ngok were left in the classroom. Lam Tu couldn't help but stare at the girl a year his junior. It took her less than 3 minutes to clean up this whole mess. Even though he hated Tran Ho, seeing him in such a pathetic state didn't make Lam Tu feel any better. Because he had experienced it himself, he knew just how strong Tran Ho's physical power was. Yet Lin Ngok had dealt with him so easily. She was only one stage above Tran Ho, yet the gap in strength was massive. He wanted to uncover the mystery of his father's disappearance and prove he wasn't a coward who ran away, but thinking about the road ahead, and having to face awakened ones like Lin Ngok or even stronger, how could Lam Tu be happy? He wondered if there was any way for him to deal with them at all. Lin Ngok walked toward Lam Tu and asked, "Are you Lam Tu? So what if I am?" Lam Tu replied, his voice tense, fearing she was here to settle the score. But she didn't do anything. She just pulled the broom handle out of the wall. Lam Tu landed hard on his bottom, yelping in pain. Lin Ngok looked at him, and seeing him sitting there in nothing but his loud, floral boxers, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She immediately turned away. "Don't bring things unrelated to your studies to school," Lin Ngok said, tossing his father's honorary medal back to him before leaving. "Thank you for helping me get this back," Lam Tu called out after her. As she reached the classroom door, Lin Ngok couldn't help but add, "The school arranged for you all to go home this afternoon. Honestly, it's for your own good. Awakened abilities create a gap between people, so for those who haven't awakened yet, it's best to learn early not to get tangled up with the awakened. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." To Lin Ngok's words, while harsh, were not wrong. The current Lam Tu truly couldn't keep up with those who had awakened, their abilities using conventional means. But hadn't he already used the pendant his father left behind to awaken the system? Lam Tu thought to himself, if he couldn't become an awakened to face monsters directly, then he would become a monster, a great overlord to stand directly against the awakened themselves. Because they bullied a fellow student, Tran Ho's gang was punished with cleaning the classroom, the very mess they had caused. But while cleaning, they were furious. "Boss, why do we have to stay after school to clean the room? Shouldn't work like this be left to that loser Lam Tu?" "Yeah, exactly. I've got tutoring at 9. Tran Ho's lackeys complained while scrubbing, and Tran Ho himself was burying his head in the work, fuming. The more they complained, the angrier Tran Ho got. Finally, he couldn't take it and snapped, "If I told you to do it, just do it. Stop running your mouths." Though he hated to admit it, the truth was that Tran Ho couldn't mess with Lin Ngok. After that beatdown, he was even more terrified, so they had no choice but to bite the bullet and scrub until late at night. Meanwhile, back at home, Lam Tu was buried in his books. He had been researching since the afternoon, but he hadn't made any progress at all. Information about Pangu-era beasts is pitifully scarce, but it's hard to blame anyone. After all, the only Pangu-era beast left in this world is the ghost dragon. But back then, you truly felt the incomparable power hidden within that ghost dragon. That's why you are determined to find a way to hatch the ghost dragon's egg. Just as Lin Tu was racking his brain, the system appeared before him, notifying him of the first system quest: quickly hatch his life-bound beast. The reward was a taming ability. Seeing the status window, Lin Tu was overjoyed. "Hey, system, where have you been all afternoon?" He was so excited he wanted to lunge and hug the status window, but since it wasn't a physical object, Lin Tu just passed right through it. The system. It explained that it runs on the energy of the life-bound beast. Because the ghost dragon is currently in the incubation period, the system can only operate in low-energy mode, only activating during critical situations. It also reminded Lin Tu to hurry up and hatch the beast. Hearing that it only appears in critical situations, he felt a bit hurt. Just this afternoon, Lin Tu was almost humiliated by Chen Hu's gang, who tried to pull his pants down. Yet the system didn't show up. Was that not considered a critical situation? "But system, I've checked so many documents and I basically can't find any way to hatch a Pangu-era beast," Lin Tu lamented. "This is very normal. Humans have only evolved for 5 million years since diverging from ancient apes. Even the weakest Pangu-era beast has a lifespan of hundreds of millions of years, and its incubation period alone takes at least 6 million years. Hearing the information provided by the system, Lin Tu's jaw dropped in shock. 6 million years just for incubation. Is it playing a prank on him? Then why even bother making me hatch it? Calm down. The system continued. Based on natural incubation, yes, it's impossible. But since I am called the Supreme Beast Tamer system, of course I have a way to accelerate it. The method it mentioned is using beast cores. Beasts absorb spiritual energy and convert it, producing energy to survive and grow. They condense the spiritual energy they absorb into a core inside their bodies, roughly the size of a human fist. The reason Pangu-era beasts grow and develop, and so slowly, is because the spiritual energy on Earth's surface is too thin. Therefore, just using the spiritual energy stored in a beast core can accelerate the incubation process. It sounded promising, but Lin Tu sighed heavily again. Where am I supposed to find a beast core now? Just then, the system revealed even more. In shocking news, it had detected the presence of a beast core right in Lin Tu's home. Hearing this, he was extremely excited. Really, you're not mistaken, are you? Could it be that Mom is hiding such a treasure from me? The system window displayed an image of Lin Tu's father's honorary medal. It said that after scanning it, discovered that this item was actually crafted using a beast core weighing millions of tons. The spiritual energy contained within is enough to help the Pangu beast complete its incubation. Lin Tu's eyes widened as he heard this. He thought back to the days after his father left. He began to be shunned and labeled as the traitor's son. Those were very difficult times, but ever since the incident with his father, Lin Tu had always carried his hero medal with him, swearing that one day he would clear his father's name. He had never imagined that the medal was so precious. If it weren't for Su Lingyu stepping in to help this afternoon, it would definitely have been destroyed by Chen Hu. The current him, let alone protecting his father's honor, couldn't even protect this medal. That spurred Lin Tu to become strong quickly. He anxiously asked the system, tell me, how can I accelerate the incubation process? Currently, the host's supreme beast space cannot store beasts yet, so you need to materialize the ghost dragon's egg first. After saying that, a laser pen fell from the status window. Then it used the pen to draw the shape of an egg on the wall. It excitedly said to Lin Tu, "Success now, host. You can directly place the beast core into the ghost dragon's egg." Lin Tu looked at the crooked drawing on the wall, really wondering if the system was serious. This drawing didn't even look as good as the ones he drew when he was 7. But under its urging, Lin Tu brought the metal close to the drawing. As a result, the metal was actually sucked in and vanished without a trace. Immediately after, a loud noise came from the wall and the plaster began to crack. The shaking became increasingly violent, even knocking Lin Tu face first onto the ground in extreme pain. After his sharp cry, the entire section of the wall collapsed, but most importantly, behind the wall, there actually appeared a mini-sized ghost dragon. Lin Tu was so tense he couldn't breathe. Is this the legendary Pangu beast? The system also seemed excited. It immediately displayed the ghost dragon's stats for him to check, currently in the neonatal stage, potential for bloodline evolution at the overlord level. It can also level up. Attack methods include ramming, biting, and tail swipes. Its initial skill is only 1, Devour. But right now, this beast is only 69 centimeters tall. Compared to the ghost dragon Lin Tu met in the deep sea before, the difference is like heaven and earth. System, the difference between the advertisement and the actual product you delivered is way too big, Lin Tu yelled. The system didn't bother replying and immediately changed the subject. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the first system quest. Quest rewards have been issued. Host, please check it promptly. Lin Tu knew it was dodging the issue, but tapped to check anyway. The reward was the taming skill, allowing him to stroke a beast's chin to make it his own. Whoa, I can make a beast my own. Why didn't you say so sooner if you had such a godlike skill? Tell me about it. Lin Tu's eyes lit up with excitement. After all, this skill requires that the beast's level cannot be higher than the host's bond beast. The system's response instantly killed Lin Tu's buzz. He knew this crappy system wouldn't give him such a sweet deal for nothing. In his time of need, it gave him an ancient beast egg that forced him to hatch it himself. And now the beast skill requires a level constraint on top of that. Isn't this little dragonling at the lowest level already? What else could be lower than that? Lin Tu sighed repeatedly as the dragonling wobbled over bit onto his pant leg and tugged hard before running in circles around him to drag him over. It led him to its pile of eggshells and chirped softly. Seeing it signal like that, Lin Tu realized it wanted to eat its own shells. He remembered in one of the books it was mentioned that climbing animals have a habit of eating their own eggshells to supplement calcium, so he told the dragonling, "All right, go ahead and eat." With its master's permission, the dragonling started devouring the shells eagerly. Lin Tu bent down to pat its head, but his eyes were full of anxiety. This beast was so tiny. It didn't feel like something he could rely on at all. Don't tell me this shitty system is going to say it needs another 5 million years to grow into an adult dragonling later. Just as Lin Tu finished speaking, the dragonling suddenly choked. Its face turned purple. Lin Tu was speechless, hurriedly patting its back. After all, this was a beast he had traded his father's honorary medal for. It couldn't have anything happen to it. Afterward, Lin Tu received a series of notifications saying the dragonling had successfully devoured the eggshells and gained evolution points. The notifications kept popping up so fast that Lin Tu thought the system had caught a virus. Suddenly, the dragonling began to glow with a blinding light. Congratulations to the host. Your dragonling has consumed 200 evolution points and reached its adult form. After the light faded, the dragonling had grown many times larger. Its butt slammed right onto Lin Tu, nearly suffocating him. It was now nearly twice as tall. It had gained a lot of weight, too. System, what on earth is going on? Why did it suddenly grow so big? Lin Tu asked anxiously. The system explained that this was the effect of the dragonling's innate devour skill. By absorbing food, the dragonling converts it into evolution points for its growth. Lin Tu hadn't thought it could rely on devouring to mature so quickly. Could it be that he should be glad he chose this beast from the start? But the urgent matter right now wasn't that, but something else. This thing... Can you move your butt? I'm freaking dying here. My back is about to snap, Lin Tu cried out in misery. Just then, the front door lock clicked. Lin Tu turned pale. His mom was home. He hadn't seen her, but he heard her voice. Lin Tu, you little brat, what is wrong with you? The teacher called and said you were fighting with schoolmates. As soon as she finished, she entered the room and saw the chaotic scene. She saw the dragon and fell backwards, screaming in terror. Lin Tu hurriedly explained that this was his bonded beast, then made the dragonling greet her. But that silly dragonling approached with a rather intimidating look, causing Lin Tu's mom to faint from fright. Seeing the situation, he begged the system. System, can you put this thing back into the Supreme Beast space or not? Didn't I already tell you the host's Supreme Beast space cannot store beasts yet? Out of options, Lin Tu pushed the dragonling toward the window. He had to get it out of there first and explain to his mom later. But with the dragon's oversized frame, getting it through the window wasn't going to be easy. While Lin Tu was shoving its rear end, who knows what the dragonling was thinking, but it suddenly got aggressive and smashed the entire window frame to pieces. What the hell are you doing? Lin Tu yelled, feeling completely helpless as the loud noise triggered the security alarm. The neighbors rushed over to check it out. Lin Tu scrambled to push the dragonling through the hole it had just created, then grabbed the curtains and wrapped them around himself. He shouted to his mom, "Mom, I'm sorry, I'll explain everything slowly when I get back." His mom, who had just been helped up by the neighbors and was barely regaining consciousness, saw her son wrapped in curtains like a superhero standing next to a shattered window and seemingly preparing to jump out. "Lin Tu, you little rascal, what are you trying to do now?" She roared, but by then he and the dragonling had already soared out of the house. After landing, Lin Tu could see his mother screaming next to the shattered window. She lived up to her reputation. She'd just fainted, but had already recovered so quickly. But looking at her state, Lin Tu felt it was best to wait until she calmed down before coming back. He swatted at a mosquito and turned to look at his dragonling. Even though he wasn't sure if it understood, he asked, "But the system said you can keep leveling up through devouring, right?" "That is correct. The dragonling can devour spiritual energy to convert into evolution points and continue to evolve and mature." The system window suddenly popped up right in his face, startling Lin Tu. I jumped so hard I nearly cursed out loud. "Seriously, why are you popping out all active and full of energy now? Isn't it because it runs on the ghost dragon's energy? The dragon has broken out of its shell and is growing, so it's only natural the system is acting up. Plus, you still can't communicate fluently with the beast yet. My bond beast, right? Don't worry. The ghost dragon will keep evolving and growing quickly, and it'll understand you soon enough." The system sent another notification to Lam too. He knew it didn't show up just to comfort him with empty words. Sure enough, the system's true purpose was to issue an important item called the Beast Radar. Lam Tu stared at the notification for a moment and pouted. He had completely lost faith in this system. First, it made him hatch and raise a bond beast from a tiny hatchling, and now it wants him to use a beast radar. Who knows what else it's up to. When the system sensed his suspicion, it hurriedly explained. It said that as long as this radar is kept on his person, anything human or object with spiritual energy will be detected immediately. In short, the beast radar can help you check for reactions and the concentration of all spiritual energy in the surrounding area. From there, it can help the ghost dragon devour energy more easily. Lam-Tu felt like this was actually pretty convenient, so he opened the radar screen to test it out. At the center of the map, there was one major light spot, the ghost dragon. Behind it were several scattered light spots, likely the leftover eggshells he hadn't finished eating back at home. Exactly, the system confirmed Lam-Tu's guess. The brightness and size of the red dots on the screen represent the strength of the spiritual energy source. As soon as the system said that, Lam-Tu's eyes lit up because he discovered a huge light spot on the screen, much larger than the pile of eggshells, and even larger than the ghost dragon itself if he let it devour that energy. Wouldn't it grow like crazy? Lam-Tu briefly explained to the ghost dragon that following him now meant eating until it was stuffed. Truly, a young beast is easy to teach. The ghost dragon was super excited once it understood. Lam-Tu looked at its gluttonous expression with a bit of disdain, but hey, a glutton with a devour skill, he really hit the jackpot. So Lam-Tu used a curtain to wrap the ghost dragon up, hoping no one would notice it. Preparations done, man and dragon set off toward the red dot on the screen. The ghost dragon ran like the wind. Lam-Tu, riding on its back, was feeling smug, thinking he was a total genius for coming up with the curtain disguise. Too bad the street was already covered in 2 rows of footprints from this heavy-bottomed monster. Following the screen, the two arrived in front of a large building, but no matter how Lam-Tu looked at it, it didn't look like a place where a monster would appear. Plus, the security team at the lobby was extremely strict. Lam-Tu had to quickly pull the ghost dragon into a corner and whispered, "Any way for us to get in there?" He was just asking for fun. Who would have thought the beast would suddenly go wild? Lam-Tu panicked frantically, telling it not to do anything stupid, but the ghost dragon took a running start and leaped straight up. He almost face-planted on its back. Lam-Tu hurriedly hugged its neck, biting his tongue to stop from screaming in fear as the ghost dragon climbed the wall step by step. This really lived up to being an earthquake-proof building built after the dragon pillar appeared. Even with the ghost dragon slamming against it, the wall didn't budge. Finally, the dragon and man stopped at the balcony of a room. Lam-Tu was deeply skeptical because, according to the map, this was where the energy source was, but no matter how he looked at it, it just looked like a normal girl's bedroom. Moreover, seeing the underwear hanging on the balcony made Lam-Tu extremely awkward. He even imagined himself in tomorrow's news for getting arrested for breaking and entering. "System, what the hell are you playing at? Why would you drag me to a place like this?" Lam-Tu was still debating whether to go in or not when the ghost dragon smelled the spiritual energy and charged right into the room. Lam-Tu panicked and chased after it. "Hey, you can't just barge into someone's house like that." Sadly, it was impossible to reason with it now. While chasing, he accidentally tripped and face-planted onto the floor. But after that fall, Lam-Tu saw something, a Grand Arts Association medal. Most spiritual energy on Earth is gathered in places called dimensional rifts of the secret realms. The moisture of spiritual energy in these realms has produced precious treasures and ferocious beasts. That's a rare place for awakeners to explore and cultivate. Even so, secret realms worldwide are strictly managed. Even for awakeners, one must go through layers of checks and background screenings to earn the right to enter. The Grand Arts Association medal is an entry pass to the secret realms issued by the Shia Kingdom. Furthermore, Lam-Tu heard that this medal allows the owner to design it themselves so everyone's looks different. Still, the medal looked a bit familiar. He felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Next to it was a school uniform jacket from Tianhai City No. 1 High School. The owner was in the shower, looking at the girl's silhouette through the bathroom door. Lam-Tu's nose started bleeding instantly. A name popped into his head. No one fit better than Tu Lin Ngok. Lam-Tu was incredibly panicked, cursing the system 1,000 times in his heart. Out of all the places it had to drag him straight to this fire-breathing dragon's house, with her here, even a monster would probably be skinned alive. However, the ghost dragon was completely blinded by the allure of food, specifically the spiritual energy, and couldn't understand its master's distress. It continued to creep forward, and the beast radar showed the ghost dragon closing in fast on that energy source. "System, you jerk!" Lam-Tu cursed under his breath. "You've really got me hooked on playing these games, haven't you?" Inside the bathroom at that moment, Lin Ngok sensed something was wrong. She hurriedly locked the bathroom door from the inside and shouted, "Who's out there?" Lam-Tu felt his heart stop from pure terror. He tried to convince Gilong that if they stayed there, they'd both end up as braised meat and never get a chance to eat anything good again. But just after they scrambled out of the bathroom, Lin Nguk didn't see anyone. Truth be told, while she was bathing, she had actually been thinking about Lam Tu. She wondered if she had been a bit too harsh earlier that afternoon, saying things like those who haven't awakened should learn early on not to get involved with those who have. But she only wanted what was best for him. Looking at how pathetic he looked earlier, yet still stubbornly insisting he was the son of a hero. He was truly thick-headed. It was a miracle he hadn't been turned into mincemeat by Tran Ho's gang yet. Just as she was thinking this, Lin Ngok heard a very faint noise from outside the door. Her alert mode instantly spiked to the maximum. "Who's there?" she shouted, reaching out. She grabbed a large bath towel, wrapped it around herself, and rushed out of the bathroom. But as mentioned, Lin Ngok didn't see anyone outside. That was because Lam Tu and his silly dragon had lunged out onto the balcony and jumped down a second earlier. Its movements were so fast that Lam Tu couldn't even react. Oh my God, he really wanted to scream his lungs out right now. This was the balcony on the 40th floor, yet the dragon acted like it was just the 4th floor. The two of them fell in free fall at incredible speed. Lam Tu felt like he might actually have a heart attack and die right there during this escape. Thankfully, when they hit the ground, he was safe and sound because Gui Long had landed first, acting as a soft cushion for him. It was indeed very heavy. It left a dent in the ground upon impact. Lam Tu let out a sigh of relief, thanking the heavens he was still alive. As for Gui Long, it was already starving. The system finally showed its face to send a notification congratulating Lam Tu for discovering a source of spiritual energy and successfully unlocking the second mission. As a result, it was immediately cursed by both him and Gui Long. "You jerk, you still have the nerve to show your face. A light on the beast radar, how could that be a human, huh?" Gui Long was also incredibly furious that the system had stopped it from eating well and had nearly turned it into braised dragon meat. "I already told you." The radar detects reactions and spiritual energy density. It doesn't distinguish between species, the system explained, sounding aggrieved. Besides, awakened ones and beasts are both products of the spiritual energy recovery on Earth. So, theoretically, the spiritual energy signature of awakened ones and beasts is exactly the same. Even if that was the theory, Lam Tu couldn't help but be furious at being played by the system. Right now, he just wanted it to get lost. The reward for the second system mission is something the host will definitely love. Don't you want to take a look? The system really knew how to entice people. After this notification, Lam Tu's anger cooled down significantly. Even though he had only awakened the system for a day, it had already played him a few times, but Lam Tu reluctantly opened the mission window. His second mission was to quickly help his bonded beast Gui Long enter its growth stage. The reward from the system for success was a new skill called projection ability. Lam Tu couldn't fight his curiosity and eventually had to talk to the damn system, asking it more about the potential new skill. In principle, the host can only view the explanation after unlocking the skill, but in order to motivate the host, this system is reluctantly revealing a little bit. The system replied, then opened the skill information page for Lam Tu to see. The projection ability allowed him to project any beast he owned from his beast space. Then if you choose to fuse with the beast projection, Lam Tu can replicate 30% of all its attributes onto yourself. In other words, you take 30% of the beast's attributes and make them your own. Lam Tu read the explanation, then turned to look at Gui Long with eyes full of skepticism. Get 30% of this useless thing's attributes. But then he thought about it earlier on the beast radar. He had seen that the size and brightness representing Gui Long were equivalent to To Lin Ngok's. So if he could get 30% of that, he would reach at least the middle stage of the blood condensation realm, wouldn't he? The thought of Gui Long being useless instantly vanished. Lam Tu felt incredibly excited. But that silly dragon wasn't exactly willing to let Lam Tu siphon its attributes like that. Even though he was its master, he had interrupted its meals twice, the first time while it was eating the eggshell, and the second time while at Lin Ngok's house. Come on now. Now isn't the time to settle scores. Lam Tu tried to coax Gui Long. There's a saying, it's better to rely on oneself than others. Look at what I got earlier. As he spoke, something sparkly appeared in Lam Tu's hand. It was To Lin Ngok's Great Arts Festival medal. He had grabbed it by chance before escaping earlier. Having it meant he could enter the secret realm. And so that very night, Lam Tu and Gui Long went to the nearest secret realm labeled A86. There was indeed plenty of spiritual energy inside the secret realm, so Lam Tu had promised Gui Long that once they got in, it could eat to its heart's content, so it was in a great mood. Fortunately, A86 was only an E-rank secret realm. The security was very lax. Not even a single guard was in sight. He scanned the Great Arts Festival medal and successfully passed the entrance. Inside it was supposed to be a construction site, but construction had been halted after the secret realm entrance appeared. Lam Tu and Guilong fumbled around in the dark for a while and finally found the entrance to secret realm A86. "Let's head in," Yu whispered to the kneeling dragon, which then eagerly trotted ahead. As he crossed through the gateway into the secret realm, Lin Tu's mood was incredibly complex. He thought to himself, "Father, I've finally managed to enter a secret realm too. Even without awakening a superpower and even after losing all the mementos you left behind, I've finally taken my first steps into a secret realm." Stepping through that door, another space opened up before him. Lin Tu was a bit overwhelmed by the magnificent forest that suddenly appeared, even though this was only a low-level secret realm. The difference compared to the outside world was just too vast. Inside the realm there were many creatures. The moment the kneeling dragon spotted them, it was so excited that it bucked its master off its back to chase after them. "Don't run!" Lin Tu shouted in a hurry, but it was too late. The foolish dragon tripped over a rock after only 3 steps and face-planted into the dirt. Lin Tu was truly speechless. "Please, this is a secret realm. Can you be a little more reliable?" The kneeling dragon felt insulted by his scolding. After lying flat on the ground for a few seconds, it stood up straight, took a deep breath, and let out a massive roar that echoed throughout the forest. The one affected most was Lin Tu standing right next to it. He covered his ears tightly and screamed, "Why on earth are you yelling so loud?" The kneeling dragon turned back and signaled for Lin Tu to look behind him. A giant monster with the body of a bear and the tongue of a snake had appeared from who knows where. Seeing the short-faced bear, Lin Tu panicked and shrieked, "Oh no, a monster's here!" Thankfully, the system interface popped up just in time. "Don't worry, the system is here. Host, there's no need to be afraid." Seeing it, he hugged it and cried while complaining, "You finally decided to show up at a critical moment. Hurry and tell me, do you have any good ideas?" He heard the system respond nonchalantly. "Reporting to the host, what's in front of you isn't a monster. It's just an ordinary prehistoric creature." Meanwhile, the short-faced bear raised its paw, preparing to swat Lin Tu. He immediately dove forward, not forgetting to ask as he moved, "It's this big and you call it ordinary?" The short-faced bear lost its balance and accidentally slammed into a tree in front of it, causing branches to come crashing down right where he had been standing. Just seeing that, sweat began to pour down Lin Tu's face. If that had hit him, he would have been turned into pulp. Frustrated and angry, he lashed out at the system. "Ordinary my foot, if I hadn't dodged fast, my life would be over." Right after that, the system fed him information. "Host has activated the monster map." He opened the map to take a look, and then a series of voices echoed. Prehistoric creatures that accidentally entered the secret realm when the world changed and survived until now. Short-faced bear weight, 1.8 tons height, 4.2 meters. Brief introduction. The largest bear in history with extremely long limbs. Standing up, it can reach the rim of a basketball hoop. Living in the secret realm for a long time, they have gradually absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. Finding it too long-winded, he cut to the chase. "Can't you just get to the point?" Hearing that, it replied, "All right, the point is, although these prehistoric creatures are huge in terms of intensity, they aren't worth mentioning compared to real monsters." Those words finally comforted Lin Tu's fragile soul. So they were mediocre after all. The light dot on the radar wasn't even as big as the kneeling dragon's egg. Only then did he regain his composure, turn to the short-faced bear and say, "In that case, I won't hold back. Since this is my first time in a secret realm, I might as well use you for target practice." He pointed at it and shouted, "Go, kneeling dragon!" But he was met with total silence. The short-faced bear on the other side didn't understand what was happening and just stood there looking blank, while Lin Tu realized he'd made a stupid move and started trembling all over. Unable to stay calm, he grabbed his head and screamed, "System, where's my dragon? The radar shows it's right here." But the system replied calmly, "The kneeling dragon is a creature with its own will. This system is not sure." At the same time, the bear, thinking it was being teased, charged over in a rage. "You dare play with me!" Witnessing that, Lin Tu panicked and roared, "Kneeling dragon, where did you go? If you don't come out, I'm going to die." Suddenly, sparks of electricity flashed from a distance. The kneeling dragon finally appeared to help him. Just as the short-faced bear took the hit, its health bar dropped by a chunk. Without stopping, the dragon followed up with a tail whip to end the fight. It launched into the air to perform a dive bomb attack. The short-faced bear was now dripping with snot and drool from the pain. Its neck bones, despite being wrapped in a thick layer of fat, still cracked, and the final victory went to the kneeling dragon. Watching this, Lin Tu immediately thought of the past and thanked the heavens collapsing to the ground. Luckily, he had been lucky in the past. Just a second later, he saw the kneeling dragon jump back up, turn toward the short-faced bear, and open its mouth wide. Lin Tu, seeing this, excitedly said, "Devour it! Kneeling dragon! Devour it for evolution points! Devour it for leveling up!" Right at this moment, the system popped up with the text, "Projection." After using this, you can project any monster currently in the monster space. If you choose to fuse with the monster projection, you can copy 30% of its attributes for the host for a period of time. This made him incredibly excited. Once the kneeling dragon reached maturity, he could obtain the power of the projection skill. While Lin Tu was rambling, the kneeling dragon had finished devouring the bear. After a while, it even got a bit chubby. Congratulations, host, your kneeling dragon has successfully devoured the short-faced bear. Evolution points, +1 evolution points, +1.5 evolution points, +2. Lin Tu was speechless at the system's stinginess. It only increased by 1 or 2 each time. While Lam Tu was rambling on, Kui Long had already finished off the short-faced bear. After a while, it even started to plump up. Congratulations, host, your Kui Long has successfully devoured the short-faced bear. Evolution point +1, evolution point +1.5, evolution point +2. Seeing this, Lam Tu was left speechless by the system's shiftiness. The rewards kept jumping between 1 and 2 every time it swallowed something. You're not actually trying to mess with me, are you? A while later, the short-faced bear was reduced to nothing but dry bones, while the Gui Long's belly was completely full, yet he felt no interest and asked the system to calculate the total. How many evolution points have been consumed so far? The system reported that a total of 19 evolution points had been earned this time, asking if the host wanted to spend them. After receiving the reply and finishing the evolution, the Gui Long beside him began to glow, but the results didn't improve much. It seems the spiritual energy in this secret realm isn't everywhere. Eating only prehistoric creatures doesn't give much of a level boost. The system opened the monster compass, and after checking the map, Lin Tu decided to keep searching. Luckily, his efforts were rewarded. Found them. There are so many bright spots here. Seeing this, Lin Tu turned to Gui Long, waving and calling out, "Stop gnawing on those bones, big guy. I'm taking you to eat real meat." As they moved, he couldn't help but marvel that, even though it looked far on the radar, they had arrived so quickly. This little guy is fast. A moment later, looking at the radar, he couldn't help but be surprised by the bright spots surrounding the circle. Suddenly, at that very moment, Gui Long slammed on its brakes, sending dust swirling around the two of them, but Lin Tu quickly realized something was wrong. We've been surrounded. A moment later, a pack of mutated dogs crawled out from the bushes. Seeing this, he panicked and shouted, "System, what's going on?" Fortunately, he received the full data from the system: mutated dog weight, 0.8 tons height, 1 meter E rank. Brief description: looks like a dog, behaves like a cat. Keen senses. Sensitive to sound waves, short front legs and long back legs. Pack hunting style, well-developed fangs, strong bite force. Hearing that, Lin Tu's heart calmed down. He turned to Gui Long and said, "A bunch of small fry and skin and bones, just consider them chicken bones to sharpen your teeth." Fueled by his own confidence, he flipped them the bird to provoke them. "You guys think you can treat us like food? If you've got the guts, then come and get it. You mutated dogs." Seeing that they didn't hesitate for a second before charging in with wide-open maws from all directions, trying to attack the two of them, but Gui Long didn't even care. It chomped down on a mutated dog, and the system immediately sent a notification. "Your Gui Long has successfully devoured a mutated dog. Evolution points +500. Evolution points +1000. Hearing that, Lin Tu's eyes lit up. Devouring one mutated dog gave more evolution points than 26 short-faced bears. Who knew this skinny dog was actually carrying such a huge package of evolution points? Getting more and more excited, he ordered, "In that case, charge Gui Long. As long as you don't eat until you explode. Just eat until you die. Let's hit the adult stage in one go." Receiving the order, it immediately complied because Gui Long couldn't resist the buffet before it. It charged while continuously feasting, ignoring the system notifications. "Your Gui Long has successfully devoured a mutated dog. Evolution points +499. Your Gui Long has successfully devoured a mutated dog. Evolution points plus 510. Your Guilong has successfully devoured a mutated dog. Evolution points plus 503. At this moment, Lin Tu's heart was racing. In the blink of an eye, he had 2,502 evolution points. I'm rich. After that, he shouted loudly, "System, take these evolution points and evolve it." The 2,502 points were spent to increase its physique, but that sudden change almost made Lin Tu fall flat on his face. It was too tall, almost fell Guilong newborn stage, can evolve to overlord rank, can evolve height to 1.8 meters, weight 1.4 tons, attack method rushing, biting tail whip, dragon god skills, initial ability, devour. He read through it and realized that after just a few bites, he had already reached 50%. System Mission 2. Quickly advance your bonded monster Guilong to the adult stage. Mission progress 50%. Looking ahead, he understood that his moment had arrived. If he wanted to wipe out all the surrounding dogs, he could use the projected skill. This was the correct way to open the secret realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader of the mutated dogs suddenly roared, leaving Lin Tu shocked. It's the leader! When the roar ended, the pack of mutated dogs entered a combat state, making him feel a bit worried. What did it say to its underlings? Within seconds, Lin Tu noticed, why do their eyes look different than before? Suddenly, a mutated dog leaped into the air. Seeing that, Lin Tu was startled. He understood and yelled, "Why is this dog attacking me?" Luckily, Guilong reacted in time and used its tail to swat the dog down, but that blow accidentally caused it some injury, making Lin Tu extremely worried. Guilong. As he reflected on everything, a wave of emotion surged in his heart. Just moments ago, it had ignored its own danger to protect him. However, Lin Tu quickly realized that the situation was more complex than it seemed. These creatures were continuously targeting him. After piecing it all together, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the leader ordered them to use me to control Guilong? Seeing Guilong being attacked, his heart felt like it was being sliced by a knife. No, this can't keep going like this. Even though the mutated dogs were only E-rank monsters, those sharp teeth could pierce Guilong's scales, and things were getting harder as there were countless dogs in front of them. If they mustered the courage to charge all at once, the consequences would be dire. Lin Tu looked at the system panel and felt incredibly frustrated. Damn it, I'm clearly only 30% away from completing the mission. System Mission 2. Quickly advance your bonded monster Guilong to the adult stage. 70%. However, Lin Tu realized one thing, but clearly these dogs weren't giving him a chance to prepare. You guys are really tiresome. No matter where I go, it's always this same scene. It reminded him of stories from the past, the strong bullying the weak. Lin Tu had been through this before, so he knew that the soft are bullied while the hard are feared. That realization gave him the chance to break through his own limits. But you guys are mistaken. Maybe I haven't awakened any powers yet. I may truly be weak, but I won't let you push me around either. He gently pressed his hand against Guilong's cheek, pointed forward, and said, See that tree? Think of a way to get there. Just like that, a fire of determination ignited in both of them. The pack of mutant dogs wasn't about to let them rest, either lunging in to tear them apart, a risky move, sure, but I've still got to try it. That move reminds me of the short-faced bear. If they want to play bully, then I'll give them exactly what they're looking for. If Guilong and I split up now, we can draw the dog's attention. Just picturing Guilong using its headbutt to take them down puts me at ease, and at least I won't be dragging it down. Guilong can finally cut loose and fight freely. I bet it can finish off this pack soon and level up, but right now Guilong's feet are already stained with blood. The only thing I'm not sure about is, facing this swarm of mutant dogs, how long can I actually hold out? I look up at the tree branch above, thinking to myself about the pull-ups we used to do in school. This height shouldn't be a problem. Without a second thought, Lam Tu leaps up into the tree. Seeing that it's been left behind, it growls, feeling unfairly treated. But Lam Tu barks at it. You idiot, hurry up and eat. Why are you following me? Following his command, it turns back to face the mutant dogs. He glares at the pack. He gestures toward Guilong, then flips them off, cursing, Come and get me. If you've got the guts, call your friends and chase us down. But unfortunately, they just gather in a pile at the base of the tree where Lam Tu is hiding. Watching them, he can't help but panic, crying out, How did you manage to call so many in the blink of an eye? However, they don't just stand there. They start slamming into the trunk. The shaking makes Lam 2 lose his grip and plummet to the ground. As he falls, he doesn't forget to shout, "System, use all my evolution points to level up right now. Hurry!" As soon as he hears the notification that 2,100 evolution points have been consumed, he hits the ground with a thud in front of the mutant dogs. One of them immediately seizes the chance to pounce. Lam 2 screams, "Damn it!" But he quickly pulls something out and curses. "Fine, if you've got the nerve, let's trade lives." A burst of power is released, hitting the large tree in front, causing it to crash down. Lam 2's eyes widen in shock. I actually unlocked a new move, I did it. Beast power. Facing the ferocious pack, Lam 2 can't help but panic, screaming, "It's too late! If I fall into this pack of dogs, I'm definitely going to be torn to shreds. System, hurry up and use all my evolution points." In an instant, the system chimes, 2,182 evolution points consumed. Quilong's physical condition has leveled up. Congratulations, host. After the upgrade, Quilong has reached maturity 4 meters long and 3.5 tons. Congratulations, host. Quilong has successfully entered the mature stage. Hearing this, Lam 2 is so frustrated he could cry, constantly scolding it. "You damn system, we're in such a desperate situation. Couldn't you have been a bit faster? Hurry up and give me the reward for the second mission." The system panel quickly displays, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed System Mission 2. The reward has been issued. Host, please check the projection skill. Once used, you can project images of any available monster within the monster space, if you choose to fuse the projection with that monster. For a short time, you can replicate 30% of all its attributes." Seeing the information before him, Lam 2 is instantly stunned. He stares in amazement at the treasure in his hand. This is the very thing that made the Quilong egg materialize just like the system said. It's called the Monster Projection Tube. The way to use the Monster Projection Tube is actually quite simple. It carefully instructs, "First, host, you must hold the end of the projection tube against your eye." The system continues. "After that, turn the dial on the tube to find the monster you want to project, and finally press the projection button. That's it, you can begin." Lam 2 quickly follows the steps. A blinding light instantly flashes directly into his face. Lam 2 falls headfirst onto the ground by force of habit, cursing angrily. "Easy, my foot. Just one skill and it's this much of a hassle. Are you actually trying to kill me?" At that moment, the treasure in his hand accidentally hits the ground. A powerful surge of light erupts and a strange seal instantly appears, causing Lam 2 to grit his teeth in pain. From a distance, a mutant dog is zooming toward him. Seeing it, he clicks his tongue in frustration. Seriously, how annoying. Lam 2 quickly stands up and grabs a nearby tree trunk. He hurls it straight at the monster. "Come here if you've got the guts, let's trade." His arm, crackling with electrical sparks, leaves him stunned. Lam 2 glares furiously at the swarm of mutant dogs charging in. "Do these dogs think I'm a pushover?" Without hesitation, he grabs another large tree trunk nearby and growls, "You think I'm a sick cat because I haven't shown my claws, huh?" Lam 2 laughs triumphantly, a surging killing intent rapidly radiating outward. "Looks like I have to teach you guys a lesson." No sooner said than done, his hand grips the massive trunk. Lam 2 hoists it up and bellows, "I'm not to be messed with that lamb." 2 hurls the trunk straight at the monsters. "Go to hell." But contrary to his wishes, they easily dodge all the damage. Lam 2's eyes widen in disbelief. "Oh my god, how are they this agile? Looks like I have no choice but to go all in." At that same moment, a massive shadow suddenly appears behind the pack of mutant dogs. Sharp claws and immense weight quickly approach from the rear. The pack of mutant dogs starts trembling in fear. The system instantly notified, "Your Guilong successfully devoured the mutant dog. Evolution points increased by 503. A series of notifications followed in rapid succession as Guilong wiped out the pack of monsters in the blink of an eye. Lin 2 witnessed the scene, unable to hold back his astonishment. "Guilong, is that really you?" The system panel displayed, "Guilong, mature stage. Can evolve to Overlord tier bloodline. Can level up. Height 4 meters. Weight 3.5 tons. Attack methods, Clash Bite, Devour Dragon Tail. Primary skill, Devour." Reading the information, he was even more surprised. It's only in the mature stage and it's already this huge. This growth rate truly lives up to the name of a Pangu beast. Lin 2 proudly told Guilong, "See, I told you I'd take you out for a feast." He asked curiously, "I kept my word, didn't I?" Just then, Gilong suddenly let out a massive hiss, making Lin Tu jump. Whoa, take it easy. Immediately after, it moved in close to him. Lin Tu was confused. What are you doing? He was momentarily stunned when a strange voice suddenly echoed, Why did you leave on your own? Lin Tu panicked, looking around frantically. Who's there? Who's talking? Guilong said in a stern tone. Staying away from me is very dangerous. This scene made Lin Tu's head spin. He screamed in terror, Oh my God, it can talk! What kind of monster are you? The system chimed in to explain, Guilong being able to talk isn't exactly groundbreaking news. Are you scared out of your wits? It asked dismissively. Host, you don't actually think that Pangu beasts, which have dominated Planet Blue for 10 billion years, are just low-level creatures with big bodies and no brains, do you? Throughout the long river of life, they have evolved to possess super-high intelligence. To them, mastering human language isn't difficult at all. Guilong furrowed its brows and told Lin Tu, You are too weak. You can't be reckless. Lin Tu immediately snapped back. Didn't you use me as bait to trap the short-faced bear earlier? It turned away with a dissatisfied look. That's different. I'm strong. I was in control. Lin Tu retorted angrily. I was in control too. Besides, if I hadn't been so decisive back then, we might have been torn to pieces by that pack of dogs by now. Seeing Guilong stay silent, he suddenly realized, Wait, is this guy actually worried about me? Immediately, Lin Tu was happy as a clam. He patted Guilong on the shoulder and laughed. All right, regardless of anything else. This is our first time in the secret realm, and our teamwork was pretty successful. What we should do now is head back. While it's still dark, I need to return this medal to Su Lingyu. He stopped abruptly as he felt his empty neck. Oh no. Where did the medal go? Lin Tu panicked, recalling the chaotic scene from earlier. Did I lose it when we fell from the tree during the fight? He turned to Guilong. Hurry, we have to find that medal. If we don't, we won't be able to leave the secret realm. After a while, Lin Tu still couldn't find the medal. He clutched his head in frustration and cursed, Damn it! I've searched everywhere we fought already. Still nothing. This time we're really screwed. Guilong detected a strange scent and spoke up. There's a smell here. Is it a dog? Lin Tu stood aside, frustrated. I've only heard that crows steal shiny things for their nests. I've never heard of dogs stealing things, too. He paused. Wait, this is the scent of a mutant dog, and it smells like Su Lingyu, too. Can my monster projection skill actually enhance my sense of smell? Guilong quickly discovered it. This is it. Seeing that, Lin Tu rushed over. Let me see. As soon as Guilong lifted a clump of dirt, he let out a sigh of relief. Found it. Sure enough, the medal is here. Lin Tu hesitated and cleared his throat. But it looks like they won't give it up easily. Inside the cave, 3 small mutant dogs appeared. Weight 330 kilograms, height 30 centimeters, grade E. Brief description, small-statured, likes to live in packs. Well-developed fangs, high bite force, extremely aggressive nature. They love to fight and follow the principle of no fear, just action. Lin Tu asked curiously. Small mutant dogs, are they the offspring of the big ones? The system sneered. Are you blind? They don't look alike at all. How could you mistake them for the same family? Small mutant dogs are a species of small dogs that evolved into small-scale monsters under the influence of spiritual energy. It continued to explain, because their bodies are small, their individual combat ability isn't great, but their nature is to fight. Once they gather in a pack, they will attack their opponents without hesitation. While Guilong served as a decoy, Lin Tu carefully searched for the medal. He quickly shouted, I found it. Hearing this, Guilong knocked the 3 mutant dogs away. It looked at them with a hungry expression. Just as Guilong was about to devour them, Lin Tu suddenly appeared to stop it. Wait, don't eat them. Leave them to me so I can test out my newly acquired taming skill. Just a while ago. About 45 minutes earlier, Lin Ngok was standing on the balcony of a high-rise apartment. She was debating whether she could sneak in from the 45th floor balcony, but realized there was no way to leave quietly. Could it be an awakened one with an enhancement-type ability who climbed up the wall? But a hole that massive? Is that even something a human could do? Lin Ngok suddenly froze. Something strange had caught her eye. She quickly realized that this was something unique to Lam Tu. No one else would have it. I didn't think his taste was that terrible, though. With that thought, she subconsciously looked up at the vast sky. Thinking back, Lin Ngok felt a ripple of unease as she remembered sensing the aura of a beast during her patrol this afternoon. She felt a bit disappointed when she went to track that aura, but all she found was a group of male students fighting in the classroom. Suspicious Ling and Gok had even specifically pulled their student records to check them one by one, but those guys had only awakened basic standard abilities. She couldn't help but wonder. But if she hadn't been mistaken in that moment, then in reality, Lam Tu, the guy who theoretically hadn't even awakened an ability, was the most suspicious one of all. Back in the present, the elevator reached the first floor. Ling Ngok hesitated, thinking to herself, but could something like this even be possible? She'd never heard of the ability tracking machine making mistakes, and she'd never heard of a beast-taming ability like this. Was it some kind of level 6 mind control ability? She asked herself as she walked. But if he actually had a hidden ability, why was he beaten so badly this afternoon, and why didn't he use it to fight back? It just completely boggles my mind. Ling Ngok quickly approached the pit and smiled faintly, but there is one point that can be confirmed if Lam Tu has truly awakened some kind of beast-taming ability. Then all the strange things that happened today can finally be explained. Ling Ngok suddenly stopped. Wait, no. There's another new issue. Why did that kid come to my house in the middle of the night? And more importantly, how did he know where I live? Her phone suddenly rang. She quickly woke the screen and was stunned by the glowing red notification before her eyes, an E-rank secret realm. An E-rank secret realm is actually sending out a red emergency alert. What on earth is going on? At the same time, in the A86 secret realm, Lam Tu was trying his best to stop Kui Long. Hold on, don't eat them. Kui Long looked visibly dissatisfied. You said you'd keep your word, didn't you? This is the third time you've stopped me from eating, Lam Tu calmly explained. The evolution points from these little things aren't much higher than those of short-faced bears anyway. Even if you swallow them, it won't give you many points. It's not worth the evolution. Better save them for me. Let me test out that taming skill. He carefully checked each line of information provided by the system. This skill required the creature to be of a lower rank than the host's beast. The taming skill can be successfully activated by touching the beast's chin to make it my own. I should be able to use it now, right? Lam Tu recalled Kui Long from before and chuckled to himself. When I first got the taming ability, I actually wondered if there were any beasts at a lower level than this guy. Back in the present, he managed a wry smile. But it's only been an hour or two and he's already grown this much. As expected, the potential of gluttons is limitless. While Lam Tu was distracted, the mutant dogs suddenly attacked, catching him off guard. Help me out here! He saw the damage was basically non-existent and laughed, thrilled. It doesn't hurt at all, I didn't expect the projection skill to work this well. Just then the system suddenly spoke up. However, I must remind the host that the duration for the projection skill is almost up. If you don't escape the attack of the small mutant dogs before the time limit, you're going to get seriously hurt. As soon as the system finished, the projection skill was deactivated, leaving Lam Tu to take the full force of the hits. He screamed in pain. Hey, get over here and help me already. Kui Long couldn't help but laugh. I'm not coming over. I'm afraid I'll hurt your new pets. Lam Tu suddenly remembered, that's right, I'm trying to tame them. He shouted to provoke them. Come on, you three monsters, bring it on! His arm was trembling with pain, but a layer of hard scales began to cover it. The system notification chimed in quickly. Congratulations to the host for successfully taming a mutant dog. The small mutant dog's eyes lit up simultaneously. Without hesitation, it jumped off Lam Tu's hand and immediately turned to intimidate its own kind. Lam Tu broke into a cold sweat seeing this. Changing sides and biting your own kind, that's not wrong at all. He was speechless, just praising it to get by. As expected of my loyal little dog. The system notifications chimed repeatedly. Lam Tu had quickly succeeded in taming all 3 mutant dogs. Watching the scene of them dancing about Kui Long was speechless. While Lam Tu was celebrating, the system suddenly appeared to issue a warning reminder to the host. Based on the current rank of your taming skill, you can tame a total of 5 beasts. You have already tamed 4. This stopped Lam Tu cold. He immediately snapped, Oh my God, such an important piece of information. Why didn't you tell me sooner? There are only 5 spots total. Why did I waste them on 3 small mutant dogs? The system sounded confused. Well, didn't you seem to be having a lot of fun playing with them earlier? It reassured him. But the host doesn't need to worry. I, the system, have a way to solve this problem. A notification quickly popped up immediately after System Quest 3. Obtain a beast crystal to upgrade the system's beast master level to level 2. Reward beast storage space skill. After reading it, Lam Tu felt a wave of disappointment. I thought there would be some other way. Turns out it's just another system quest, and the requirement this time is to help you level up of all things. The system retorted, sounding a bit annoyed. The host doesn't know what they're missing. Upgrading the Beast Mastery skill system comes with plenty of benefits. It's not just about taming. All the skill systems you currently possess have a chance to be upgraded. Lam 2 crossed his arms, annoyed. That sounds way too easy. Do you think beast cores are easy to get to hatch that Kui dragon egg? I even used up my dad's metal. Look at it. Seeing that there was nothing else to be done in this E-rank mystic realm, Lam 2 turned to the Kui dragon. All right, it's better to return this metal to Lin Ngok before she finds out. With that said, he scooped up the mutated dog. Be good. Give me the metal. Instead of handing it over, the dog licked Lam 2's face, leaving him frantic and shouting. You guys keep it under control. The Kui dragon looked on with clear disdain. 3 of you can't even handle one. Lam 2 frowned and snapped back. Stop talking, watch how a pro does it. Oh, in a split second, the mutated dog was tossed aside and the metal went flying away with the momentum. Lam 2 quickly lunged forward to grab it, feeling stunned. He realized the metal was designed as a locket. Lam 2 couldn't help but wonder. There was a photo of his dad inside. He was deeply confused. My dad's photo? Why would it be inside Lin Ngok's metal? A series of events flashed through Lam 2's mind, his mother eating skewers Lin Ngok exploring the mystic realm. He started to guess. Could I have accidentally stumbled upon the truth about why my dad went missing? Suddenly, his phone rang. Lam 2 stared blankly at the unknown number. Who would be calling me at this hour? As soon as he answered, Lin Ngok's voice erupted from the other end, furious. Lam 2, you little brat, did you break into my house tonight and steal my metal? No. Suddenly, the phone in Lam 2's pocket vibrated. Just as he thought about it, he picked up the call. He had to hear who was calling first. A piercing voice blared from the other side. Lam 2, you little brat, did you break into my house tonight to steal my metal? Lam 2 winced at the noise. It really was Lin Ngok. He quickly tried to calm things down. President, to what are you talking about? Lam 2 thought to himself. Damn it, she already found out the metal was stolen. Lin Ngok pressed on. Stop playing dumb. You're at the A86 Mystic Realm right now, aren't you? I just got an emergency notification from the A86 Management Center. She immediately announced, 15 minutes ago, a monster reaction over 2 tons was detected in the A86 realm. Lam 2 panicked. A monster over 2 tons? Thinking back to the portal, he replied, That's right. A86 is an E-rank realm. Monsters there are usually under 1 ton, which is why it's used as a practice ground for the blood condensation stage. But monsters from 2 tons and up require at least spirit aperture stage strength to handle. It's extremely dangerous. A thought clicked in his head and Lam 2 hesitated. Wait, 10 minutes ago a monster over 2 tons? He remembered riding on the Kui dragon's back to take down the mob. The small monsters. 10 minutes ago the Kui dragon had transformed and grown massive. Thinking of the monster over 2 tons, he was speechless. Suddenly he shouted out loud. Could that 2-ton monster be the Kui dragon? Lam 2 clutched his head in disbelief. Damn it, I'm in big trouble. I was only thinking about devouring things to level up and forgot that this realm strictly monitors monster weight. He tried to calm down, thinking that the only plan now was to get out of here before things blow out of proportion. He said, That sounds really urgent, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. On the other end, Lin Ngok replied, Is that so? Well, what happens next might involve you. Do you know? The realm doesn't just have a network access control system, it also has perfect security measures. Images of the strike team and their allies flashed in his mind. Right now, the Strategic Bureau's Special Ops team has probably arrived. They're likely performing a dragnet search. The name mentioned made Lam 2's eyes widen. In fear, he whispered, The Strategic Bureau, this is a huge mess. Lin Ngok looked at the sunken ground as she spoke. Not bad, it seems you finally understand the gravity of the situation. The emergency notification has been sent out. You're on your own now. If you can manage to get your companion out of the mystic realm safely, then contact me. Then she screamed and hung up. Remember that you stole my medal. I haven't settled that score with you yet. Lam 2 had a headache. What on earth did this girl find out? He looked at his dad's photo, feeling determined. When I get the chance, I definitely have to find her and get to the bottom of all this. Afterward, Lam 2 opened the system window. But the most urgent mission right now is to escape this realm. The Kui dragon asked, What's wrong? Looking at the map, he replied, "The situation isn't looking good. Your presence has alarmed the Strategic Bureau. They're doing a dragnet search right now trying to track us down." Seeing the food on this map, Long's eyes lit up with hunger, but just as the meal was served to his door, Lam Tu smacked him on the head. The boy quickly scrambled to figure out how to escape being surrounded. "Besides, you're the one they're hunting, aren't you?" Suddenly, a small mutated dog bit onto Lam Tu's pants, wagging its tail and tugging at his leg. Lam Tu was puzzled, wondering what on earth these little creatures were doing. Watching them head over to talk to Long, he wondered to himself, can Long actually understand their cries? Long reported, "They said there's a big deep cave up ahead where we can hide." Lam Tu was skeptical. "Are we really going to hide in a cave, man?" Feeling like he was turning into a monster himself, Lam Tu checked his system while petting the small dog's head. System, can hiding in a cave really mask the spiritual energy of a monster? You're such a good boy. I'm not sure, but the monster detecting radar really didn't pick up these small mutated dogs just now. His resolve strengthened. He thought he'd only meant to test the taming skill a little, never expecting them to help him out so much in a pinch. Since there was no other way, Lam Tu gave the order, "All right, let's try it." Then they headed forward. I already felt like the terrain here was strange. "So you mean there are caves underneath all these rocks?" "They said there's an even bigger one ahead that can fit all of us." A huge hole appeared before them. "We're here." Smoke was rising from the cave. Lam Tu peered into it and judged, "This cave is big and pitch black. I really don't want to go in." A few seconds later, Long pointed into the cave and suggested, "Let me go down first. You wait here and don't go moving around." Before he could say another word, Long and the pack of small mutated dogs jumped into the cave. Lam Tu shouted, "Hey, wait for me!" They slid straight down the winding cave path. Above, Lam Tu activated the system. System, scan the cave. "Can this cave really hide the spiritual energy on a monster's body?" It replied, "Command accepted." Looking at the map, Lam Tu pondered, the cave really can dampen the spiritual energy signature. But is it enough to guarantee Long's energy is hidden? The system displayed, as the host has observed, the spiritual energy response of the beast has decreased significantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he jumped into the cave. "I have to let Long know." He told them to move deeper inside and keep an eye on the activity above. Long looked up and saw him jump down. He caught him and scolded, "I told you to stay up there. Why did you come down?" To ease the tension, Lam Tu rubbed his face and laughed sheepishly. "It's because you hadn't hidden your signature yet, so I came down to tell you that." Inside the large cave, Lam Tu noted, "This cave is so big and deep, and it can hide our spiritual energy. We're really lucky." Long replied, "You're celebrating too early." Touching the surface of the wall, Long remarked, "Look at this. These are signs of digging." Looking at the cave diagram, Lam Tu probed, "You mean to say, these large, complex caves were all dug out?" Long replied, "Yes, and the sheer width of this has me a bit worried." Observing the deep, dark cave, Long voiced his concern. "Animals wouldn't dig tunnels wider than themselves like this." He asked skeptically, "Could it be that there's some massive creature in here?" With a wary face, Lam Tu patted Long. "No way, this is an E-rank secret realm. If there really was a monster that big, then it would have already waked this cave." Glancing down, Long replied, "That's right. This cave can hide spiritual energy, which is why we came here in the first place." Suddenly, Long caught a scent. Seeing Long's reaction, Lam Tu panicked. "What's wrong?" Long was on high alert. "There's something incredible ahead." Suddenly, Long and the pack of small dogs sprinted toward the back of the cave. Lam Tu chased after them. "Where are you guys going? Don't leave me behind." As they moved forward, Lam Tu was shocked. "This is the back of the cave." A stench of fresh blood hit his nose, along with piles of bones stacked on top of each other. "What the hell is this?" Long spoke up. "Animal carcasses piled up, and there even seemed to be some fresh ones on top." Looking at his friend's eager expression, Lam Tu reminded him, "The incredible thing probably isn't just here, right? If you keep eating, this cave won't be able to hold you anymore, you know." Suddenly, the bones shook violently. Lam Tu panicked. "Why is it shaking so hard? Don't tell me this cave isn't stable and is about to collapse." Atop the pile of bones, a massive monster was chewing on the smaller carcasses. Monster revealed wind-eating beast infancy stage. General rank bloodline, 8 meters tall, 5.4 tons. Summary: an ancient divine beast recorded in the Chronicles of Strange Creatures. Personality: lazy and greedy. Extremely inactive on the surface. Prefers to relax and dig large-scale caves in humid swamp areas waiting for prey to come to its door. Suddenly, creatures began jumping down from the cave ceiling. Lam Tu looked up. What's falling now? It was the pack of mutated dogs yelping as they fell into the cave. Seeing them rolling over the bones, Lam Tu exclaimed, "Isn't this—" Seeing hateful eyes pointed at them, he shouted, "Aren't those the dogs that led the attack on us earlier?" They glared aggressively at Lam Tu and the others, growling. Assessing the situation, he guessed, "It seems they think we set a trap for them." Immediately, Guilong let out a loud roar, forcing the mutated dogs to retreat. Lam Tu added, "Wait, if they were on the run and headed here." Watching Guilong all fired up for battle, I patted his shoulder and said, Hey, now is not the time to fight." Then Lin Tu pointed ahead. "The enemy of our enemy is—" From behind, the Fengzi opened its maw wide, and in a split second it gulped down all the mutated dogs. Watching it chew them up, Lin Tu, I shivered. All right, fine, that sure is quite the meal. At that moment, I started calculating, this is too brutal. 3 mutated dogs just vanished in the blink of an eye. There's not even a chance to turn the tables. Looks like I'll have to face this thing myself. After finishing its snack, the Fengzi opened its eyes, noticed Lin Tu and his group, and charged toward them. Feeling a wave of dread, Lin Tu frowned, thinking, is this really a beast over level 5? This is terrifying. The next second, Guilong leaped out to block the Fengzi. The monster's bizarre eye locked onto Guilong, and the sheer weight behind it forced Guilong to stumble back. With everything he had, Guilong pushed the Fengzi back. Seeing Guilong trembling, Lin Tu gasped in fear. Suddenly, Guilong turned toward them and barked. Hearing that Lin Tu was confused. What does that mean? Glancing at the little puppies beside him, he thought, is Guilong talking to them? Suddenly, one of the pups bit onto Lin Tu's shirt, pulling him in the opposite direction. I was startled. Is Guilong trying to get the 3 of them away from me? Noticing Lin Tu, the Fengzi glanced over, then swiped Guilong aside. Seeing this, I braced myself and turned to warn Guilong. I yelled, forget about it! Just run inside the cave! Despite Lin Tu running for his life, the Fengzi stayed hot on his heels. Once they dashed into a narrower part of the cave, the Fengzi followed, but its massive head got stuck right at the entrance. Panting, Lin Tu caught his breath. Is it stuck? But a moment later, the Fengzi opened its huge mouth and started biting the surrounding rocks. Lin Tu's eyes widened. One bite from this monster? It can actually bite through solid rock. Seriously. On the other side, Guilong bit down on the monster, but its teeth couldn't even make a dent. Nothing at all, its teeth were still working just fine. After clearing a large enough gap, the beast squeezed through. Guilong was helpless. Its skin was too thick to bite through, not giving up. Guilong rammed his head into the beast with all his might. Well, let's try this then. Guilong began slamming his body into the Fengzi over and over. The Fengzi let out a twisted, eerie laugh. It had finally noticed Guilong, and immediately it used its head to ram Guilong, pinning him against the wall with a massive impact. Recalling the earlier marks, Lin Tu thought that last attack from Guilong, it didn't seem to leave a single scratch. How is that even possible? Remembering back, I speculated Guilong's fierce assault couldn't even break the opponent's defense. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this, even though Guilong's level is indeed lower than the Fengzi's, but it shouldn't be this one-sided, right? Suddenly something crossed my mind. Wait a minute, this kind of situation. I used to see this all the time in games. Lin Tu started analyzing. This only happens when a monster has a special defensive boost ability. You can only deal damage if you hit its weak spot. Based on the Fengzi's build, the weak spot is definitely its lower belly. Thinking that through, Lin Tu realized I have to find a way to let Guilong know. The system suddenly chimed in, host, it is past midnight. Host, do you wish to perform your daily check-in? Check-in. The screen popped up. That's right, host. You can use check-ins to gain evolution points, items, props, and even new skills. Excited, Lin Tu said, check-in, definitely check-in, do it right now. After a successful check-in, the screen scrolled rapidly. Daily check-in complete. Image Guilong firing magical energy. Reward, Fierce Breath. Guilong's exclusive ultimate skill. Fierce Breath gathers all energy within the body and fires a high-damage beam of light from the mouth. Use it wisely. This is the most powerful mouth cannon yet. Then Lin Tu looked at the Feng Qi with a sinister grin. The monster's weak point plus the fierce breath ultimate. Feng Qi, just wait until you turn into evolution points. Splash. Suddenly, a bucket of cold water was dumped right over Lin Tu's head. At the same time, the system said, "Host, wake up a little. Please read the skill description carefully." Still buzzing with excitement, I said, "Fierce Breath is Guilong's most damaging skill. The power is incomparable. But because of that, the skill requires Guilong to gather all the energy in his body. In other words, it will take a lot of time to charge up." The system displayed the reward again. Guilong's exclusive skill, Fierce Breath, gathers all energy within the body and fires a high-damage beam of light from the mouth. It has massive destructive power. You must use it wisely. "This is the most powerful mouth cannon yet." The system asked again, "Host, do you think the current situation allows for that?" Watching Guilong and the Feng Qi locked in a chaotic fight, Lin Tu muttered, "Looking at it now, it really is a bit difficult. I have to save Guilong from this disadvantageous position first." I reached up to scratch my head looking at the little mutated dogs. But right now, these three are the only monsters I can command. What can I even do with them? I need a stronger monster, at least one with half of Guilong's energy. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lin Tu's mind. Wait, half even if it's tough. You crunch the numbers while looking at your hand thinking, maybe I can pull off creating a monster with a third of the Earth Dragon's power by using myself. Lin Tu's face lights up with excitement as he checks the system. System. Since I've already checked in, does that mean my projection energy has been reset too? The system replies to his query, "That is correct. Host, you are free to use it." The system adds. Upon hearing this, Lin Tu says, "Perfect. If I use the projection energy, I can copy 30% of the Earth Dragon's stats. With this power, I can finally muster the courage to rush out and draw the Wind Pig's attention." Lin Tu recalls the details of the projection energy skill. Once activated within the monster's space, he can project onto any available monster. If I choose to fuse with that monster for a short time, I can replicate 30% of its total stats onto myself. A plan begins to form in Lin Tu's mind. Knowing the Wind Pig's weak point is its belly, he tells himself, "I just need to distract the Wind Pig for a moment and draw its attention away from the Earth Dragon, and then the Earth Dragon will have the chance to use its violent breath to hit the Wind Pig's weak point and take it down in one shot. Taking it down, that's the key to this battle, figuring out how to distract that thing for as long as possible." Lin Tu sits down and calls over the three little mutant hounds. "Hey, you three, listen to me. I've got a plan." Seeing them stare at him so intently, he realizes they actually seem to understand him, though he isn't sure to what extent. Lin Tu begins to sketch out the plan for them. "After we rush out, you two find a way to grab the Wind Pig's attention and cover for me. And you're in charge of sticking to the Earth Dragon and relaying our battle plan to him," he continues. "As for me, I'll hide in the wall crevices and aim carefully. I'll wait for the perfect moment to catch that wild boar off guard. Ha!" Lin Tu shouts, "Did you all understand?" They bark back, "Woof, woof." He whispers to himself, "These little guys. I think I can actually trust them." Suddenly, a noise from the Earth Dragon's side startles him. He looks over to see the Earth Dragon lunging at the Wind Pig, biting down hard on its nose. Furious, the Earth Dragon growls, "I'm gonna bite you to death." Having its sensitive spot bitten makes the Wind Pig flush red with pain. It shifts its feet and prepares to charge. It rams forward, sending the Earth Dragon flying into the cave ceiling. Worried, Lin Tu yells, "Earth Dragon!" He looks at the mutant hounds and orders, "Now the Earth Dragon rescue mission begins." They obey instantly. Lin Tu points at the Wind Pig. "Go!" The three hounds dash forward. With the Earth Dragon being overwhelmed, the hounds split up. Two rush in together, leaving the Wind Pig looking surprised. As they clamp down on the Wind Pig's ears, it looks up in confusion. While it's distracted, the third hound runs over to the Earth Dragon. It barks to relay the plan. The Earth Dragon gets the message. Meanwhile, the other two hounds are still tugging on the Wind Pig's ears, yapping so loudly it drives the beast crazy. The Wind Pig shakes its head violently in annoyance, causing the Earth Dragon some pain, but seeing the plan working, Lin Tu praises them. "Good job, not a waste at all. I've already reserved 3 slots on my taming list for you guys. Now watch this." He uses the Earth Dragon's strength to stealthily climb the cave wall, hauling a large rock, and shouts, "Hey, you ugly pig! Take this!" The Wind Pig turns surprised. He throws the rock and it steps back, but the rock accidentally hits the Earth Dragon square in the head with a loud thud. Lin-Tu is horrified. Oh crap, the Earth Dragon! The Earth Dragon's head is swollen and it lies flat on the ground. The Wind Pig laughs and turns toward Lin-Tu. He panics as he realizes it's heading his way. His body trembles, but he tries to stay calm. Don't be afraid. Even if I'm on my own, I still have the projection energy to back me up. The Wind Pig closes in, still snickering. Lin-Tu thinks, if I chose to explore this secret realm, I knew I'd have to fight monsters sooner or later. In a life-or-death battle, a weak mentality will be my downfall. I must stay calm. Lin-Tu tries to think practically, but that's easier said than done. These monsters are even bigger and more savage than I imagined. Just standing before them is enough to make my mind go blank. Even with the help of the projection ability, it's useless if I can't even stand my ground. Forget fighting, just turning around to run would take every ounce of courage I have. He trips while backing up, his face pale as he wonders, Dad, did you always fight monsters like these? He holds up his hand to activate his skill. Don't you dare come any closer. A beam of light erupts from beneath the ground right where the Wind Pig is standing. Lin-Tu calculates the energy has finished condensing. This spot is perfect. Seizing the moment, he whispers, now, and shouts, fire! The Wind Pig is startled, looking around in confusion. With the ground glowing beneath the Wind Pig, it looks around and realizes the Earth Dragon is gone. The Wind Pig turns to him, asking where the dragon went. Lin-Tu smiles triumphantly. Strange, isn't it? Let me tell you, you're not the only one who knows how to dig holes and set traps. He quickly jumps toward the beast's underbelly. It feels strange down there. A burst of powerful aura surges from below. In an instant, the Wind Pig is launched upward by the rising energy, smashing through the roof of the cave as it flies into the sky. The aura fades and the Wind Pig falls back down. In the distance, an observer watches it fall through binoculars and reports to their captain, Captain, we've spotted a giant object falling at 2 o'clock. It looks like a monster, sir. It's about 8 to 10 meters tall. It's highly likely that's our target. Let's go check it out. Accompanied by a violent blast of air, the longest night Lin-Tu had experienced in 18 years finally came to an end. Lin-Tu looked surprised, stammering, Is this truly the power of the most legendary mouth cannon in history? Deep down in the cave, Qilong was lying there. As Lin-Tu and the mutant dogs were finding their way down, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and patted the head of the little mutant dog, saying, Looking at this, it almost feels like a trick. If we hit the Qilong wrong, the enemy will lower their guard. We have to attract its attention. That's our only chance for the Qilong to slip underneath and launch a surprise attack. Lin-Tu acted as if he had been smug about the battle plan earlier, truly acting like a clown. Qilong sat up among the piles of bones and said, It's a pity in the end we didn't even see you attack the Fengshi. Lin-Tu was speechless. He remembered the fight with the Fengshi. It had been an incredibly difficult battle. He grew angry. What else could I have done? That was a Tier 5 monster. It was as tall as a 3-story building. When it ran, everything shook. My brain stopped working, let alone attacking. Even running away was hard. It was already a feat that I managed to summon you. Suddenly, the system interface flashed repeatedly. Ding, your Qilong has successfully devoured a mutant dog. Evolution points plus 476. Your Qilong has successfully devoured a mountain shard beast. Evolution points plus 520. Your Qilong has successfully devoured an armored bear. Evolution points plus 31. This made Lin-Tu steam with anger. Why are you eating again? Did you forget why we had to crawl into this hole in the first place? He raised his voice, continuing. The Countermeasures Bureau is out there casting a net to find us. They might be nearby already. Do you want to get us killed? But while he was busy complaining, Lin-Tu slipped and tumbled down into the cave with Qilong. He fell onto a pile of bones, face planting into the ground. Qilong just sat there calmly eating, watching Lin-Tu clutch his head. Ouch, that hurts. Suddenly, something shimmered with a blue light. Lin-Tu looked over in shock. Wait, isn't this... He leaned in to look, and even Qilong bent down to observe. Is this the legendary monster core? The system replied, correct. This is indeed a monster core. Although it is just a fragment, it is enough for the system to upgrade to level 2. Suddenly, Qilong's eyes lit up like stars. Lin-Tu realized his intention and immediately grabbed the core. This isn't for you to eat, this is for upgrading the system. System I want to upgrade. The system displayed instructions. Host, simply place the monster core into the input slot at the bottom of the screen. Lin-Tu followed these instructions and placed the core down. The system text began to absorb it. Lin Tu laughed. It's absorbing it. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations to the host. The Great Monster Overlord system has upgraded to level 2. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing System Task 3. Distributing Task Reward 10. Suddenly, a backpack slowly formed behind him. It was a complete, small, deep blue backpack. Lin Tu picked it up and asked mockingly, "So this is the monster space?" "It looks ugly, but the system warned, host, do not underestimate this backpack." It explained, "Once you enter it, you will find it contains a whole other world. You are currently passing through the gateway of the monster space. This is a spatial rift that can protect the host and hide you well." The system guided him into a place that looked like an incredibly spacious room, adding, "The main internal volume is 30 cubic meters. It can be used to store monsters and items that the host wants to keep hidden from others. From the outside, no one will ever discover it." Hearing this, Lin Tu immediately got excited. Store monsters. And no one will know. With a skill like this, why are we still staying in this cave? Saying that he snatched the leg meat Kui Long was eating. "Stop eating this. Come on, I'll take you to eat something better." A while later, not far outside the cave, Lin Tu finally found the body of the Feng Shi. Found it. This guy fell pretty far. Lin Tu saw the core on its stomach and asked, "Is something this big also a monster core?" The system answered, "That is correct. Moreover, looking at the cracks, the piece the host picked up earlier fell off from this one." Exactly. Lin Tu wondered, but wasn't it said that monster cores are supposed to grow in the monster's brain? The system replied, "Under normal circumstances, that is indeed the case. But the current situation seems quite special." The system continued, "Please, host, observe the edges of this monster core carefully." Lin Tu climbed onto the body and looked closely. The edges looked just like surgical stitches. Could it be that someone did this? But why? The system then announced, "Host, wait a moment. The Great Monster Overlord system is updating the Level 2 monster manual. This Feng Shi monster evolved a special kind of energy due to its biological habits. When they dig their dens and caves, they secrete a saliva with special ingredients. This saliva has the function of masking spiritual energy. In the ancient era, there were people who raised Feng Shi and used them as containers to collect spiritual energy to help themselves practice and level up their abilities." After hearing this, he pondered, raising Feng Shi to use as containers for practice. Kui Long poked his head out of the backpack and spoke, "Foolish humans, that's exactly what they are. They think they are the rulers of the world, trampling over other lives as they please." Lin Tu then got angry and tried to shove Kui Long back in. "Why are you everywhere? Get back in there. Without my permission, you are not allowed to come out, not even to poke your head out." He then took some time to think. The core of this issue was, who exactly dared to farm these monsters? Suddenly, the system flashed red, "Warning, warning. High-concentration spiritual energy reaction detected approaching." Lin Tu immediately said, "It must be the Countermeasures Bureau. I have to get out of here quickly," he thought, and jumped off the Feng Shi's body. However, Lin Tu hesitated, looking back at the monster core. But leaving this monster core here, it's a bit of a waste. You scramble up and try with all your might to pry that crystal out. Damn it, it's really stuck in there. You use all of Kui Long's power to try and pull it out, but it's a struggle. Before long, the sound of wheels approaches. It's the military vehicles and the task force arriving on the scene. A group of 3 moves toward the beast's body. One of them says to the captain, "This has to be it, sir." Look at the head. Yeah, this is definitely the one. The captain, whose name is Hoch Kong, steps forward and gives orders. Dai Trang, take some men and check if the beast still shows any signs of life. Curly used the scanner to sweep the surrounding area again. The remaining man replies, "Yes, sir." Lam 2, hiding behind a nearby bush, watches and whispers, "Man, this is getting dangerous." You feel relieved that you managed to pry the crystal out just in time. That was way too close. You gently open your backpack to look at what you've just harvested. Without this beast's crystal, I would have had to face the task force head-on. Just then, the system pops up. "Host, don't waste this beast's crystal." The spiritual energy inside is enough for the system to jump 3 levels. Lam 2 immediately says, "This beast crystal isn't for me, it's for Talin Ngok." He suddenly remembers the moment from earlier. "She gave me the token that let us enter the secret realm. It's only fair she gets first dibs on the loot. Besides, I don't want to owe a favor to that cunning girl." Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Captain, we've detected an intense spiritual energy spike near the beast." Lam Tu looks over and spots someone standing near the beast's body. All of a sudden, a large shadow looms over them. The beast has flipped over and woken up. The man panics, stammering, It's not dead yet." Lam Tu looks at the system and asks, "Didn't you say your breath of might was incredibly powerful? So how come it did absolutely nothing to the beast?" Kui Long, inside the backpack, yells, "Are you doubting me?" The system replies, "The breath of might is indeed incredibly powerful, but that attack just happened to hit the beast's crystal. It absorbed most of the energy, which is why the beast survived the hit." The beast starts attacking the men. Everyone screams and runs away. "Fall back, get out of here!" Hach Kang calmly adjusts his cap. Well, that was unexpected. He starts taking off his coat, his expression turning dangerous. Still, there's nothing to be afraid of. Beasts and awakened humans are just products of spiritual energy. Someone lays a cloth on a table. "Captain, keep it here so it doesn't get dirty." Hach Kang sets his coat down and looks at the cloth. It looks incredibly familiar. Lam Tu, hidden nearby, yells in frustration, "Damn it, that's my window curtain!" He remembers the fight with the short-faced bear and thinks to himself, "Great, now there's another piece of evidence for Mom to yell at me about." Hach Kang walks toward the beast, saying, "The difference is, humans use spiritual energy to evolve powers and fulfill their dreams, while beasts use it to reshape their flesh and blood." Seeing him stand alone against that massive monster, everyone worries. "Captain, be careful. The readings show that monster is at least level 5. The beast, seeing Hach Kang standing there so calmly, is also quite surprised. He begins to erupt with energy, his muscles bulging. Even among humans, there are those like me, stubborn, boring people with no dreams. By now, Hach Kang's muscles have grown twice their original size. He only knows how to use spiritual energy to reinforce his own muscles. He glares at the beast. "I'm the perfect match for you." The status screen appears, Hach Kang male 45 awakened power muscle / force type rating, a cultivation late stage spirit mansion. Seeing Hach Kang's body, mutating like that. Lam Tu is shocked. "Damn, what is that physique?" The beast looks down at him and opens its mouth, ready to bite. Hach Kang doesn't dodge. Instead, he delivers an uppercut, slamming the beast's lower jaw into its upper jaw. Blood pours out uncontrollably, and the beast's jaws seem to fuse together. His other arm tenses up, building strength. His hand, still gripping the beast's chin, yanks its head down, and he delivers a brutal chop to its neck with his other hand. The beast can't even react. Its eyes widen in terror as its neck is severed. Blood sprays everywhere. Hach Kang wiped out the beast with just one move, even decapitating it. Lam Tu, huddled in the nearby bushes, watches in total shock. Just one strike. He remembers how hard Kui Long struggled to try and defeat the beast, thinking he was able to decapitate the beast so easily, even Kui Long. An awakened human at the spirit mansion level is truly a monster. Hach Kang turns around and says, "Hey, don't hold a grudge against me." The beast lies there gasping as blood continues to flow. He continues, "Resolving a fight by following the opponent's rules is my way of showing respect. Besides, it's better than being taken out by those guys with their guns from a distance, right?" In the distance, just as he said, a whole army unit that arrived earlier is watching. Lam Tu eavesdrops on their conversation. "Report. We have scanned the surrounding area and detected no other spiritual energy signatures." Hach Kang puts his coat back on, adjusts it, and says, "All right, pack up. Tie that beast to the truck and take it back to camp." The beast's head and body are hauled away by military vehicles. Watching the silhouettes disappear, Lam Tu finally relaxes and sits down, thinking, thank goodness they confirmed the beast was the target on the warning list. A while later, he returns to the beast's lair. Kui Long and the small, mutated dog are there. He says, "Finally back to the beast's lair, no need to hide anymore." Lam Tu then holds up a leg of leftover meat in front of Kui Long. "See this? This is your reward for today's mission. You'd better eat all of it." Kui Long crosses its arms, looking uninterested. "You say, you're asking me to eat this. You try to explain the beast was taken away. This is all the leftover food it had, the boss I risked my life to kill. No matter what, I can't let this upgrade opportunity slip away." Lin Tu gave the order, and Kui Long, though reluctant, obeyed. The system notification popped up. Your Kui Long has successfully devoured a mutant. Evolution points plus 467. Lin Tu suddenly got an idea. Since this guy is eating, I can't just stand around. He saw the boy using his own backpack for an odd purpose. The system popped up and asked, "Host, what are you doing?" Lin-Tu didn't even blink as he continued stuffing bones into his backpack, replying, "I'm guessing the Quilong can't eat all of this. I'll pack it up to take back." But the system reminded him, "Host, this is a monster's lair, not a lunchbox." Even so, he continued gathering all the bones into his bag. On this side, Quilong kept eating. The system panel flashed continuously. "Your Quilong has successfully devoured a mutant. Evolution points plus 420. Your Quilong has successfully devoured an ice-crushing beetle. Evolution points plus 480. Your Quilong has successfully devoured an electric shock bear. Evolution points plus 26. A moment later, Quilong was stuffed, and the whole cave had been completely cleaned out by Lin-Tu. He wiped his sweat and checked the system panel. 32,838 evolution points had been added to his account. If I use these points for evolution, I wonder what will happen. Lin-Tu then commanded the system to use all the evolution points at once. Right after even the small mutant dogs were startled, he blurted out, "Wow, it's actually that big." Quilong successfully evolved, looking completely different from before. The information panel appeared, Quilong, status mature stage, can evolve into a dominator-level bloodline, can level up. Height, 11.8 meters. Weight, 9.6 tons. Attack methods, charging, biting, divine, dragon tail whip. Skills, devour, violent breath. Lin-Tu then grabbed his backpack and muttered to himself, all right. Since you're full, it's time to head home. We've been struggling for such a long time. I guess it must be daylight outside by now." Afterward, Quilong and the small mutant dogs crawled into his backpack. Lin-Tu had a few more thoughts, but before leaving there was one thing he had to do, although Fang is a big pig, ugly, sloppy, cunning, and greedy, and honestly quite annoying, but in this secret realm you saved us 3 times. Lin-Tu then counted the good deeds. Your cave helped us hide from the Countermeasures Bureau's control, and your monster spirit core allowed my monsters to gain space. My monsters could hide their identities. And finally, at a critical moment, you were the one who drew the Bureau's attention. If there is a next life, I hope you can live free and easy. Inside a high-level secret realm that could contain large-type monsters, time passed. Back in the beautiful city after the journey, Lin-Tu returned. He stretched and said with relief, "Finally out. Feels like I've lived through several lifetimes in just one night." Lin-Tu took out the Ling Yu medallion. "It's just a shame that I have to return it today. I wonder if there will be another chance like this. If there is, I hope to be able to swipe my own medallion." He thought of a way. "Right, I'll make an appointment with Su. Su Ling Yu, let's meet in the morning and I'll return the medallion then." With that thought, Lin-Tu took out his phone and texted Su Ling Yu, "I want to talk to you about something. I wonder if you have a time this morning." He became anxious, not knowing how to bring it up. A series of memories from the past flooded back. Lin-Tu said to himself, "I took her medallion. Sooner or later I have to return it. But admitting the medallion is with me is essentially admitting that I snuck into her house." Then he remembered something else and continued, "Besides, if she asks me what I went to the secret realm for later, she seems to know I have monsters, but I don't know how much she understands." He grabbed his head and said aloud, "This is a complete mess, a problem without a solution." Lin-Tu squatted down, clutching his head, constantly worrying. "In this situation, I can only hope for this monster spirit crystal. Hopefully after Su Ling Yu sees the spirit crystal, she'll be overjoyed." Suddenly, the phone in his hand vibrated. It was a reply from Ling Yu. "Okay, but this morning, the student council has an activity, so I'll be in the sports arena the whole time. If that works, just come to the sports arena to find me." In just a few minutes, he arrived at Tianhai City No. 1 High School. Lin-Tu. With his belongings, he held a piece of the spirit crystal and walked toward the entrance. He walked slowly, observing the place. "I'm here. This is it. This." Lin-Tu looked inside but saw no one. "But why doesn't this look like there's an activity going on?" He opened the door, looked into the sports arena, and called out, "President Su, are you here? Can you come out for a second?" But there was no one inside. He turned on the lights first. Lin-Tu was a bit confused and asked himself, "It's already daylight. Why is it still so dark in the sports arena?" Suddenly, his phone buzzed again with a message from Ling Yu. "I'm busy with something and can't come out. Just come straight in." Even though she said that Lin-Tu couldn't help but feel uneasy. This is just too strange, isn't it? It's so dark inside the sports arena. What could she be busy with? But since he had come to apologize, he figured he should just follow through. In the end, he complied and stepped inside. Lin-Tu kept looking around the room and called out again, "President Su, I'm coming in. Your big art show medallion is indeed with me. There's been a misunderstanding." But suddenly the door behind him slammed shut, making him jump. Lin-Tu's eyes widened as he looked ahead. He fearfully observed the iron bars that seemed to have been set up by someone. "What is this?" Because it was too dark to see clearly, Lin-Tu reached out to feel around. "What's going on?" Suddenly footsteps appeared on the walkway above. That mysterious woman stood on the balcony looking down, surprised. "Everything here was specially prepared for you." His words made her just give a vague smile, and as the person became clearer, she realized it was Lin Yu. With a dark, annoyed expression, she spat out, "You pervert peeping at people showering plus a metal thief." Lin-Tu immediately scrambled to explain, No, there's a misunderstanding. Just listen to me." But Lin Yu quickly used her ability to snatch it away. Realizing what she had taken, Lin-Tu was startled and looked back. Damn it, she took it! What she had taken was a piece of fabric and the metal. Lin Yu looked back and forth and said, "The stolen goods and evidence are right here. What else are you going to deny?" Only when things escalated to this misunderstanding was Lin-Tu truly scared. He thought to himself, "It's just a piece of torn curtain I used to hide Gui Long, but it's already becoming a tale and I'm about to be cornered from all sides." Lin Yu suddenly spoke, "You see it too, don't you? This gymnasium has been turned into a spider web. You definitely can't escape just like last night. So it's best to come clean for leniency." Lin-Tu was surprised and blurted out, "What?" Breaking into a sweat, he told himself, no other choice, gotta bite the bullet now. He then politely began to apologize. "Last night I took your medal without your permission." He offered the crystal stone, trying hard to convince her, "But actually I found this crystal stone last night. It's from that massive beast in the secret realm. I wanted to give it to you as an apology." But suddenly Lin Yu launched another attack, mercilessly piercing through the crystal stone with a metal rod. Lin-Tu was startled and looked up annoyed as he shouted, "Su Lin Yu, what are you doing?" Lin Yu didn't cool down and retorted, "Don't try to dodge the main issue. Tell me, how exactly did you get into my room last night? If you can get past me first." She used her power to control all the metal rods around them and warned, "Remember, no hiding anything, no lying. Otherwise, the next thing that gets smashed will be your head." This made him panic. Damn it, is that really necessary? Watching the metal rods floating and pointing at him, he thought, "I just borrowed the metal for a bit. I don't deserve to die, do I? Besides, how do you expect me to explain this?" Lin-Tu continued to wonder, should I tell her I got confirmed by a beast lord system? The system's radar led me to her house and an ancient beast carried me up. In his backpack, Gui Long and the mutated puppies were irritated by Lin Yu, anxious to be let out. Let me out to deal with her, smash her head. But Lin-Tu wouldn't let them. "Stop, this is school." Seeing Lin-Tu acting strangely as if he were autistic, Lin Yu wondered, is he talking to his backpack? Lin-Tu scratched his head, troubled, telling himself, if I let this Gui Long fight here, he'll destroy the whole school. But he couldn't think of any other way. He remembered that when he was hiding in the cave, the beast projection he used earlier today had been spent fighting the wind spirit. After talking to himself, Lin-Tu remembered one thing. Wait, the beast projection. Lin Yu was already waving her hands, preparing to control the metal rods. Looks like I can't count on him to talk. Lin-Tu immediately took the initiative, pulling out something and aiming it at her. Take this. Lin Yu was startled by the unexpected attack. A beam of light shone towards her, making her extremely dazzled. After she was stunned, the metal rods she was controlling fell down. Having lost control, he quickly dodged them. Lin-Tu pointed his finger angrily and shouted, Su Lin Yu attacking someone who hasn't awakened yet. You're really heartless. Inside, he thought, luckily I reacted fast. I suddenly remembered the beast projection tube could be used this way. Remembering that moment, he had called out to the system. System, give me the beast projection tube. However, the system replied, Host, I remind you that the Gui Long projection was used up this morning. The system added, currently only the small mutated hound projection is available. Below were the small mutated dogs barking fiercely. The information board popped up. Small mutated hound weight, 130 kilograms height, 30 centimeters grade. E. Description. Short and small, likes to live in groups. Developed fangs, strong bite force, and the temperament. He then gave up and whispered, This projection won't make my attributes drop instead of increasing, right? Lin-Tu used the beast projection and asked, How about that? Eyes accustomed to darkness surely can't handle such intense light, right? So for now. But he was still a coward at heart and turned away. He ran as fast as he could toward the door. Run! He originally just wanted to return the badge and apologize. Who knew it would turn into this situation? Forget it anyway, I've already returned the medal. The apology was given too, and the apology gift was delivered. Lin Yu held her eyes, reaching out a hand, continuing to control the situation. She thought to herself, this guy is cunning, doesn't hold back, and is deep. She recalled the image of Lin, too, being bullied, and sighed. No wonder you were bullied so badly yesterday afternoon. You could even hold back and not use your skills. Today I'm going to make you reveal your true colors. He looked hopefully toward the door while the metal rods were chasing behind him. Almost at the door. Just need to get outside. Suddenly those metal rods slammed down at the doorway like a fence. Lin too had to stop gritting his teeth and looking back. Lin Yu started using the railing. She controlled and used it like a bridge. As it slowly came down, Lin Tu panicked and said to himself, Hey, doesn't the rule say we have to protect public property? How come you're tearing it all down yesterday? You just punished the Tran Ho gang. In a flash, Lin Yu ran quickly down the bridge. He screamed in fear, Damn it, you can do that! You're a thug! Lin Nguk jumped down right as she neared the ground, slamming 4 iron bars toward him. He rolled away instinctively, barely dodging them. Lam Tu lay on the floor, scrambling back as she marched toward him, her aura raging. If you won't say how you snuck into my room last night, then I'll ask you something else. This time you'd better answer honestly, who was your accomplice and where are they now? Lam Tu was completely bewildered, thinking to himself, An accomplice. Right, she mentioned that before. When Su Lin Ngok called me, she specifically brought that up. Lin Ngok stood there and said, The emergency announcement has been delivered. You handle the rest yourself. If you can manage to get your accomplice out of the secret realm safely, then contact me. Lam Tu slowly stood up, gritting his teeth. So she wasn't actually angry at all. Whether it was about the medal being stolen or watched setting this trap was actually just to force me to summon the Kui dragon. He also remembered the moment he first stepped into this room. I knew it. To go to such lengths just to deal with me. That's too much of a spectacle. This woman was truly cunning. Lam Tu managed to get up and picked up the beast projection, frowning. I said I wouldn't let you have your way. Seeing him so stubborn. Lin Ngok grew annoyed. She intended to use the same tactic again and raised several iron bars, preparing to slam them down on him. Lam Tu finally projected the image of the mutant dog onto himself, just as Lin Ngok smashed the iron bars down. But he had already transformed into a mutant dog, leaping up and barking loudly. Seeing the strange sight, Lin Ngok cursed, Damn it, what the hell is that? With the agility of a mutant pup, Lam Tu leaped up to the second floor. Once he jumped onto the railing, he clung to the wall where some panels had been patched together. Lam Tu used all his strength to try and pry them off. At the same time, Lin Nguk controlled the iron bars to strike hard at where he was clinging. Lam Tu shouted as he jumped for the window, but it was jammed. He became furious. Damn it, why won't it open? Seeing Lin Ngok's magic formation closing in, Lam Tu gritted his teeth in panic. The urgent situation made him even more flustered. Damn it, not again. The magic formation fired a beam straight at his position. A thunderous sound boomed as Lam Tu took the hit and tumbled down from above. Lin Ngok looked at him with annoyance. So annoying. She frowned, her spirit power intensifying. The formation changed shape instantly. Lam Tu fell with a thud, crying out in pain. The backpack on his back flew off, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. He scrambled to get up, still dizzy, but before he could get his bearings, Lin Ngok's formation slammed down. A huge explosion erupted, followed by a cloud of thick dust. The transformation spell faded and Lam Tu lay limp. His head was buzzing, completely disoriented. Lin Ngok walked over, slowly snorting coldly. I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve, but this time I'll make sure. You can't escape even if you grew wings. She noticed his backpack lying not far away and suddenly moved, feeling a bit curious. Is this the backpack he was talking to earlier? Inside, the Kui dragon and a bunch of monsters were arguing with each other. Hey, do you hear that? Hurry up and get up. Let me out so I can swallow her. Just as she reached out toward the backpack, Lin Ngok thought to herself, This isn't the bag he was wearing last night. Could there be something special about it? The monsters inside shook their heads. She dismissed the speculation impossible. I already checked that pit. It was at least 2 meters deep or more. It couldn't possibly fit inside this small backpack. The spiritual forms of the Kui dragon and the monsters swarmed around Lam-Tu, urging him frantically, "Teach me! Quick, teach me!" After a moment of being unconscious, Lam-Tu stirred. "Mom, stop hitting me. I'll teach you." The Kui dragon fell silent, speechless. Lam-Tu sat up, clutching his head, bewildered. Wait, where am I?" He suddenly remembered. "Right? I was being chased by Su Lin Ngok using the mutant pup projection. Wait, the mutant pup projection didn't just decrease my strength, it seems my IQ dropped too. I remember the last thing was falling from the second floor and then..." He suddenly panicked when he saw Lin Ngok carefully observing the backpack, my backpack. Lam-Tu reached out hurriedly, his voice full of panic. "That's my backpack! Give it back! Give it back!" The girl quickly stepped back, staying out of his reach. Lin Ngok laughed provocatively. "Based on your reaction, I think I've found the exact answer. Your friend is hiding inside the bag, right?" Lam-Tu warned her in a panic. "Give the bag back. You brat, that thing inside has insane attack power. I don't have the skills to pull it back in. If you fight here, the whole school will be leveled." She turned around, putting her back to him. "If it's such a dangerous thing, then I have to open the bag and check even more. I hope you'll cooperate." Lam-Tu broke into a cold sweat. She completely didn't believe him. The zipper of the backpack was quickly pulled open. Instantly, a surge of powerful spirit energy shot out. Lin Ngok was stunned for a moment, frozen in place. What just happened? The backpack fell to the floor with a thud. Seeing the grumpy-looking mutant dogs crawling out, he clutched his head. "All right, whatever you guys want. Just be careful with the ceiling, that's all." Seeming not to realize the situation, Lin Ngok hesitated, confused. "Careful with the ceiling." Before she could finish, she saw the Kui dragon looming in front of her with a fierce expression. Lin Ngok froze, her eyes widening, as she let the monster's drool drip onto her face. After a moment of shock, she snapped out of it, jumped back, and shouted angrily, "Lam-Tu, you better start talking. What kind of thing did you bring to school?" Lam-Tu, trapped, said gloomily, "It's the Kui dragon. It's a Pangu beast, it's just in its infancy." Hearing this, Lin Ngok perked up. "A Pangu beast, you brat, you actually managed to find something top tier." He was flustered. "Damn it, you're not actually thinking of fighting it, are you?" She jumped up with excitement. "Naturally, it's not every day you get a chance to go toe-to-toe with a Pangu beast." Lam-Tu's voice turned desperate and panicked. "Don't do anything reckless. If something goes wrong, I'm not taking the blame." Lin Ngok narrowed her eyes. "You don't need to worry about me. It's just going to be a bit more intense, that's all." "I know that." The magic circle in her hands kept shifting the energy around her, growing increasingly dense. Power surged into her magical artifacts, and spiritual energy began to accumulate rapidly. Lin Ngok gave a triumphant smile as she aimed a palm strike at the Kui Long. "How about this? With this, do I have what it takes to have a decent spar with your little beast friend?" Lam-Tu gripped his wood pile tightly, his eyes wide, sweat dripping down his cheeks. He cursed in frustration. "Damn it!" he whispered to the Kui Long. "She's not an enemy, and she's not food. You are not allowed to use that devour or explosive breath or whatever that is." It wrinkled its nose and nodded. "Got it. I'll hold back a bit." Seeing this, Lin Ngok was furious. "You two are looking down on me, aren't you? Take this strike." With her magnetic iron palm, the artifacts in her hand formed a fist and flew straight at the Kui Long. Unexpectedly, it just lazily opened its mouth and let out a long yawn. Then the Kui Long spun around and used its tail to swipe horizontally, blocking the attack instantly. The magic circle shattered and hundreds of artifacts rained down from the sky like a storm. They came crashing down. Lam-Tu panicked. "Watch out! Getting hit by those pieces of scrap metal will definitely be the end of you." The beast immediately reached out to shield him. Lam-Tu let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness the Kui Long is saved." The area was suddenly cluttered with Lin Ngok's broken artifacts, and thick dust rose, obscuring his vision. He felt a bit anxious. "Hey, Lin Ngok, where are you? You didn't get crushed by the crossbeam, did you?" Just as he was about to call out, he froze. Shock was written all over his face. President To Lin Ngok, who had been sent flying by the beast's attack earlier, was now hanging off a basketball hoop. She was both angry and embarrassed, shouting, "Damn it, help me down. And another thing, those 3 little puppies, they're yours too, right? Tell them to get lost." Lam-Tu crossed his arms. "Sure, no problem, but first, since I've answered President To's questions, I hope President To will answer one of mine. Why is there a photo of my dad in your medal? What kind of relationship do you have? Dizzied from hanging, Lin Ngok snapped. You perverted little jerk. What gives you the right to look at my private stuff? Lin Ngok's voice softened slowly. Lam Tu, you know about this. 7 years ago, the Pangu beast Bamboo Dragon attacked Tianhai City. The Bamboo Dragon destroyed more than half the city. The ruins submerged in a sea of flames that day will forever be a nightmare in my mind. During that catastrophe, my mother was trapped under the rubble. She choked up slightly, the memories of that day coming back. Lin Ngok held her mother's hand, terrified. Mom, let me help you. Her mother's voice was broken. Run away quickly. Forget about me, just run, she cried loudly. No, I want to stay with Mom. Not far away. The beast roared madly, the tremors making the ground shake violently. Her mother hoarsely urged, Run! Lin Ngok gripped her tightly. If I'm not going to live, I'll die with you. A child's mind at that time could only close her eyes and pray in despair. Damn it, someone save us, save us! And then suddenly someone appeared. Really appeared. As soon as that person arrived, he unleashed a thunderquake fist. The sound of his palm strike slamming into the beast echoed loudly. A powerful shockwave blew away the dirt rocks and debris nearby. A man appeared in Lin Ngok's field of vision, his figure majestic and full of a warrior's aura. The Long Tun turned at his head and smiled at her, giving her a thumbs up. Well done. Lin Ngok, covered in tears and snot, stood frozen, her innocent eyes fixed on him. This person. He's so strong. Back in reality, she hesitated slightly. And that's how he saved me and my mother. Hearing this, Lam too was excited. I told you my dad wouldn't have run away from a fight. I never expected he'd pay that Iron Dragon back with a punch. That's so cool. Lin Ngok frowned, clenching her fists. That's right. I always hoped to land a punch like his, but I never imagined that after so many years of grueling training my fists against a beast that has just gone through its infant stage would still be so lackluster. She remembered the sparring match with the Kuailong and sighed. A single swipe of its tail had shattered the magic circle and artifacts she had trained so hard to master in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Finally, Lin Ngok broke the silence. Where does he usually stay, your house? You don't just keep him locked in that backpack all the time, do you? Lam Tu felt a bit awkward, thinking that he couldn't exactly say the beast only arrived yesterday. He mumbled a vague response. Yeah, something like that. She looked toward the Kuailong. Right, your friend. Does he want to come live at my place? That way we can spar every day. The beast glanced at her, who would be stupid enough to become her punching bag. Not giving up Lin Ngok tempted it. Oh, I forgot to mention my house is inside a secret realm. There's as much space as you want and all the food you could ever eat. As soon as it heard that the Kuailong did a 180-degree turn, jumping up. I want it. I want it. Lam Tu, standing behind, was so angry he stomped his feet. Hey, don't you go trying to seduce my beast right in front of its owner. Lin Ngok laughed sheepishly. Sorry, I almost forgot about you. Actually, I welcome you to come over too. He paused, looking blank, pointing a finger at himself. You welcome me too. What is that supposed to mean? Not knowing where her thoughts were wandering, Lam Tu felt guilty. He coughed a few times quickly, trying to change the subject. Lam Tu asked about his father's situation. So what happened after that? My dad and the Bamboo Dragon? Lin Ngok looked downcast. Sorry, I don't know what happened after that. My mother and I were rescued by others from the Countermeasures Bureau. However, because her injuries were too severe, my mother passed away shortly after, and I was later adopted by my current father. When my dad took me to the Bureau of Strategy and Tactics to accept a flag of honor, that was when I first learned his name was Lam Long Ton, and I also heard some unpleasant rumors. Lam Tu suddenly remembered a few things he had heard before weighing on his heart. He scoffed at those rumors. Wait, that's not right. According to Tu Lin Ngok's memories, many people at the Bureau of Strategy and Tactics witnessed his father's battle with Truk Long with their own eyes. Then why do these malicious rumors about his father still persist? Seeing him dazed, Lin Ngok called out, What are you thinking about? Don't space out. What comes next is the main point. The main point of why I wanted to call you here today. I didn't know Uncle Lam's whereabouts and could only return to the ruins of my house to remember him, But then I discovered something in the rubble, she whispered to herself. This is the medal of great art that Uncle Lamb used to wear. Could it be that something happened to him? No way, that's impossible, he was so strong. Lam Tu suddenly became tense and pressed. So was there anything else at the scene? Right at that moment, the system sent a warning. Warning, beast radar detected suspicious spiritual energy reaction around the host. He was startled. Another red alert. Lin Ngok reached into her bag to look for something. So today, I originally wanted to give you this Lam Tu. He urgently signaled her to stop. Wait, something seems wrong. The system opened the beast radar. Looking closely at the screen, he felt a bit annoyed. The dot representing the suspicious spiritual energy is only as small as a mutant puppy. The system is really making a mountain out of a molehill these days. Wait, based on the radar position, could this guy have entered the arena already? It's behind me right now. The system confirmed. Correct, the target is behind the host, but it has cloaked itself so the host cannot see it, yet it cannot escape. The system's divine eyes. I have analyzed the target beast for the host evil eye. It was a split-body type beast, a hermaphroditic creature that exchanges information through spiritual energy waves. 3 mutant dogs suddenly began to growl and bark incessantly. Lam Tu realized they could seemingly perceive the existence of the evil eye. Right, they have acute hearing. He chuckled inwardly. Evil eye, you've met your match this time. Lam Tu gestured and ordered, My hounds, catch its scent and drag it out here for me. Lin Ngok stood to the side, confused. Lam Tu, what is going on? He signaled with his hand. A cloaked pest has entered the arena. You watch. As he said this, Lam Tu suddenly realized something. Right, didn't he have someone beside him who shouted about a heavenly net every single day? How could he have forgotten her? He immediately suggested, Chairwoman, to please create a trap at the 4 corners of the arena right now, 1 3-meter-high iron cage in each corner with the sides open. Lin Ngok's jaw dropped. Although she didn't understand the full story, she followed his instructions. Pointing at the cage, Lam Tu gave the order, Drive the evil eye into the cage quickly. The 3 mutant dogs rushed forward. When he saw them stop, he shouted, Now close the cages! A loud thud echoed as the cage doors slammed shut with absolute precision. The evil eye materialized. One of the mutant dogs jumped up and snapped at its wing. Lam Tu was surprised. This beast looks just like a camera lens. The information on the screen confirmed it. In fact, it wasn't just the appearance. Its functions were very similar. The 2 bodies of the evil eye, after splitting, used a type of spiritual energy wave to exchange information. This type of wave can even penetrate the barriers of secret realms. Therefore, in some places, this beast is truly used as a tool for eavesdropping and spying through those barriers. Lam Tu frowned. This means someone is spying on us. And it just so happens that it appeared right when we were talking about my father's medal. Is it really just a coincidence? He sneered. However, since you've used a beast to monitor a beast lord like me, no matter who you are, you're just asking for trouble. Lin Ngok took out her phone and opened the camera. So this is the evil eye, huh? I'll take a photo first. I've seen it in my dad's books before, but I've never seen one alive. Once done, she sent the photo to her friends list. Help me out, everyone. Does anyone know what this thing below is? Right, and I'll tag Dad, too. Not even 5 seconds later, her phone rang incessantly. Lin Ngok said happily. As expected, the call came through so fast. Wait a second. Dad, yes, that's it. Don't ask why. I caught it just to investigate who sent it. Lam Tu stared blankly at the charm hanging on her phone case. In his heart, he couldn't help but exclaim, that keychain. Is it also a gift from Dad? Dad could sew such an ugly puppet. Then he remembered when he was little, his dad once sewed a stuffed animal for him while coaxing, Look at how strong and brave this monster is. How magnificent Dad gives it to you, hoping that no matter what difficulties you face, you will move forward just like it without fear. Thinking of this, Lam Tu's eyes turned cold. Dad, look, I am now a monster tamer far more powerful than that beast. System, how many slots are left for my taming skill? The message came through. After leveling up the host's taming skill, you can hold 7 beasts. There are currently 3 slots remaining. After a long phone conversation, Lin Ngok hesitated and confirmed, Is it really that difficult? On the other end of the line, the explanation came. First, you need to precisely locate the source of the spiritual energy wave, then capture the 10 spiritual energy wave frequencies it releases. then proceed to analyze and process them. She turned to him and whispered, "It seems there's no other way. Although theoretically it might be possible, in practice the operation is very complex and the success rate is extremely high." Lam-Tu grinned, hugging the evil eye in his hands. "It's fine, I've already done it." At the same time, at a remote base in the middle of the forest, the silhouette of Kalavika flickered. As soon as she entered the room, she reported, "Professor, the Bureau of Strategy and Tactics sent word. It's here, but the core has already been stolen by someone else." Professor Tiet's voice rang out. "Anyway, why do you care so much about this? It's not like we're only pointing out this one thing. Come here and take a look at this. See if you recognize it." Kalavika spread her wings wide on the windowsill and flew down. As soon as she saw the devil dragon on the screen, she gasped in shock. "This monster is monster." The report indicated that the original entity, the evil eye, appeared this morning. The eye was sent into the A86 secret realm and lost contact. This is the last thing sent back a sound that can't be detected. The monster the Countermeasure Bureau is observing is definitely this one. But no matter how you look at it, it already weighs 10 tons. Unless the Countermeasure Bureau is stupid enough to get this crucial information wrong. Then that means this monster went from a few tons to this size in just one night. Kalavika's eyes widened. "How is that possible?" She turned back to her test subject and softly counted 1, 2, 3, 4. One of the monster's single-eyed tentacles was immediately plucked off by the report's subject. That tentacle quickly transformed into 4 or 5 evil eyes. The subject ordered, "Go get close to that monster. I want to study every aspect of it." Suddenly the big screen flickered, and Lin-Tu's image appeared. Kalavika was stunned. "Professor, look, the evil eye. It's female. Look, It automatically connected to a holographic call." Your voice rang out, hesitant and curious. "It seems like it can actually connect, huh?" Ling Yu whispered. Worried, "Lin-Tu, stop messing around. Be careful, you'll get yourself killed." Staring fixedly at the subject, and Kalavika, Lin-Tu looked puzzled. Is this a cosplay convention?" Kalavika was agitated. "A break-in, but how? This screen is connected to a monster." You said coldly, "You're the two who sent the evil eye to spy on us, right?" The subject chuckled. "The evil eye? You mean the original entity, the eye of evil? It's under your control now, not a bad talent." Lin-Tu pointed at him and warned, "Don't change the subject. Why are you spying on us?" The subject calmly suggested, "Actually, I just want to make a deal with you." You were momentarily confused and had no interest, so you frowned. "What kind of deal?" He displayed an image of the devil dragon. "I hope you can bring this monster here, so I can harvest some genes from it." Pointing at himself, Lin-Tu couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You want to harvest genes from it on what grounds?" The subject pulled up another image. You froze. "This is," he explained. "More than 4,000 nautical miles from Heaven Sea City, there is an island called Deep Abyss Island. These are images sent back 64 years ago by survivors from the Human Parliament's Scientific Expedition Team. That monster alone was able to wipe out all 3 scientific expedition teams. To get information about it, I conducted exploration and research on Deep Abyss Island for 12 years. I finally discovered that it disappeared from the island 25 years ago. But who would have thought that now I would find an identical monster in Heaven Sea City?" Lin-Tu compared the image of the devil dragon with that of the other beast for a while, then was stunned. "It's exactly the same." You hesitated. The subject watched your reaction, the corners of his mouth curling up. A flash of smugness crossed his face as he feigned a friendly tone. "My lifelong goal for research is to build a monster paradise. For that reason, I have collected 10,000 different types of monsters. But these collections of mine are nothing compared to the monsters you have. I only collect genes. I won't let you suffer any losses. Furthermore, if you are willing, I can provide some fascinating information as a reward." Lin-Tu thought to himself, those monsters like the one on Fengxi all have monster crystals embedded in their bodies. Is that also used to absorb spiritual energy? Disgusting, this guy feels like one big parasite. You said in a low voice, "What kind of information are you going to provide?" Ling Yu, standing beside you, suddenly felt uneasy and whispered to you. The subject pulled up a photo of your father. "I know your name is Lin-Tu. I also know you're looking for the whereabouts of your father, Lin Longzun. And I happen to have some crucial information regarding Lin Longzun. The monster on Deep Abyss Island disappeared without a trace 25 years ago. That was also 25 years ago, the time your father moved to Heaven Sea City, and also 25 years ago, the time you coincidentally obtained a monster identical to the one on the island. Don't you think these things are more than just coincidences? All of this points toward Deep Abyss Island. He alternated between temptation and threats, and I happen to have the files on the expedition to Deep Abyss Island from 25 years ago. So do you want to cooperate? After hearing this, Lintu fell silent. You thought to yourself, all of this. I really can't just be explained by coincidence. But seeing your increasingly dark expression, Ling Yu panicked. Lintu, don't get tricked. I just remembered who he is. He is the subject originally a genius in biochemistry and monster studies. However, because he participated in some forbidden research like human body modification, gene editing, monster breeding, and many other things, he was put on a wanted list by the Countermeasure Bureau. The system displayed his information, subject 40 years old, Awakening Power Surgery School. Strength rating, S rank, cultivation realm, spirit aperture realm. Seeing that you didn't reply, she was so anxious she gave Lintu a shove. Lintu chuckled to reassure her. No need to tell me. I won't cooperate with this hateful old man. Besides, since I can already use it to spy, don't bother telling me. I'm not about to cooperate with that detestable old geezer, especially since I can just steal it. Why on earth would I even need to negotiate with him? Lin Ngok was stunned. Steal. Lam 2. She nodded, then coldly ordered, Giant Eye numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 move out. She silently calculated, this guy should only have one of those base units in his hands, right? It should be the eye, right? Before he could even react, the data unit in his hand was snatched away by some invisible force. It shot toward the door like it had a rocket strapped to its rear. Kalavika was bewildered. What just happened? She immediately took off in pursuit. Professor Teet, we've been tricked. I don't know what kind of trick that brat pulled to control the female units in the lab, but right now all 4 of the units you just selected are under his control. Teet clicked his tongue in disdain. What are you afraid of? He pressed the button in his hand. The evil eye's only eye. Suddenly the pupil bulged to the limit, crimson veins pulsing across it, and then with a loud pop, the evil eye's body instantly shattered into pieces. Tumuk. The female entity spoke in a cold voice, contradicting how much better things were being handled on Lam 2's side. The evil eye suddenly writhed in agony, and the signal on the screen began to scramble violently. Are you worried, Dainanyi? What's wrong with you? Hugging it to his chest. Lam 2 shouted in anger. What did you do to Dainan, you bastard? Tumuk thought to himself. Dainan, the female specimen of the evil eye. That sounds so unnatural, he replied nonchalantly. You can entice my beasts to rebel, yet you don't know how I manipulate them. What I awakened is a surgery-type esper ability from the mystic arts capable of cutting or grafting any body part of an animal at will. That is why I used this ability to graft a crystal core containing a microchip into the beast's body. I can use this chip to remotely control the crystal core to absorb the beast's spiritual energy. I can control their growth or convert the spiritual energy inside the crystal into electric currents to punish the beasts that don't obey. Tumuk struck the evil eye he was experimenting on. Or like now make the crystal release all of its energy in an instant. Have you ever seen a balloon blown up so tight it explodes? Looking at the evil eye, trembling in pain. Lam 2 couldn't take it anymore and roared, Stop it right now! Tumuk gave a sinister laugh. Want me to stop? It's easy. Why don't you just give up your control over it? Wouldn't that be better? Lam 2 furrowed his brows, helplessness and confusion flickering in his eyes. But I only know how to tame them. I don't know how to give them back. The evil eye's eye bulged even larger, its body shaking uncontrollably. Tumuk's voice echoed, How about it? Think about it again. Do you want to cooperate with me or not? You still have a little bit of time left before this traitor breathes its last right here. He lifted his foot and crushed an evil eye. If the spiritual energy wave is severed, you won't be able to respond, nor will you be able to give any more orders to the evil eyes here. Tumuk suddenly laughed gleefully. Without the spiritual energy transmitted by the female, the males will immediately revert to their true forms. Kalavika chased the evil eye that stole the memory nest relentlessly. Where do you think you're going? Think. Lam 2 relaxed his body and lowered his voice. Fine. I get it. I've considered your proposal. He paused, took a deep breath, and then firmly declared, I refuse. Even if I spend my whole life without finding my father, I will never cooperate with a freak like you, damn it. I doesn't even see the beasts as living beings. Lin Ngok whispered suspiciously. Are the beasts human? Lam 2 leaned his face close to the screen. Forget about Qin Long's jealousy. I'm not giving Dainan Ni back to you either. Lin Ngok hurriedly tried to stop him. Lam 2, calm down. This is just a 3D hologram. Lambda was so furious he almost crawled into the screen. I have to give him a piece of my mind. If I can't, spitting in his face would be fine too. Seeing the two of them arguing, Quinlong curiously approached, and mimicking Lam Tu's posture, growled in a threatening manner. Lin Ngok and Lam Tu were momentarily stunned. "Quinlong, what are you doing?" It stared intently at Tumuk, making him slightly startled. Kalavika panicked, her species instinct making her tremble involuntarily. "Damn it, what the hell is that?" Kalavika whispered to herself. "Is this the beast from the extreme abyss island that the professor has been obsessing over?" Even knowing it was an illusion, she still felt terrified. Quinlong spoke in a cold voice. "You are that stupid monkey who dares to trample on lives as you please, right? Daring to treat beasts like toys." After calming down, Tumuk seemed excited. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. It's no wonder you're the super beast I've been hunting for the past 12 years. He raised his hand toward the screen, taunting, "What, you want to bite me? Come on then." It glared with contempt. "No one wants to eat a disgusting creature like you. However, I will show you what the wrath of a beast is." Quinlong let out a thunderous roar. Even through the screen, Tumuk and Kalavika had to cover their ears and tremble. On Lam Tu's side, it didn't seem much better. The beast's angry roar echoed on and on. Lam Tu covered his ears, panicking. "Quinlong, stop roaring. You're behind a screen. Your anger is useless." Linagok suddenly shouted, "No, Lam Tu, look at this." Tumuk, hearing this, became even more excited. "This tall, powerful body. This majestic roar like a king's. It's absolutely perfect." Just then, behind him, a beast in a test tube suddenly stirred and slowly opened its eyes. Following that, the others began to wake up as well. Lamta was secretly shocked. Is that beast responding to Quinlong's roar? One call, 100 responses. Could this be the summoning of the Beast King? Lin Ngok reminded him. Can't you see it? That is the function of the spiritual energy. Quinlong is using the evil eye's spiritual energy wave to transmit a massive amount of energy to the other side. Lam Tu suddenly realized, that's right. The male evil eyes and the main body use spiritual energy waves to transmit messages to each other so they can withstand the energy. Watching the evil eye on Tumuk's side stretching its tentacles to break the chains on its body. Lin Ngok concluded, the weak beasts in the laboratory are receiving the spiritual energy from Quinlong, which is why their spirits are revitalized. The beast in the test tube suddenly went berserk and cracks began to appear on the glass as it struck it. Meanwhile, Tumuk was still marveling to think he could actually come up with a method like this, as expected of such a beast. I watched as that monster persistently fought to break free from its restraints. Cracks started to appear and water began to leak out in increasing amounts. Then a massive explosion rang out as the container cracked wide open. It was finally free. Its terrifying roar made the hair on the back of one's neck stand up. Kalavika just looked up, her eyes widening in horror, her pupils shrinking, and she screamed, "Professor Tai, look out!" Space shimmered as something flashed by at incredible speed. Blood sprayed everywhere. In the heat of the moment, Kalavika lunged to grab Tai, but it was too late. One half of his body remained trapped in the monster's jaws. Lintu was left stunned by the scene. Suddenly, a hand reached out and gently covered his eyes while Ling Yu whispered, "This isn't something you should be watching." She gave an order on his behalf. "Great Eye number 3, leave that place immediately. Come to us." Lintu gave a soft laugh and reminded her. Hearing her instructions, the system sent the radar location data to Great Eye number 3. It gripped the data drive tightly and happily flapped its wings, flying out alongside the escaping pack of monsters. The evil eye looked back, following it with its gaze until it vanished from sight. The tentacles were still frantically tearing away at the restraints. Soon it too was freed. Finally, it could be at ease, looking at the wreckage. Kalavika spoke up. "I'm sorry, Professor Tai. The female evil eye got away with the storage devices. What should we do now? Should we go after them?" Titmu remained calm. "No need to worry. Once they've been targeted, they won't be able to escape. I already have a plan." Kalavika bowed her head, apologizing. "Professor Tai, it was all my momentary negligence that caused the monster you spent so many years cultivating and collecting to—" Taimu cut her off. "I don't blame you." He was heavily injured, yet his face showed no sign of pain. He reached a hand out toward the corner of the room where the severed half of his body lay motionless. Taimu commanded, "Come here." The larvae remaining on his body stirred and began to wiggle incessantly upon hearing his voice. The first one broke out of its cocoon looking bizarre and hideous. Then came the second, the third, and the fourth. More and more appeared, all swarming toward him. The larvae quickly merged into the missing parts of Tiemu's body. Watching his body regenerate, he said in a light tone, "This is nothing. We have successfully obtained the intelligence regarding the beast from the polar abyss. Compared to that beast, the ones we cultivated previously were at best just experimental subjects." Hearing this, Kalavika gave a cold huff. Very quickly, Tiemu's body was fully restored. "I'm done here, come in," Kalavika asked, feeling puzzled. "But Professor Tai, that brat also stole the research files you spent years gathering on the polar abyss," he replied. "Let him have them. It's a good thing. Those files are like bait. They can lure that brat in so he doesn't slip out of our sight. Besides, the polar abyss is currently not a place one can reach easily through human effort alone." At the same time, Lintu's panicked voice rang out, "Gilong, Gilong, Gilong, what's wrong with you?" Seeing his bonded beast lying motionless on the ground, he was so worried he didn't know what to do. Linto quickly opened the system interface. "Gilong, what is happening?" The system remained silent. Not even a single notification appeared. He groaned, "Useless system. It always acts up at the most critical moments." Turning to Ling Yu, Lintu frantically begged for help. "President Su, please come help me take a look. He ended up like this right after our conversation finished. Could it be that Taimugai did something again?" Ling Yu observed carefully and then informed him, "Gilong's situation is likely unrelated to Tiemu. This is a symptom of spiritual energy asphyxiation." Lintu was confused for a moment, so he instinctively repeated, "Spiritual energy asphyxiation." She nodded. "Exactly." Lintu flopped down, pouting, and leaned in close to Gilong. "If that's the case, then I guess I have no choice but to do this mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." Ling Yu helplessly slapped her forehead. "Stop that, I said. Spiritual energy asphyxiation, not regular asphyxiation. Spiritual energy asphyxiation occurs when an awakened individual uses a large amount of their ability on the surface of the blue planet. If the consumed spiritual energy is not replenished in time, it results in symptoms similar to suffocation. This is because the spiritual energy on the surface of the blue planet is extremely thin and unstable, unable to provide the necessary replenishment. Furthermore, the pressure a beast must endure in this regard is even greater than that of an awakened human, as their entire body is composed of a mixture of flesh, blood, and spiritual energy. Even their normal physiological functions depend on spiritual energy to be maintained. Therefore, Gilong's roar earlier was essentially an act of self-destruction. Think of it like performing strenuous exercise while suffering from altitude sickness." Linto stood up, feeling embarrassed. "I had no idea about any of this." Ling Yu assessed the situation. It seemed he couldn't perceive the existence of spiritual energy at all. She furrowed her brows in thought, then reached a conclusion. "However, that dragon definitely knew, yet he did it anyway." Linto was stunned. "He knew and did it anyway. Gilong, you took such a risk." Ling Yu reassured him. "You don't need to worry too much, though. Thankfully, the current situation isn't too serious." She took out a small bottle. "It just so happens I have some preventative medicine here. This medicine suppresses the excitement of the spiritual channels in the body, helping the spiritual energy to retract and condense. You can take this and try giving it to Gilong." He took it and poured it into Gilong's mouth. "Thank you." Lintu felt conflicted in his heart, having been helped by her consistently since yesterday. He can't perceive spiritual energy, so he probably hasn't awakened his ability yet. What on earth did this kid actually receive? Outside the window, a large eye suddenly appeared. It peeked inside timidly. It turned out to be the evil eye. After confirming, it slipped inside without hesitation. Ling Yu saw it and felt happy. "It's the female evil eye, she's back." She took the data drive from it. "Look at this. The USB with the data on the polar abyss is also safely in our hands. We won big this time." The two evil eyes hugged each other tightly. Although they couldn't speak, their actions showed how much they cared for each other. Lintu counted over and over, then hesitated and confirmed, "There are only these two." Remembering how they were being chased by Kalavika, he wondered suspiciously, "Did the other two meet with disaster?" Lingok didn't answer. Her focus was entirely on the data drive. "We can call this a huge total victory, right?" Lintu took it. "What kind of victory is this? It's just stealing stuff while people aren't looking, then running away. Plus, the losses were severe." After saying that, he let go of the USB drive. It fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. A harsh, grating sound filled the air. Lin Ngok was shocked. "Lintu, what are you doing?" "This is data we worked so hard to get." Don't you want to uncover the truth about why your father disappeared? Linto's expression darkened. Getting away with it this time was just luck. That guy isn't the type to die so easily. As someone who deals with beasts, I can guarantee that. He will definitely show up again. Who knows if this USB data was just bait for a trap he set? He stared at his palm and spoke bluntly. If it wasn't for this situation today, and if it were a direct confrontation or something even more dangerous, we wouldn't have a chance of winning. I can't drag my beast into such danger. They have truly entrusted their lives to me. They're willing to sacrifice everything to complete the mission, so I have an obligation to protect them well. Lintu gently stroked Guilong. As for these documents, I can collect them myself once I'm strong enough. Lin Ngok stood there thinking to herself, did this kid get stimulated by something last night? Just yesterday afternoon he was acting like a total pushover, only good for talk. As she searched through her bag, she muttered to herself, he might actually be worth keeping an eye on now. Wait a second, Lintu, check this out. When Lintu turned back, she held out a piece of paper. He took it, and before he could even read it properly, his eyes widened. Is this? Have you become so narcissistic that you're handing out posters of yourself everywhere? She didn't take offense and kindly explained, this is a promotional poster for the Grand Arts Association membership qualification test. It lists all the criteria for participating. Are you willing to fight side by side with us in the Sing Sing secret realm? Lin Ngok suggested seriously. Think about it. Sign up for the Grand Arts Association membership qualification test. Whatever your future plans are, you definitely won't be able to avoid the secret realms. Getting a badge will make things very convenient. The exam for this quarter is next month, so there's still plenty of time to prepare. How about it? Lintu pondered. The Grand Arts Association badge is definitely tempting, but unfortunately, I'm still not an awakened. Suddenly, his collar was yanked up. Guilong frowned. He's taking the test. I've decided for him. Lintu shouted in alarm. Damn it, Guilong, don't just go making decisions for me. It looked at him with disdain. From the start, you've been all, I'm scared of this and I'm scared of that. Scared of what? Whoever stands in my way, I'll just swallow them whole. He struggled. It's not that simple. Besides, it looks like you're literally smoking right now. Guilong, rarely flustered, looked around with wide eyes, confused about what was happening. Lintu worried, the smoke is getting worse. Quick, lie down and get some rest. President Tu, what's wrong with Guilong? Lin Ngok explained, it's the medicine kicking in. The spiritual energy inside Guilong is condensing. Seeing Guilong shrinking, Lintu panicked. To Lin Ngok, did you give me the Apex 4869 shrinking drug? 2 months later, in the heat of midday, Lintu's scream could have woken up the whole building because he was so anxious he wouldn't stop talking. The results for the first subject of the Grand Arts Association qualification exam come out today. I'm so nervous I could die. Just then, Lintu remembered something and asked, speaking of which, Guilong, have we received the notification for the results yet? But seeing it wouldn't answer, Lintu got annoyed. Hey, Guilong, I'm talking to you. What's wrong with you? In his heart, he thought, so that's how it is. Just then, Guilong finally turned not to answer, but to ask, let me borrow your phone. I need to look something up. This made Lintu suspicious. Looking something up. Lintu kept wondering. It had been 2 months. Could it be that he still hasn't given up on the extreme abyss island? Meanwhile, Guilong was muttering while searching, so that's how it is. Then there's only one way. Seeing its serious expression, Lintu became curious. What on earth had this little guy discovered? Guilong was extremely focused. Fighting them. But when he leaned in closer, he realized there were no documents at all, which made Lintu furious. Big brother, aren't you just playing a game? But the very next second, he got sucked into it too. A moment later, when Guilong lost, Lintu let out a frustrated sigh. Of course, you died in one hit. The moment Guilong let a comment slip in his anger, this is the 26th time we've lost. Lintu blew a fuse and yelled, don't tell me you've been glued to this game all morning. Seeing it breathe fire onto the phone, Lintu could only hold his head and scream, if you can't win, don't take it out on my phone. Yet Guilong gave a thumbs up and started bragging. Let it see the true power of the explosive earth breath. I am using battle simulation to calibrate the combat tactics of my explosive earth breath, which only made him angrier. That's a pretty high-level excuse, isn't it? Finally, Lintu couldn't take it anymore and lunged to grab it. What the hell kind of tough act are you putting on? Give me my phone back. In that critical moment, rapid footsteps echoed in the hallway. She kicked the door open and barked, Lintu, you little brat! Why are you bullying poor little Gilong for no reason? Lintu could only ask helplessly, Mom, can't you knock before coming into my room? Hearing that, she curled her lip in contempt. Knock, I'm not here to see you. She placed a giant platter of meat skewers in front of Guilong. Come on, don't pay any attention to that jerk. The skewers I'm grilling right now are actually making Lam Tu incredibly frustrated. Man, this is just too unfair. My dear boy, you haven't had a single thing to eat since this morning, but she still doesn't care about her own son. What do you mean? Unfair. It's not like I'm saying that Gilong is in a growth phase, so he needs to eat something nutritious, right? But she still has a shred of conscience left giving him a little food. Why don't you just take 2 skewers and a slice of bread to tide you over? We'll have lunch in a bit. Perhaps it had happened too many times, so Lam Tu was a bit suspicious. Before he could even ask what was for lunch, she replied nonchalantly, There's still some leftover food from last night. Put it in the oven to heat it up for yourself, Lamb. To munched on his bread as miserably as some TikToker while asking why he had to eat leftover bread and scraps while her son got to eat meat. She didn't hold back either, snapping right back, Well, why don't you tell me why the Guilong next door is lying there studying every day while you only know how to laze around in bed? Hearing this, Lam Tu reached his breaking point. Damn it, he was just lost in a game, all right. But Gilong was one step ahead. He acted so well that she fell for it completely. Look at that, he's lazy himself and even puts others down. Lam Tu grew more and more shocked, asking, Damn it, since when was their synchronization rate that high? But reflecting on it, he felt so moved he almost teared up. At first he was worried his mom wouldn't accept Guilong, but he never expected that he would be the one treated like a gift with purchase. Seeing this, she bluntly shut down his emotions. Stop trying to play the victim. Tell me, how did your exam go this time? When asked about his results, Lam Tu recounted that they said the scores would be released in the morning, but it was already past 10 o'clock. He still hadn't received a call, but unexpectedly this made his mom furious. Every word felt like a blow to Lam Tu's heart. Look at you. You suddenly said you wanted to take this exam and I supported you. You know our family's situation. I emptied out everything we had just to pay your registration fee. That was the money I saved for your future to buy a house and get married. If you fail, you can just look forward to being alone for the rest of your life. At that same moment, a frantic knocking at the door made all 3 of them freeze. Thinking about who it could be, it turned out to be Lin Gok kicking the door open. Is Lam Tu home? The results for the first subject are out. I've been calling you all morning and you didn't answer, so I had to run over here to tell you. Seeing this, Lam Tu immediately knew who the culprit was. What's going on? It wasn't you who turned off my phone, was it? Just by looking at the calm expression Gilong was trying to put on, he was certain it was that guy. Then Lam Tu remembered what Gilong had declared earlier. Didn't you say, let me worry about the exam, I'll take care of anything else? At that time, he had been truly fooled. Damn, he even thought the guy was reliable and was moved for a second, but now he just wanted to beat Guilong up. You are a total fraud. It got to the point where his mom had to intervene. We have a guest here. How dare you act like that? You little brat, you've got some nerve, huh? Then the door slammed shut, leaving Lin Ngok wondering if she had come at a bad time. After handling both of them, she raised her voice. You two can't even handle a small matter. But the very next second, her attitude changed faster than the price of gold, and she walked out. Open the door for her. Isn't this to Lin Ngok? Every time she attended parent-teacher meetings, she would see her up on stage giving speeches. Facing this scene, Lin Ngok was a bit intimidated, wiping sweat from her forehead. Auntie, you're at home too. Aren't you going to the skewer shop today? She replied with a bright smile. Today isn't the day the results come out. Once she sat down at the table, she quickly brought up the topic. I've invested years of savings into this brat's registration. I'm dying to hear how this kid did on his exam. Ling Ngok understood that worry and reassured her. Auntie Lam Tu did quite well. He passed the first subject with the top score. Hearing that, she playfully gave Lam Tu a hard smack. That's my boy. But is this top score? However, she quickly realized something wasn't right. Are you sure he's going to get into the guild? Why do you all look so unhappy? At this moment, Lin Ngok's voice became much more serious. The first subject was a written exam just testing basic knowledge about secret realms and monsters. The real difficulty is in the next 2 subjects. She explained in detail. The second subject tests physical fitness. The passing rate is less than 10% each year. The third subject is a practical combat test, and the content changes every year. Often the whole squad gets wiped out. She listened very intently, holding her breath for what was next. Seeing her mother's anxious expression, Lam Tu reassured her, Mom, don't worry. Your son will definitely be able to pass. His eyes were filled with determination. Even though I didn't awaken an ability, I have other skills. Besides, this time is different from the awakening ceremony. I will be fully and thoroughly prepared. Hearing this, Lin Ngok was somewhat relieved and Gilong was incredibly supportive. Right after that, she finally got to the point, "Auntie, the reason I rushed over here today is actually because of this." Lin Ngok felt a bit more at ease and Quilong was fully on board, so she finally got down to business. "Auntie, the truth is the reason I rushed over here today is because of this." Lin Ngok seriously expressed her hope that her aunt would allow Lam Tu to stay at her place for a month of intensive training before the exam, a statement that left everyone in visible shock. "Chairwoman, to this is a bit too sudden, isn't it? I mean, I still have to pack my things at least. Pack what my son doesn't really have anything. The two of you should at least have a meal before you go." After Lam Tu and Quilong left, she let out a long sigh. My, how quickly the little bird leaves the nest, while staring at a table full of delicious food, all of his favorite dishes. She had originally planned to surprise him to celebrate, but now she would have to eat alone. Though she grumbled, she was actually enjoying the peace. This kid, no wonder he suddenly told me he wanted to join that association exam or whatever. So that was his plan all along, killing two birds with one stone. He's actually quite capable. At the same time, Lam Tu followed her, feeling confused. "Chairwoman, to where is this? Didn't you say it was your house?" "Standing before a skyscraper," Lin Ngok calmly replied. "That's right, this is my home." Before he could ask if her father was the legendary Doctor to the Genius, who was famous for his research on monsters, while Quilong was already getting excited, Lin Ngok explained that this towering, imposing building was actually the Monster Research Center. Dr. Lam Tu couldn't help but ask, "Your house is in the research center?" Lin Ngok quickly clarified, "No, to be precise, the entrance is inside a secret realm which is located in the basement parking garage of the research center." Lam Tu cursed in surprise. "You mean to tell me your house is actually inside a secret realm?" Lin Ngok just spoke as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "My father usually conducts monster research here, like observing behavior, physiology, and biochemistry, so it's quite convenient being in a secret realm." But the more he heard, the paler Lam Tu became. This didn't feel like a matter of convenience anymore. At that moment, she remembered something. "Don't you know how one person can freely control an entire secret realm?" Lin Ngok explained everything she knew. Most countries around the world follow the principle that if it's unclaimed, the first one to occupy it keeps it. As for the secret realms in Huakuk, the task of exploring and developing them is the responsibility of the Grand Arts Association, so the Grand Arts Association holds all rights and usage privileges for the majority of the country's secret realms. Plus, she added, maintaining them is too costly in terms of manpower and resources, so the association rents out some of the safe and stable ones. For example, the A86 secret realm you visited was rented by the Policy Bureau to provide a place for blood condensation realm cultivators to train. The renter only needs to be a member of the Grand Arts Association. As they walked inside, Lin Ngok summarized, "So as long as you pass the association's exam, you'll also be eligible to rent your own secret realm." This made Lam Tu's eyes widen as he asked again, "My own secret realm?" In his mind, he was already imagining the wonderful possibilities. He could let Long Titch the dogs and Big Eye out to live happily together. Lam Tu couldn't hide his excitement. He felt this was the treatment a true monster lord deserved. Lam Tu had another question. "But don't you find it weird having to pass through an office building every time you go home?" Lin Ngok replied, "Not at all. Actually, there's another direct exit." A short while later, she led him to a room. "We're just stopping by to pick up a friend." Lin Ngok pointed to it and said, "After 2 months of treatment, your evil eye has fully recovered. You can take it with you now." Seeing it, Lam Tu froze. "This is..." Right after that, it opened its glistening eyes to look at him. Seeing this, Lam Tu couldn't hide his joy. "Mommy Big Eye, you're alive." But as he leaned in to observe closer, he muttered, "Wait, you're not Mommy Big Eye. You're Big Eye number 1, aren't you?" he asked, and it nodded in confirmation. "Are number 2 and number 3 here too?" Lin Ngok looked on, puzzled. "How could you possibly tell them apart?" Lam Tu curiously asked. "Chairwoman, to what's going on? Why did Big Eye number 1 turn into Mommy Big Eye?" She explained, "It's cute that you named them each, but they have actually merged back together. This is their complete life form." Lin Ngok immediately launched into a lecture. The so-called male forms are actually just predatory organs that can detach from the main body and operate independently. However, when the female form suffers severe damage, a new one can be generated. This is what a complete evil eye looks like. Hearing this, Lam Tu realized, so that's how it is. No wonder he felt like he had tamed the whole evil eye just by touching the chin of a male form. Lin Gok just smiled apologetically. Sorry for letting you worry for nothing. Though the way you swore to protect that monster was actually pretty cool. Lam Tu felt helpless. Big sister, so you were watching the whole time. I didn't press further and put his things down. Regardless, they were finally reunited. Just then someone called her and Lin Gok said, "You wait here for a moment, I need to take this call." While Lam Tu was left alone, a voice exclaimed from behind, "A cute little dragon." He turned to see who it was. Thienki walked in, her eyes sparkling. "Brother, are you an awakened one? How do you have so many cute monsters with you? That's so cool." Seeing Thienki, Lam Tu was suspicious. Where did this kid come from? The girl quickly approached, chattering non-stop. What a rare opportunity. So cool. The moment Thienki saw Lam Tu, he was suspicious. Where did this kid come from? The young girl quickly approached, chatting away non-stop, knowing this was a rare opportunity. "Can we shake hands?" Lam Tu thought she wanted to shake his hand, so he eagerly replied, "Sure, go ahead." But Thienki just said, "Thanks, big brother. I've never shaken hands with a beast before. I'm not washing my hand after this." Lam Tu's mood went up and down. He was happy for nothing. It turns out she wasn't talking to him but to the kneeling creature. Lung also reached out, but his eyes were wary. Just as their hands touched, it seemed like a normal handshake, but Quilong immediately showed a look of shock as he realized something. Seeing Quilong's strained expression, Lam Tu immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Meanwhile, the creature's arm was completely stuck. It couldn't move or pull back. Seeing this, he suspiciously asked if this was some kind of special ability. Thienki replied calmly, "You overestimate me, it's just a little trick." The girl explained softly, "This is called 8 Extremes Fist, a martial arts style that excels at borrowing force to strike force." At the same time, her grip tightened even more, making it impossible for Quilong to budge. The more force his held-down arm exerted, the more pressure his body had to endure. It even had to grit its teeth in shock. So heavy. Meanwhile, Thienki's sharp gaze didn't seem ready to let go. At this moment, Quilong's pupils dilated as he saw the girl perform a move. With just a very gentle amount of force, Thienki sent it flying away. Afterward, she explained lightly, "How does it feel to be thrown by your own strength?" This scene stunned Lam Tu. Even though Quilong had taken to Lin Ngok's medicine and wasn't as heavy as before, even so, Quilong's strength was still immense. How could it be tossed away so easily? But as soon as he stood up, Quilong tried to rush forward with a crafty trick, trying to beat her. Seeing this, Thienki remained calm. "I'm not that naive." Then the girl explained that it was because he and his master were standing too close, creating a gap for her to slip in. But right after that, Thienki pulled a small bomb from her backpack and slammed it onto the ground, causing smoke to billow everywhere. Before Quilong could react in the thick smoke, it seemed unable to do anything but roar. This time, Thienki's target wasn't Quilong, but him. In a flash, her sharp blade was just a hair's breadth from Lam Tu's throat. Realizing he had been ambushed with such incredible speed, all he could say was, "Damn it." Then Thienki spoke up. "Many awakened ones love to use flashy moves to intimidate their opponents just to show off. If you want to make an opponent feel a life-threatening, a simple fruit knife is enough. No need for a grand performance." Her voice remained completely calm. When a person senses a life-threatening danger, they instinctively clutch at any straw to survive. Hand it over. Right then, Lam Tu couldn't help but ask, "Who on earth are you?" But Thienki kept that terrifyingly calm attitude. "Relax if I really wanted to. Kill you, I would have had 4 chances since you walked through the door." Only when Lam Tu handed over the item in his hand did Thienki lower her weapon. "That's right, now you're being a good boy." She spun it in her hand and evaluated it in a soft voice. "The ability that boosts your power in an instant. The one sister, to specifically mentioned, is based on this right. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the coach sister, hired to be in charge of your special training. Call me Huang Thienki." "Sister? What sister? She's only 7 years older than me." "What's with the acting young?" Just then, Lin Ngok finished her call and returned. "Looks like I don't need to introduce you two anymore." As she introduced them, Thienki made a face that was incredibly punchable. "Lam Tu, this is the training partner I specifically found for you to prepare for this exam." Additionally, Lin Ngok added that she had participated in the Grand Art Association certification exam 10 times in a row, so she was very experienced. But the girl wasn't satisfied with that. How are you introducing me? It sounds like I failed 10 times in a row. As soon as Lam-Tu asked suspiciously, isn't that the case? Thien-Kai seemed about to snap and shouted, of course not. What I'm doing is improving my actual combat experience. Practice makes perfect. Immediately after, the girl pointed at Lam-Tu and asked, Sister Tu, is this the dark horse you have such high hopes for? This guy is completely useless, whether it's reaction time or combat experience. Suddenly, Kuai Long, who was nearby, couldn't help but roar in frustration. Seeing this, Thien-Kai acted incredibly provocative. Hey, little beast, do you want a revenge match? You think I'm scared? And right after that, it was like a sad play. Thien-Kai played both roles by herself. Your big beast brother wants to eat people, do you even care? Scared now. Which made Lam-Tu helpless. Sister to the training partner you found is not reliable at all. Witnessing this scene, Linganok's face darkened. You two, that's enough. Then without hesitation she gave Lam-Tu a whack. You getting infected by her too, Fuang Thien-Kai, be serious for once. I brought you here not for you to slack off. But after being scolded, the girl still wasn't afraid and said, it's because this guy is too weak. I really have no interest in him. Standing beside him, he couldn't help but yield. I should be the one saying that. I don't want someone who's failed the exam 10 times to be my sparring partner, Lin Nagok said, completely frustrated with both of them. Right after that, she spoke up since things were already like this. Let's make a bet, she thought to herself. Luckily, I'm already prepared. Lin Ngok had come up with a way for Thien-Kai to make Lam-Tu admit defeat and beg for mercy. She took out a bag of sparkling gems to convince him, saying all these beast core fragments were hers, and as if waiting for exactly that, Thien-Kai's eyes lit up like car headlights. I want... She looked over at the jewels again, thinking to herself that Sister To was way too generous betting on this kid, while Lam-Tu was feeling a bit hesitant, thinking this looks like... But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ngok immediately cut him off. That's right. You shear the wool from the sheep. This is the piece you brought back from the A86 secret realm, right? Even so, Lam-Tu was still extremely skeptical. But do beast core fragments smashed into such small pieces even have any value? Hearing that, Thien-Kai immediately retorted, you aren't confusing beast cores with diamonds, are you? The bigger it is, the more valuable it is. And as if afraid he didn't understand, Thien-Kai explained thoroughly, in the Nirvana era, beast cores are like coal mines or oil fields. They are used for many types of industrial machinery and weapons, so their value is only related to their purity, not their size. At this point, Lam-Tu couldn't help but ask Sister To, so you smashed this pile of beast cores because you knew that? Lin Ngok replied nonchalantly. What's given to me is mine to do with as I please. Then she stood arms akimbo and said, but if you can't make him admit defeat, then you have to design a detailed special training program for him. But right then, Thien-Kai pointed at Quilong with suspicion. Is this guy participating too? Lin Ngok explained, Quilong isn't participating, so you only need to make Lam-Tu admit defeat. But this made the girl unable to hold back. She teased Sister. To how much do you have to dote on him to offer conditions like that? Admit defeat. As long as he stays stubborn and won't give up, I don't dare do anything to him then. Thien-Kai offered another suggestion. How about this? This is his reinforcement gear. It just so happens to be in my hands no matter what method he uses. As long as he can take this back, we'll consider him the winner. How about that? Hearing this, Lam-Tu also had to nod in admiration. Just a moment ago, Quilong was thrown aside by this girl with her speed and strength. There's surely no way to get close to her, but Quilong still didn't want to give up and shouted, fight me. But he was immediately blocked by Lin Ngok. No, you can't get on the stage. She didn't hesitate to analyze with your build and weight. Just being at the competition venue would cause a scene, so no matter who is participating, you are not allowed to join. Hearing that, Lam-Tu's eyes lit up as if he had just had an epiphany. No matter who is participating, you are not allowed to join. There seemed to be a hidden meaning in that sentence. That's right, even if Quilong can't participate, I still have other little friends in my backpack on this side. Thien-Kai kept on being competitive. Is this kid always this worried? Lin Ngok confirmed right. This is his unique style of thinking and conversing, not wanting to waste a second. Lam-Tu took off his outer coat and got into a fighting stance. All right, let's do as you said. Who's afraid of whom? But Thien-Kai even raised her voice to lecture him. Hey kid, do you think I'm some kidnapper holding a knife? Why are you using women's self-defense techniques? I don't need a knife to deal with you. Then the girl quickly put the knife away in her pocket. The very next second, they both lunged forward, neither willing to back down. Throwing both his coat and his bag forward, Lam-Tu shouted, take this! But to Thien-Kai, this was nothing, just a distraction, and she quickly caught the coat before it fell on her. But not only that, his bag was also flying toward her at high speed. Just as she caught them, she showed her contempt for Lam Tu. Haven't you thought this through? This simple parabolic motion, no matter how many times you throw, it's nothing difficult for me. But right before her eyes was just an empty spot, which made Tianqi extremely confused. That's not the person. At the same time, inside the bag, Lam Tu threw something had moved, seeing a few dogs rush out. Tianqi panicked. Damn it! There are dogs hidden in the bag. But she quickly swiped them away, playing a bait-and-switch game. Huh? This kid has some ideas. But trying to contain me with just 3 dogs, that seems a bit too belittling. Let me give you a ladle of this stew. On this side, Lam Tu laughed triumphantly because he had achieved his goal. Actually, I'm inside your bag right now. This is the moment I've been waiting for, while Tianqi couldn't believe her eyes at this technique. Damn it, is this a bag or Doraemon's magic pocket? Lam Tu lunged to grab the item from Tianqi's hand. This is the moment I've been waiting for, hand over the projector. The girl screamed in chaos, determined not to give it up. Hey, how did you fit yourself into such a small bag? Tianqi's hand, in a moment of distraction, loosened its grip. Lam Tu took the opportunity to grab the item, got it. Tianqi quickly snatched it back. Damn you, daring to tease me! The girl lunged without any restraint. Tianqi used her hand to grab Lam Tu's collar, but sensed something wrong. Lam Tu's body suddenly glows as he prepares to transform. The light blinds the girl, and as he shifts into battle mode, he lunges forward to pin Tianqi to the ground. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, completely unexpected. He gloated, I've won this gamble. Tianqi kept a calm expression, though her voice wavered slightly. So that's how it is, huh? Constant tricks and emergency reactions, all worthy of praise. Lam Tu chuckled mockingly. Time to be honest now, little girl. Let's see who really wasted their money registering for this. I'm warning you, I can't threaten you with a fruit knife anymore, can I not, with this tactical armor? Even mutant dog teeth can't bite through this? Tianqi replied with a scornful laugh. So you're confident just because you changed your body, little girl. She played dirty, kicking him right in the groin. How about this, then? The blow made Lam Tu go pale with agony. He clutched his crotch and screamed, Are you trying to kill me? Tianqi gleefully landed a few more hits to his face. Want to test the power of my love taps? Lam Tu was both furious and in pain, but his body wouldn't budge. Damn it, I won't let you get away with this. Kuai-Long and Lin-Ngok watched helpless as the force of the blows sent him reeling. Lam Tu was so angry his face turned red, tears and snot running down his face. Damn you. After recovering, he decided to take his revenge. This time I'll show you what I'm made of, take this. Tianqi got ready to counter. Oh, that's right. Actually, the reason I came to find you besides that is because you and I are the same. We aren't awakeners. Lam Tu was stunned by her words. Not an awakener. He launched a strike that shattered the wall but missed Tianqi. She stared back at him, her face full of provocation. He questioned her. If you're not an awakener, why didn't you say so sooner? I almost went all out on you. It's not too late to say it now, is it? Wait, isn't that wrong? Lin-Ngok was shocked by Lam Tu's punch. This punch is no less powerful than the last one. At the very least, it's got the force of the spirit aperture realm. Lam Tu was trembling with rage. Tianqi stood on her tiptoes, taunting him. Why are you shaking so much? Are you scared? Do you think I'm not an awakener? And so you wouldn't dare throw that punch at me, would you? Tianqi continued to provoke him. If a punch like that hit a normal flesh and blood body, it would definitely shatter bones and leave blood splattered everywhere. But you're wrong. Lam Tu laughed loudly. Damn, you've got some guts. Tianqi clarified, no. I meant that even the vast majority of awakeners would end up like that if they took a hit like that. Tianqi said in a serious tone. Understand what's so strange about that? Didn't I tell you from the beginning? If you want an opponent to feel their life is being threatened, a fruit knife is more than enough. The strength of an awakener might be much greater, but they still can't escape the limitations of a mortal body. Lam Tu gradually understood the point. So, this punch could never be thrown at a real person. He fell silent. Tianqi smiled gently at Lam Tu before leaving. Before she left, she had a few final words for him. I lost this round, but I'll put together a special training plan for you, just as we agreed. First, since you've proven you're qualified, I won't hide it anymore. I am actually a member of the Great Arts Association. Lam Tu laughed. Didn't you take the Great Arts Association's entrance exam 10 times in a row? I forgot to mention I was there as an assistant proctor. The scene shifts to a different setting with beautiful, fresh nature. Tianqi and Kuai-Long sat in a cable car enjoying the view, looking around. Lin-Ngok sighed helplessly. Fuang Tianqi, isn't this your first time coming to my house? Why are you pretending to be as curious as a kid? And hey, can I ask you a question? Do you really have no awakening ability? Tianqi explained. That's right. I promise I don't have a single bit of power. That's why I can guarantee my special training plan will definitely get you through the exam of the Great Arts Association. The girl explained the structure of the exam. The qualification exam for the Great Arts Association has 3 parts: a written test, a physical test, and a practical combat test. As long as your total score across the 3 tests meets the standard, you get the qualification. It's not like the awakening ceremonies. None of the 3 tests include a superpower detection check. Lam Tu asked curiously. Then why did you say it's not easy for even an awakener to get a medal from the association? The girl explained, of course that's because of the 3rd part, the practical combat. Only 10 people pass the qualification exam for the Tianhai City Great Arts Association each time. But the number of participants is over 100, and most of these 100 are awakeners. You can imagine how brutal the eliminations in the first round of combat are. But there are over 100 participants, and most of them are awakened. You can just imagine how brutal the eliminations in the first round of real combat will be. It's going to be absolutely cutthroat. Lam Tu discussed the upcoming tournament seriously. I figured if I can win the actual combat test, I'll be able to pass safely. But that practical exam sounds incredibly tough, doesn't it? They say the format changes every year, Tenki said with a sinister grin. But no matter how it changes, the essence remains the same. At the end of the day, the primary goal is elimination, so we just need to boost our strength quickly during this period and go out of our way to eliminate all the other participants. Wouldn't that be okay? Ling Yu chirped up, delighted. That's right. How could I not have thought of that based on the punch Lam Tu showed off earlier? Taking out the other participants within 15 minutes shouldn't be a problem at all. But Tenki countered, sis, you're looking at this too simply. For this guy, that's hopeless. Why ask him yourself if he'd dare use his fists to greet someone else? Lam Tu, fueled by high determination, said, to earn my spot in the Grand Arts Tournament I can. Tenki interrupted. Can what, kid? I'm rooting for you. Struggling with your own inner conflict is useless. It'll just become an unstable element in our tactical plan. So I won't force you to hit people with those fists. Don't worry. The young girl smiled brightly to boost his spirits. The whole point of this special training is to help you. You need to find a way to take the opponent out of the fight quickly without causing serious injury. The 4 of them were riding a cable car over a beautiful river. Suddenly, Lam Tu got a system alert, warning beast radar detecting strong spiritual energy responses nearby. No way, seriously. Hey, bad news, something's not right. It feels like something with a really strong spiritual signature is heading our way. Tenki just joked casually, perfect timing, a beast is coming and here we are sitting ducks inside this thing. Hey, big sister, can you even see the bright side of this? Ling Yu also remained calm. Relax, don't worry. Even though this is a C-rank secret realm, it has full security measures. Both sides of the cable line have ultrasonic emitters to scare off aerial beasts, so it's perfectly safe. Most of what you're sensing are probably just little lobsters down in the lake assigned to guard the place. Lam Tu looked outside. Little lobsters guarding the place. Below were some very arrogant-looking lobsters. They actually look like they'd taste pretty good. Kuailong and Lam Tu started drooling at the thought. Have you gone crazy with hunger? Can you actually eat those things? Both of them started imagining lobster dishes. Kuailong couldn't help but crave them, and suddenly his body started growing larger. What is this? Ling Yu panicked. Lam Tu, stop Kuailong. He's in a state of excitement and is absorbing the spiritual energy from the air like a madman. If this keeps up, I'm afraid that... Kuailong went berserk, wanting to eat. Tenki was even more thrilled. Long, you're puffing up like a balloon. This is so fun. Wait, did the medicine wear off already? No, this is a secret realm with abundant spiritual energy. Even if the medicine wears off, the energy in his body is condensing, and as long as he stays excited, Long can still pull a steady stream of spiritual energy from the air. Inside the cable car, everyone was screaming in a panic. If this keeps up, the cable car won't hold and we're going to fall, aren't we? It's all your fault for talking about tasty food in front of a glutton I want to eat. Look, the balloon Long is so pretty. Because Kuailong grew so large, the car couldn't hold him. Hey, this thing carries a maximum of 6 people. How much does Kuailong weigh? 9.6 tons. Damn it, he's 20 times over the limit. There was no way they weren't falling. The pulley system overloaded, jumped the tracks, and plummeted toward the sea. Everyone panicked except for Tianqi, who was enjoying it. We're actually falling. If not for Kuailong, we might have been saved. Man, this jump is so exciting. Kuai broke the cage and jumped out. Ling Yu used her power to hold the cable car steady to lessen the impact of hitting the water so they wouldn't get hurt. Lam Tu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we're still alive. Don't celebrate too soon. This is a cable car, not a boat. Water is pouring in, it's already up to my ankles. And there are little fish and crabs in here too. Ling Yu quickly coordinated the situation. Hurry, I'll hold the car steady, you two go first. After Lam Tu and Tenki climbed onto the roof, they pulled Ling Yu up. The three stood on the roof, but the car was sinking fast. Suddenly behind Lam Tu, a giant lobster appeared. Lam Tu panicked. That huge lobster, a Leviathan lobster adult form, general rank bloodline, 6 meters tall weighing 4.9 tons, a quick profile. Its eyes are the size of balls. Its mouth is like a wash basin. It has jagged gear-like teeth and its front claws have terrifying crushing power. It was an extremely fearsome underwater predator. It attacked the group, but Tianqi pulled Lam Tu away just in time to dodge. The beast's claw grabbed the cable car. Then the car was crushed to pieces. What kind of god-defying combo is this? It can even crush a cable car. Ling Yu is in danger. This is bad this time. Tu Lingok is empty-handed. She's the closest to it, and although she swore she wouldn't use this move again, it's her only option. The mutated puppy projection. Suddenly, Tianqi and Lam Tu arrive to help. Hurry, get over here, it's just like that one time. Grab hold of Lin Gok Kid, stop muttering. Tianqi pulls her onto Lam Tu's back. Lam Tu, let's move now. Lam Tu kicks into high gear, sprinting across the water. The evil eye warns him, watch out, that lobster just dove underwater, it's tracking you from right beneath. It's locking onto its target now. It breaches the surface and fires a strike straight at them. The group panics. The attack is coming. Dive underwater quick. The lobster can spit water. That lobster king is intense. The group dives deep to dodge only to discover something else, a massive entity. Lin Ngok signals the others. A giant beast is preparing to swallow them whole. The Kuai opens its jaws wide and the three are swept inside by the force of the water. The Kuai quickly flicks its tongue, curling around them. Danger, don't move, Lin Ngok asks in shock. Is that the Kuai speaking? Lam Tu is bewildered. Where is it? All three scream in terror as the tongue drags them in. It shuts its mouth and swims forward. Scene shift to Thientai's house. He's sitting motionless in a chair. Earlier, Lin Ngok had beamed, Dad, can I take 2 classmates here for special training? Thientai anxiously checks his watch. He thought they'd be here by noon, but it's nearly dark. With a heavy heart, he looks up at the darkening sky. Sunset is coming. I hope nothing happened to them. Back at the lake, the Kuai has swum to the base of a towering pillar. It quickly surfaces and opens its mouth. The three inside finally catch their breath. They almost suffocated. Thientai reaches out to hand sister to hurry, come up here. The Kuai speaks up. Lam Tu run. Take everyone and go first. He snaps back. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Lam Tu turns and sees Tianqi stripping off her outer jacket. Hey, what are you doing? The girl calmly explains. We're in serious danger. We need to be light on our feet. Seeing dozens of weapons falling out of Tianqi's gear, Lam Tu is stunned. Sister, did you bring an entire armory with you? She excitedly lists them off. Just some small self-defense tools, daggers, firearms, blowpipes with poison. Underwater, the monster is closing in. The Kuai panics. Hurry, Lam Tu, quick. He hauls the 2 girls onto his back and climbs with supernatural speed. The Kuai shouts generously, nice work, leave the rest to me. It plunges back into the water, lunging straight at the lobster Leviathan. The lobster waves its massive claws frantically. The Kuai hasn't surfaced yet. It circles the lobster, creating a massive whirlpool. Even though the compound eyes of an arthropod have a wide range of vision, they can't see as clearly as vertebrates. Its eyes are darting around in confusion. The lobster's vision is blurred, and now it's even more disoriented. Spotting the opening, the Kuai suddenly strikes from behind, biting hard into the lobster Leviathan's body. However, the tough shell makes the Kuai teeth ache instantly. Suddenly, it remembers the steamed lobster that Lam Tu had mentioned earlier. The Kuai gathers energy in its throat, unleashing its violent breath to roast the lobster directly. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying monster has become a delicious meal. It falls to the ground and is completely logged out. Battle over the Kuai returns to pick the 3 of them up. Tiankai praises it. Your cannon blast was so useful. 1 blast and it's perfectly roasted. I'm starving. Lam Tu sighs in relief. Finally, I've turned back to normal. Feeling his mind clear up, it smells so good. The Quailong glances toward the source of the delicious smoky aroma. When they arrive, they see the lobster leviathan cooked to a perfect red. All three of them have their eyes lit up, drooling. The Quailong wonders, but how are we supposed to eat this? Lamtu speaks while grabbing tools from Thienki's stash. Let me handle it. I've eaten more small lobsters than I can count. If it's not 10,000, it's at least 8,000. He chatters away, stripping the shell in one go. A moment later, the shell is completely removed, leaving only the fresh, succulent meat. The Quailong eats while exclaiming, "This giant lobster is so fragrant." While focused on eating, Thienki suddenly realizes something. She excitedly reveals, "I've figured out how you can pass the exam quickly. Why not use your electricity instead of relying purely on brute force? That way you don't even need to penetrate the enemy's body to paralyze their muscles instantly." Lin Ngok adds, "That's right. It's just like your dad's lightning fist." Lam Tu looks at his own hand expectantly. "Just like my dad's." Back to Thien Tai's house. The moon is high now. He looks out, deeply anxious. It's already dark. Just then the front door gently opens. Lin Ngok leads everyone inside. We're home. A while later, they're gathered around the dining table. She says excitedly, "Everyone try my cooking while it's still hot." Thienki pours the wine. "Come on, drink up, tomorrow is the special training." Lam Tu looks at her suspiciously. "Why does that sound like you're sending me off to my funeral? What are you planning now?" Thienki reassures him. "Don't be scared, it's not that hard. I've already thought it through. This month of special training will involve you capturing a dragon snake." He teases her. "Before you say that, maybe wipe the lobster crumbs off the corner of your mouth first." Thienkai remains unfazed. "Don't underestimate this dragon snake. Just considering the elasticity of its body, it can outperform the average awakened person. You just need a way to make it lose its ability to move. For example, just snapping off 2 legs like this. Snap, and it's all over." Lin Chu could only laugh awkwardly. Sis saying something like that out loud really sends chills down my spine. Ling Yu stepped forward to remind him. Lin Chu, quit teasing her. Time is short and the mission is tough. Just say what's on your mind. He looked blankly at her, wondering what she meant, while Tianqi just chuckled. Fine, fine. Big Sister To just loved to coddle him. The girl excitedly continued, "Isn't it because you're resisting the idea of smashing someone to bits with a single punch? After all, those shrimp shells are too thick to punch through. It's the perfect way for you to practice the thunder shock fist." Lin Shu looked confused. "But how are you even supposed to throw a thunder shock fist?" The girl explained nonchalantly. "Practice the fist first and it'll eventually come to you. Practice makes perfect. Nothing beats steady hard work." He questioned her, "Don't you think there's a good chance I'll end up dead under a shrimp's claw before I even master the punch?" At night, the house returned to a quiet stillness. Lin Shu muttered to himself, "Special training coach my foot. Not reliable at all. As expected, when it really matters, you have to rely on yourself." He slowly lowered his transformed hands to the ground and started doing push-ups to train his physical strength, feeling the tremors. The Kui dragon, who was fast asleep, looked baffled. The ground was cracking. Was it an earthquake? It opened its eyes and demanded, "What kind of stunt are you pulling in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Lin Chu repeated Tenki's words. "I'm practicing the thunder shock fist. You don't get it? Practice makes perfect, nothing beats steady work." The Kui dragon judged him bluntly. "Do you really think just because you have a big belly, you can breathe fire? And if you have thick arms, you can just throw a thunder shock fist? That is so naive." Lin Shu asked helplessly. "Then tell me, what am I supposed to do? Nobody taught me anything." The Kui dragon hinted, "Use your brain. Think about how you use those beast projections." Lin Shu started to ponder how to use them. "Is that how it works?" He began to recall those moments from before. "I wanted to smell things in the air, so I projected your sense of smell. I wanted to attack a mutant dog, so I projected your dragon claws." The Kui dragon nodded with eyes closed. "Exactly. The projection is just for you to borrow the attributes. My system copy has nothing to do with your own abilities." Lin Shu exclaimed excitedly, "Does that mean I can actually project your thunder energy too?" "That's right. It's just that you don't know how to control the thunder energy." It took on a condescending tone again. "So finally figured out who you need to beg now." I immediately switched to flattery. "Please teach me." The Kai dragon walked out the door and said, "I didn't even want to deal with you in the first place. Come on out." In the house, Ling Yu wondered, are you really going to let Lin Chu go catch shrimp? He's basically walking straight into his own death. Tianqi mocked, "You're so worried about him. Why don't you just keep him in your mouth?" Ling Yu said sternly. "I'm not kidding with you. It's just that his father mastered the Thunder Shock Fist, so he knows it too. Isn't that a bit too casual?" The girl reassured her. Don't worry. That guy was born a princess. He's got more than just you spoiling him." Tianqi added, "Don't you hear that loud noise coming from downstairs?" Hearing that, Ling Yu looked out. What were Lin Shu and that little kui dragon doing? I'm going down to check. Down on the lawn, the kui dragon was surprisingly instructing Lin Shu. It made him get down on his knees and coldly reminded him, "Crawl properly on the ground. Focus your attention and condense your body's strength to a single point." He complained helplessly, "This posture is so weird." Seeing this, Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Is this what happens when you're scared of the shrimp and try to practice?" The kui dragon glared, "Ready yet? The ritual to awaken the thunder energy begins now. Thunder, grant me your power." With that, it kicked Lin Shu hard on the rear. He looked at his smoking bottom and questioned, "What are you doing?" "You're definitely doing this wrong, aren't you?" The kui dragon corrected him nonchalantly. "Don't mess around, keep crawling. The ritual isn't over yet." He yelled angrily, "Any way you look at it, this is completely unreliable." It suddenly lashed its tail against his bottom while chanting, "Bless my fist heavy as 5 thunder strikes." The kui dragon asked excitedly, "How about that? Feel anything yet?" Lin Shu was about to explode. "I only feel like you're scamming me." Just then Ling Yu spoke up, "No, I can feel it. There really is spiritual energy condensing in your body." Lin Shu suspected, "You two are in this together, aren't you?" The kui dragon patiently explained, "Try to feel it carefully. To control thunder energy, you need to focus your mind. Feel the energy in your body, let it flow through your limbs and bones and gather it all to one point." Lin Shu looked at his fingertips. He said, "Like this. It seems I really can feel a stream of heat in my body. Did my dad learn it like this too?" Ling Yu felt confused. No way. Before he could react, the kui dragon covered his mouth. "Don't you dare spit it out. That's the explosive breath." It carefully reminded him, "Focus your mind, guide the energy, and move it to your hands." While talking, the kui dragon called out to Ling Yu, "I have to hold this kid down. You come over and give me a hand." She quickly stepped forward. "All right." Ling Ngok reached out and summoned the Bashozen fan. She gripped it tight and lunged forward with immense force. Lam Tu stared, trembling all over. Lin Ngok didn't hesitate. She fanned it once, sending him flying straight into the water. She looked slightly flustered. "Oops! I used too much power. I accidentally blew him away," Quilong said excitedly. No, it's effective. Look at the movement speed underwater." Lin Ngok marveled. "He's swimming so fast." She grew instinctively worried. "This isn't good. It's very dangerous in that water." Quilong quickly dived into the water. "It's fine, I'll follow him." Lam Tu's arm now looked exactly like Quilong's, and dragon scales had appeared on his face as well. Seeing his current form, Lam Tu gasped, "This energy constantly overflowing in this body. Lam Tu was surprised. Following Quilong's advice, he focused his mind and tried to feel it. He didn't expect to actually be able to sense a powerful surge of energy flowing through his limbs and bones. Could this be the true Quilong projection? Before, it seemed like only parts of his body were being strengthened in this state. His strength, speed, and all physical attributes had clearly increased. He could even breathe directly underwater. He had found the Leviathan lobster himself. His eyes gleamed with excitement. "Maybe I really can defeat the lobster with my bare hands." As soon as he saw him, it opened its mouth and gathered an attack, releasing a powerful blast. Lam Tu calmly dodged. "Even facing a large monster like this lobster, I can now stay calm and handle it," he thought to himself while moving quickly. Is it really true that high skill brings boldness, or is my judgment? Maybe it's not entirely due to the change in strength. Before, the mutated dog projection also felt similar. My personality and way of thinking seemed to be influenced as well. Lam Tu smiled in satisfaction. As expected of a monster king, not only the attributes but even the mindset and inner drive are top tier. He immediately thought of a move. With these attributes, catching the lobster should be easy, right? I just need to approach it from behind and it won't have any power to resist. In the blink of an eye, he used his tail to tie it up. "Take this. You've got no way out now, right?" He closed his eyes seriously. "From here on, I just need to focus all my mental energy to feel the movement of the energy in my body." He focused his attention on his right fist. However, the Leviathan lobster suddenly struggled violently. Taking advantage of Lam Tu's distraction, it thrust its claw forward. The Leviathan lobster pinned him down. Lam Tu panicked, unable to react in time. He was thrown from deep underwater all the way up into the air, and it followed up with another attack. Lam-Tu began to feel a surge of lightning energy appearing. He instinctively realized, could it be that the pain is what allows the power in my body to gather? Lam-Tu clenched his fist, actively watching the lobster's attack. He gathered strength into his hand and gave a smug smile. Right on time. With that, Lam-Tu struck without hesitation. The punch was magnified, carrying terrifying force. The violent shockwave made the entire water surface tremble. Lam-Tu cheered, I did it, but he suddenly fell down. Before he could even open his eyes, the Leviathan lobster glared at Lam-Tu with a look of worry and unease. Seeing the terrifying shadow, he let out a shrill scream. As expected, it still didn't work. Here it comes again. When he opened his eyes and looked closely, he realized it looked like it had been boiled. Lam-Tu excitedly hoisted the lobster up. I did it! I finally did it. Suddenly, the next second, the lobster was too heavy and pinned him down. Lam-Tu was startled and panicked. This is bad. The monster projection's time limit is up. The next second, he returned to human form. Lin Ngok was worried and about to rush to save Lam-Tu, but Quy-Long's voice sounded, no need to worry. It quickly reached out to pull him up. Quy-Long sighed helplessly. Geez, you're weak, and you like to act recklessly. Thien Ki stood watching. As expected for this guy, it takes pressure. The next step is training. Practice makes perfect. This will make him proficient in mastering the lightning impact fist. After that, 10 days, then 12 days passed. Lam-Tu practiced diligently. It had been 30 days. Every day, everyone was eating grilled electric lobster. Lin Ngok called out Lam-Tu. She said sincerely, I didn't expect that in just 1 month you would have mastered the lightning impact fist. He replied excitedly, really? The scene shifts to the lab. Lin Ngok analyzed, considering that most participants in the exam are blood condensation realm beginners, your chance of passing the exam is probably high. She walked while revealing, however, there is another situation. Lam-Tu suddenly noticed a picture. I was startled to see Kalavika and Tietmuk taking a photo with a genius. This is... He stood behind and explained, Tietmuk used to be my student. Hearing Lin Ngok say this, they realized they had met before. The genius revealed he is a rigid and stubborn person. He stops at nothing to achieve his goals. Moreover, he has been hunting for Quy-Long for 12 years. He let you get the documents about the Extreme Abyss Island perhaps to get you on the hook. I'm afraid his shadow will also be present during this Great Arts Association qualification exam. Lam-Tu interrupted, wait, if we know that, why do we still have to participate in this Great Arts Association qualification exam? Lin Ngok explained, it's because Tietmuk has already targeted you. Furthermore, he likely already knows your identity. So after careful consideration, we feel it's better to use this opportunity to draw the snake out of its hole. Quy-Long spoke up to reassure him, don't worry, I'm here. Lam-Tu was a bit worried. But using your power on the Earth's surface is very dangerous, right? The genius brought out a bottle of medicine. Then he said, this matter has already been handled by me. This is a new type of medicine that I spent a month researching. Just by drinking it, you will be able to make Quy-Long release the spiritual energy within his body for a period of time, to carry out the battle. Everyone gossiped when they saw the poster with Lin Ngok. Did you hear? Our very own Lin Ngok is also registered for this competition. Is that rumor true? Didn't she already get a medal? Could it be that she's a chaperone judge? I really want a chance to talk to her. Lam-Tu thought to himself, surprised that Lin Ngok was actually this popular and well-known. His eyes suddenly focused ahead. Lin Ngok had arrived earlier, and she was quite surprised to see him. She waved happily. Lam-Tu, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for nearly an hour. He sighed to himself. Sister, I arrived right on time for our meeting. People around them started getting jealous. That kid, he couldn't be the guy from the rumors, right? He looks so ordinary, yet he can make a goddess wait for him. What rumors? Lin Ngok ignored the comments and nudged his shoulder affectionately. What are you standing there spacing out for? Since you're here, let's head inside. Lam-Tu's face turned pale. Sister, could you please be mindful of how this looks? Don't you see that everyone around us is giving us looks like they want to eat us alive? Just then Tranho appeared with a mocking tone. Look who's here, huh? Lin Ngok said coldly. Move, don't block the way. Lam-Tu watched silently. Tranho, he smirked. I didn't expect you to register for the competition, too. What are you planning to rely on your family's status to get in through the back door? Last time I gave you a beating, you were so scared you didn't dare come to school for a month. You really are a good little girl, aren't you? Lin Ngok's expression turned icy. It seems like what I said to you last time went in one ear and out the other. Tranho ramped up his attitude. President I have always taken your teachings to heart. In return, I must also remind you, according to the competition rules, any contestant who uses supernatural abilities to fight privately in and around the competition area will be disqualified. He spoke louder so everyone could hear. Look around, there are so many eyes patrolling inside and outside the venue. Even if you don't care, this is Lam-Tu's first time, right? He smiled provocatively. How about it? About it wants to try 2-on-5 without using powers. Lam-Tu was so angry his hands clenched into fists. If I have to wait until the competition to use the ability to boost the mutant puppy's speed, I wonder if it'll work. Suddenly a hand reached out to gently calm him. Lam-Tu and Lin Ngok were startled and looked back only to see that person had already dashed forward. He was stunned. Phuong Thien Ki. The small girl took down the henchman with a single kick. Thien Ki moved like lightning, pinning Tran Ho down and twisting his arm, making him scream in terror. It hurts, my forearm is about to break. Furthermore, he couldn't muster an ounce of strength. The intense pain brought him to his knees. Lam-Tu was quite surprised. Is this the same move used to deal with Quy-Long too? Thien Ki asked with a mocking tone. I've tried it just like you asked. 1-on-5 without using powers. Any other requests? People turned and started whispering. Where did this girl come from? How does she know how to fight like that? Keep your mouth shut. That's Phuong Thien Ki. She's passed the exam 10 times in a row with top marks. Coming to the competition venue is like visiting a neighbor's house for her. Thien Kai winked playfully. Brother Lam-Tu, it seems this guy is already down on his knees begging for mercy. Should I let him go? The overly sweet way she addressed him confused him. Brother Lam-Tu. After that, the three of them left while the whispers continued. I'm so jealous, I wish I had 2 beauties like that protecting me. This kid is definitely the guy from the rumors, right? It can't be anyone else. He wondered to himself. Huh, I'm the guy from the rumors again. A moment later, they moved to the crowded entrance. Lam-Tu asked, Right, since this morning I've kept hearing people talking about some rumors. Do you two know what's going on? Thien Kai replied, You don't know, it's already spread everywhere. The girl pointed at Lin Ngok and continued, This time, the genius beauty, a once-in-a-millennium talent, has voluntarily applied to be a chaperone judge because she discovered a strange man. A once-in-5,000 years talent, and she wants to recruit him into her adventure team. Hearing this, Lam-Tu completely froze. He shouted in a panic, Who spread this? Isn't this just a joke at my expense? Thien Kai smirked. I spread it. How about it? I wrote it pretty well, didn't I? The effect is level maximum. Her eyes were full of hidden meaning. Just wait and see the show. Though helpless, Lam-Tu still had to follow the 2 girls. It felt like a total humiliation. Suddenly, Quy-Long popped out to warn him, Lam-Tu, it's a bit strange over there. Thien Kai questioned, What are you looking around for? Thien Ki asked, puzzled, What are you looking around for? Lam-Tu felt confused as he watched Tran Ho and asked why, to which Long replied, That's because the spiritual energy is drifting in from that direction, feeling as though it were actually malevolent energy. He added, Setting aside the spiritual energy for a moment, that muscular guy secretly talking to Tran Ho looks pretty suspicious too. Immediately, Lam-Tu commanded the evil eye to go over and take a look. After a while, the guys led Tran Ho to a car. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened the door, and the person inside the car suddenly invited him to sit. Seeing his hesitation, Kalavika reassured him. Don't be afraid, young Master Tran. Director Tran brought us to give you a hand. Just get in the car first and we'll discuss the details. Even though his heart was filled with suspicion, Tran Ho still stepped into the car. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the central plaza for the exam, where the powerful footsteps of Din Dao began to echo. Lam-Tu and the 2 girls watched intently as he introduced himself grandly. I am Din Dao, the person in charge of this exam for the Thien Hai City Great Arts Association. I don't need to tell you all that the Great Arts Association has nearly a century of history since its founding. The association is named Great Arts to always remind every member that even while wearing the medal and wandering through the secret realms, one must never forget the great arts, shooting down the 9 suns, eradicating the 6 disasters, and stabilizing the people's will. Today, for newcomers like you, I don't expect you to have the ability to create legends, but at the very least you must show the will to bring peace to the people and help the world, Din Dao shouted excitedly. Come on, show me your resolve! Everyone cheered in unison with excitement, but at that same moment the evil eye, The evil eye was still secretly observing, but it was trembling with fear. When Tranho's footsteps approached, the evil eye instinctively startled and hurriedly avoided his gaze. A staff member managing the area ran out, clutching his stomach, and asked, "Are you here to take the exam too, student? They're doing the pre-exam pep talk right now. Hurry up and go." Tranho kept his voice calm. "I'm heading there now." The staff member was in so much pain that he quickly left. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Tranho had completely transformed, but as he entered the crowd, he returned to his normal appearance. And so the second part of the Great Arts Association's Autumn Ability Exam began. As soon as he entered, Lam-Tu suffered a culture shock. The competitors who passed him were all using magical powers. Lam-Tu yelled angrily, "That's cheating!" A while later, Lin Gok advised him, "Tomorrow you'll be finishing both the second and third subjects in one go. The second is a physical fitness test and the third is a combat test." Lam-Tu said proudly, "When it comes to physical fitness, I'm very confident. All these years I've never been lazy. I practice every single day." She warned him in a serious tone, "Don't be careless. This isn't a typical school fitness test. In the Great Arts Association's ability exam, using supernatural powers is allowed during the physical fitness test. When you compete, your opponent is a wooden dummy. They used vines to do pull-ups. But luckily awakened ones only have one ability, so most of them lean heavily into specific parts. In the shot put, the guy struggled because his body was too soft." Lam-Tu remembered Lin Ngok's advice well, so as long as he reached an average level in each test, he shouldn't be eliminated. Soon it was his turn for the shot put. As the shot landed, the supervisor shouted, 18 meters! He was determined that he would definitely pass the second subject through his own merits. After finishing, Tianqi announced, "Here is your performance report. A total of 60 people passed the second subject. You ranked second from the bottom." The girl said in a calm tone, "It seems the pass rate for the second subject this time has increased from 10% to 20%. Otherwise, with your performance, you could have packed your bags and headed home by now." Tianqi even deliberately mocked him. "I really don't understand why you were so bad during the test. Use your brain a little. If you had used some spells or beasts, it wouldn't have been this miserable." During the running test, Lam-Tu had turned into a mutated puppy and even used stealth to shadow others. Lam-Tu replied helplessly, "Don't act like I'm her using any means necessary to achieve a goal." His voice became resolute. "To become an awakened one, I haven't stopped trying for over a decade. Even if I don't awaken in the end, I still want to use this opportunity to test the results of my own hard work." Hearing these words, Lin Ngok was slightly moved. A second later, he regained his spirit. "Besides, the third subject coming up is the most important part, right? I want to save all my trump cards for the most critical moment." Looking at the arena as a whole, it was still quite calm. Din Hong looks at the results board and lets out a cryptic smile. After looking, she hands it to Din Dao. The results for the second subject are in, Din Hong says, grinning with excitement about this exam. "It really has brought out quite a few talents." Din Dao replies, "Let me see." He continues, "For instance, there's Trio Vu from Tianhai City's #1 high school. He just awakened a Taiyi grade fire type ability this year. Word is he's a hot commodity right now with prestigious schools and the strategy bureau fighting over him. Then there's Mok Nan, a rare Taiyi grade plant type ability user who's always held in high regard. But it's a shame about his weak health. He fails the second subject every year. Only because of the expanded enrollment this time did he barely scrape through the physical test. And that's not all. There are two other big names, Lam-Tu, son of Lam Longton, and Tranho, son of the Strategy Bureau chief." As he listens to Din Dao and looks at the ranking board, his eyes narrow slightly. "I've already looked over the files on both of them. The info in Din Dao's hands is fake, obtained by Lin Ngok through the back door. I's a bit curious. Lam-Tu's performance in the second subject was mediocre. I wonder what his actual combat ability is like. As for Tranho, he took first place in the second subject, even surpassing Huang Tianqi, who has dominated the rankings for 10,000 years. Plus, he's a Keeman grade super strength ability user, extremely well suited for combat." Din Dao questions, "But the problem is, the Strategy Bureau chief's son actually coming to participate in the Grand Arts Association's ability exam." His voice is full of caution. "I don't know what that old fox, Tran Sai Lung, is plotting, but no matter what his plan is likely going to end up a waste of time, because the content for this third exam is, over here Trio Vu is approaching Tranho. Young Master Tran," he says generously, holding out a can of soda, "congrats on your victory in your first outing, winning first place in the second subject. After being busy all morning, I prepared this specially for you. Tranho says nothing. He coldly grabs the soda and walks away. True View is baffled. Are you serious? Just one first place and acting all stuck up. At that moment, an announcement blares. The third subject begins this afternoon. All candidates gather at the plaza in front of the testing area. Lin Ngok reminds Lam Tu. This afternoon's test is about to start. Let's head over. The crowd is constantly rowdy, forcing Din Dao to restore order. Quiet down. He shouts, I will now announce the content of this third exam. You have 90 minutes to find the monster cores hidden throughout this testing area. Right behind me. This surprises Lam Tu. Searching for monster cores. Everyone is stunned. Isn't it supposed to be a combat test? What's the point of finding monster cores? We aren't little kids playing house. What the heck is this exactly? Hearing the complaints. Din Dao grinds his teeth in anger. He lets out a deafening roar. I'm sick of this. Everyone shut your mouths. The terrifying sound forces everyone to fall silent and cover their ears tight. Even Lam Tu and the two girls can't handle it. Din Dao is the official in charge of the Grand Arts Association's ability exam, 34 years old, with the awakened ability Lion's Roar Kaiman grade. Ability rank A, cultivation stage, late stage spirit mansion. Lam Tu says in amazement, that sound wave is powerful. Lin Ngok explains, of course. His roar is famous throughout the Tianhai City Grand Arts Association. He turns and commands, stop standing there blabbering, follow me inside. Everyone begins to file in. As soon as he sees the scene inside, Lam Tu gasps, is this a maze? Maze, he stands frozen in shock for a moment. The space is vast. Din Dao continues to shout, that's right, there are many monster cores hidden in here. After 90 minutes, you will be ranked based on the number you find. There are no restrictions on how you find them. Once that's clear, you may begin, Thien Kai says with interest. So they went all out and prepared a game like this. No wonder they doubled the number of people who passed the second subject. Lin Ngok makes a serious judgment. If there are no restrictions on how to find them, then by the end it will definitely turn into... Lam Tu smiles and adds, just as I thought. I can rely on the monster radar to pinpoint the exact location of the cores. He clenches his fist. He says firmly, I've definitely won this game. Suddenly, the door behind them opens, drawing everyone's attention, but a second later it slams shut, automatically. A notification appears, Subject 3 test begins. Time remaining 1 hour 29 minutes 58 seconds. Remaining participants 60. Din Dao speaks up from above to remind them, by the way, any monster cores collected during the exam belong entirely to the collector. The whole crowd cheers excitedly, awesome! At this moment, Lam Tu turns his eyes forward and mutters, the exam has begun. The exam has already started. You peer around for a moment, distracted by the loud noises echoing through the area. Lam Tu immediately notices the circle and map on his system interface. He thinks to himself that his top priority is to follow the location marked by the monster radar. He purses his lips and gives a slight nod. He tells himself to connect the monster core locations from closest to farthest to create a path. After confirming the nearest point, Lam Tu rushes off to carry out his plan. He thinks to himself, before everyone else finds the monster cores, I need to collect as many as I can. With that, he slips past the others and makes his way into the maze. Lam Tu grips his backpack straps tightly and looks back, calculating. Even though the radar can pinpoint the exact location of the cores, getting to them quickly inside the maze won't be easy. If only I had a floor plan of this place. Just as he starts sprinting, he thinks, that's it. I'll try this way for now. Nearby, someone has their eye on him. A guy sneaks behind a wall, stealthily tracking Lam Tu. It's Lida, a 18-year-old male awakened ability ninja arts grade B, cultivation level initial blood condensation. He holds up 2 fingers and sticks out his tongue, certain that this kid is the once-in-5,000 years genius from the rumors and seems to have a way to find monster cores. Following him definitely won't be a mistake. Meanwhile, Lam Tu is still following the radar's instructions. Gotcha. Upon arriving, he exclaims happily, it's actually here. Lam Tu holds the core in his hand, feeling relieved. Just as I expected. First step toward becoming a member of the Great Guild accomplished. Suddenly, someone leaps out from behind him, aiming straight for the green monster core. Lida doesn't hesitate to slam into Lam Tu, making him scream in pain. The item slips from his hand, and due to the momentum, Lam Tu crashes into a large wall. He grits his teeth, looking back and wondering, what the hell is going on? Having snatched it, Lida dashes away, laughing excitedly. This monster core belongs to yours truly. Lam Tu curses behind him, scumbag. He stumbles to a halt. Previously, Tianqi had said there were no restrictions on search methods. Lam Tu is suddenly skeptical. No restrictions on search methods, so that's what it meant. He finally realizes and shouts loudly, "Damn it, I won't let you get away with this!" He calls out, "Tianqi, where are you? Stop him right now!" A long stone staircase suddenly appears. It coils around Lam Tu, pinning him down. He can't help but glare and raise his fist, questioning, "Tu Lin Nok, what are you doing? The guy ahead already stole my monster core. Why are you stopping me instead of catching him?" As soon as he finishes, Lam Tu is released, falling with a thud. He groans, "That hurts." The girl quickly lands in front of him and reminds him, "So what if you catch up? Are you going to use a monster projection to fight him? Calm down and think it through." While Lida is speeding off like a rocket, Tianqi analyzes the situation. Moving is the most dangerous option. Hiding and ambushing prey that passes by is much more advantageous than exposing yourself. But suddenly cracks appear on the floor. They multiply, causing rocks to shatter and fly everywhere. Lida looks back, curious about what's happening underground as green tentacles sprout up. In a flash, they form an arm that catches him perfectly while a voice orders, "Hand over the core." Lida's mouth is covered, but he struggles, wondering, "What the? Who ambushed me?" His grip is forced open, making the core drop. From the ground, a small plant grows. A voice rings out, "I am truly sorry for scaring you." Roots burst up from the floor immediately after. "My health isn't great, and the doctor won't let me do strenuous exercise," the guy says while controlling his vines. "However, I have a reason why I absolutely must get the badge. From the Great Guild. Plus, I've shamelessly participated in this exam 10 times. Moknan, 23-year-old male, awakened ability, plant type, Taiyi style, grade A, cultivation level, mid-stage, blood condensation." He smirks, negotiating, "I only passed the second round this time out of luck, so please yield this opportunity to me." Lida sneers and refuses. "Everyone has their own abilities. There's nothing for me to yield. However, have you heard the saying, 'The mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind'?" Just as he intends to put the core away, an incident occurs behind him that catches Moknan off guard. He is horrified as a blazing fire burns his vines, screaming, "No!" Triovu, with red flames in his hands, walks up and boasts, "Moknan, I secretly checked the information of all the exam participants. Even though we are both Taiyi style, it seems I have the advantage in this fight." He directs his eyes toward the status board and continues, "Look at that information screen over there. Countdown 1 hour and 6 minutes. Number of participants remaining 37. Suddenly, someone interrupts. 24 minutes have passed since the check began. If you don't hurry, wait. Lam Tu opens his eyes wide and whispers, "Not only is the exam time counting down, but the number of participants is also dropping." Lin Ngok beside him confirms, "That's right. Even though Awakened can see spirit energy, finding monster cores in such a chaotic space is mostly based on luck. Therefore, since there are no restrictions on search methods, robbing them from others is definitely faster." He glances at Tianqi, wondering, "Because you saw through this? Is that why you guys were waiting here? And here I thought I could rely on the monster radar." The girl pats Lam Tu on the shoulder to reassure him. "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements." Tianqi suddenly pulls out a bag and says, "With this here, what are you afraid of?" He freaks out and yells, "Damn it, big sister, you don't intend to use this to make a fake one, do you?" At the same time, Triovu on the other side demands, "Well, are you going to hand over the monster core or not?" Moknan can only hold it up, his whole body burning, muttering, "No chance this time either. Such a waste of effort to pass the second round." The other guy takes it and laughs loudly. "Once I have the Great Guild badge, with the chance to enter the secret realm and make a fortune, the target receives intel via earpiece. The kid with the buzz cut has the monster core." Hanad's replying, "Understood, the buzz cut kid, huh? Do you have a monster core on you?" Truvu flinches, spins around, and yells, "Who's there?" Tran Ho emerges instantly with a ghastly demonic face that scares him half to death. As he looks closer, a grotesque scene unfolds. The Tuk Trung monster extends its long, twisted neck out. With a twisted expression, it glares at Triovu. In the hand of the chestnut-haired boy is a monster core. Truvu, 18 years old, awakened a Tai at-type fire ability. Assessing the ability, rank A. Cultivation realm, initial blood condensing stage. The analysis shows this kid is in the same class as Tran Ho and is his subordinate. He muses young master Tran Ho, he continues, so just threatening him should make it easy to get that monster core. The Tuk Trung monster thrusts its long neck forward to intimidate him. Vu, hand over the monster core. I am Tranho. Are you deaf? Vu panicked. You are. I seems to realize something. He backs away a few steps. The massive ability controls tentacles that wrap around his body, continuing the threats. Behave yourself without me, you're nothing. You can't do anything on your own, Vu, he screams with all his might. But young Master Tran, didn't you say my family was poor and told me to take the Great Arts exam? Said I'd make money quickly to support my family. The Tuktrung monster loses its patience and roars, hand over the monster core now. Internally he thinks, even if it's young Master Tran's order, I won't give it up. Vu muses, having endured poverty for so many years. I've finally seen a glimmer of hope. My two little brothers are also counting on me to join the Great Arts Association and make money. He glances around. I won't give up the hope I've earned for someone else's sake. The tentacles are about to engulf him entirely. Still, I really can't defeat young Master Tran. But today, young Master Tran seems like a different person, both strange and powerful. If I'm alone, I have no chance of winning. But he secretly resolves himself, even so. I will never let go of what I've grasped. He throws a desperate punch and screams at the Tuktrung monster. I'm sorry, young Master Tran, but I've decided not to give you the monster core. He gets into a fighting stance. You're right, you're strong and I'm weak, but... Vu sneers. You missed one thing. The rules of this exam reverse the strength of the weak. He yells, because the stronger someone is, the sooner they become a target for everyone. Hey, Lida and Moknan, the three of us together can take him down. We'll split the monster core, how about it? The Tuktrung monster laughs dismissively, mocking him. You mean them. He slowly turns around and a horrifying sight meets his eyes. All his teammates are ensnared by tentacles. Damn it, you two are even more pathetic than me. It sneers, overestimating yourselves. Vu collapses to his knees, cowardly holding out the core. Young Master, Tran, spare me. I'll give you the monster core. I have an 80-year-old grandmother and two 8-year-old brothers. The Tuktrung monster opens its mouth wide, annoyed. Too noisy, I'll swallow you whole. Go talk to the minced meat in my stomach. He turns and runs, crying for his mother, when suddenly a golden light descends from above, striking the Tuktrung monster. He turns pale with fear, but looks back at Vu, stunned to see someone else. He thinks to himself, is that Lingok President Lam 2? It's over. Quilong replies, no, it's not. The creature's aura hasn't faded yet, as if sensing something. Quilong adds, moreover, I finally remember where I felt this aura before. It's the scent of that disgusting creature. The Tuktrung monster's body disintegrates into smaller monsters that slowly crawl toward him. Lam 2 warns, Vu, get out of there. That thing isn't dead. He bows, leaving him confused. What is this guy doing? Wait, the previous line flow. He bows, leaving him confused. What is this guy doing? Lingyak screams, run. What a waste of time. On the other side, the Tuktrung monster looks terrifying, rising up to chase him. Are you crazy? Even though this Tranho is usually disgusting, this is going a bit too far. Thian Kai adds, I'm sorry to inform you, but it can actually get even more disgusting. She speaks about Tranho as if there isn't just one in the exam room. Lam 2 feels things spiraling out of control. Damn it, what the hell is happening? Lingok shakes her head. He's not that strong. I don't know, but I'm certain that's not Tranho. She proposes a theory. It's very likely these monsters have mimicked the Tuktrung monster, sneaking into a sealed exam room. In an emergency, we need to contact the examination center immediately. Are you crazy? Why did you bring communication gear into the exam room? Thienki laughs. That's the privilege of an accompanying monitor during the exam. Lin Ngok, urgent report. Urgent report. Multiple monsters have appeared in the exam room. They have already injured several students. We are now requesting to lift the exam room's containment system, open the exits, and evacuate the students. Din Dao frowns. What's going on? Din Hong screams. The exam room has a critical situation. Quickly switch to the exam room surveillance cameras. They panic. What is going on? Looking at the screen, the scene is chaotic. Those flesh worms with human faces crawling around, what on earth are those? Why are there monsters invading a sealed examination room? No, those bugs have the faces of the candidates. Does this have something to do with Tran Ho? She frowned no matter what. We must contact the technical department immediately to unlock the sealed system and arrange for the candidates to escape. He countered, no need for all that trouble. It's just an iron door. I just need to shout once. A piercing scream echoed out. Don't waste your time. Kalavika's expression was full of arrogance. Right now, the entire examination room control system is under our control. Thanks to the Great Arts Association for giving us such a good chance to catch fish in a barrel. Keep it up, you bugs, defeat them. Lin Gok was tense. It seemed the situation was like this. The examination room control system has been compromised. The examination center is currently trying to find a solution. In short, before the other side is fully prepared inside the exam room, we can only rely on ourselves. She ordered Fuang Tianqi, don't smile so brightly. This is the moment for the proctor to play their part in protecting the candidates present here. The girl crossed her arms and gave a cryptic smile. I'm not good at protecting, so I'll leave that to Sister Talam Tu, and I will still carry out the original combat plan. The girl continued. In any case, it's just gathering the opponents and defeating them quickly within 15 minutes. It's just that the opponents have changed from candidates into flesh bugs that aren't easy to kill, just in time to experience the power of the Thunder Fist for the first time in history. In a proficiency test of the Great Arts Association, monsters have infiltrated. This sudden situation simultaneously impacted both the Great Arts Association and the Countermeasure Bureau. Din Hong panicked and blurted out, Captain Hotch, what is the meaning of this surrounding the entire arena? This is the territory of the Great Arts Association. You were only sent here to maintain order at the exam site. Hotch Kong smirked and stepped forward. 15 minutes ago, we received news that someone was calling for help, saying that inside the exam hall, a dangerous situation suddenly occurred. The door-locking system in the exam hall malfunctioned. It was impossible to close and urgent reinforcements were needed. Her heart couldn't help but be shocked. These guys' news travels so fast. Meanwhile, Tran Ho was locked in the restroom, constantly wailing. His clothes had been stripped off. 2 staff members discussed. Furthermore, just a moment ago, we discovered young Master Tran in the restroom. According to him, the person impersonating him in the hall is a very dangerous monster. Din Dao laughed loudly. Countermeasure Bureau, have you forgotten what our Great Arts Association does? Isn't that right? He continued. Whether it's monsters or some interfering system, we have more experience dealing with it than you do. We already have a plan to deal with it. Don't trouble yourselves. Hotch Kong frowned. Your plan? Is it to forcibly destroy the main gate of the exam hall? The Countermeasure Bureau does not allow it. He continued. If the main gate is destroyed, it could lead to monsters escaping, running into the city, and endangering the people everywhere. He presented a blockade order. Therefore, this is also an order that Director Tran personally issued. The area around the exam hall is temporarily under the jurisdiction of our Countermeasure Bureau. First, we need to perfect the blockade to protect the surrounding residents, then start rescuing the candidates in the exam hall. Hotch Kong ordered, if you have no objections then don't hinder us from performing our duty. Din Dao was frustrated. That old fox Tran Sai Lung, that sounds nice, but actually they have no intention of saving people. Din Hong gritted her teeth in endurance. But the matter is already like this. Now is not the time to provoke the Countermeasure Bureau. The urgent task now is to find a way to save the candidates trapped inside, to avoid injuries. She told Lin Ngok, the area around the exam hall has now been taken over by the Countermeasure Bureau's people, and they are stalling for time for us to enter and rescue them. Lin Ngok was surprised. Countermeasure Bureau, why them? Talam too seemed to have understood something. The Countermeasure Bureau, it must be that guy Tran Sai Luong. It's definitely aimed at me, Lin Ngok blurted out. Tran Sai Luong is the comrade of Uncle Lam. On the other end of the line, Din Hong comforted. But don't worry. We will quickly think of a way to create a hole to enter, but for now we can only rely on you and Fuang Tianqi to protect the candidates inside. Besides, if there is a good opportunity, it's best to gather the candidates together. Lin Ngok hesitated. That's a bit difficult. The exam hall is a maze, and now there are monsters. The candidates are running around like headless chickens. Trying to gather them, she frowned. Wait, those steel bars. The tension in Lin Ngok's facial muscles eased. She comforted. Rest assured, I think I have a way to solve it. She said, candidates, there is currently an intruder monster in the exam hall. The situation is extremely urgent, but please everyone rest assured, the staff in the examination area are taking action to rescue you. Her voice rang out clearly. But before they arrive, we also need to rely on ourselves. Limit injuries to the minimum. Kalavika laughed coldly. Futile, these insects are immortal, a candidate screamed in despair. Easier said than done, even if it wasn't a maze. Just being targeted by the monsters means there's no way to move freely. That candidate seemed about to be swallowed by the insect monster. No more joking around, how disappointing. If I had known, I would have tried harder last time. The candidate muttered, it's too early to give up now. Having said that, suddenly a fist swung straight at it. The scene immediately became chaotic. Triuvu sat perched on someone's shoulder. It seemed the one who struck was you. The candidate teared up. "Why save me?" Triuvu laughed coldly. "I was also saved by someone. It was the request of my benefactor. Let's run together." The candidate was confused. "But this group of monsters is chasing us. We have to find the center of the maze." He requested, "Look back behind you." He said, "Chairman, to use trees to mark the center of the maze. Just run straight there. How about it? Let's go together." So that's how they run, charging straight ahead like that. The insectoid creatures on the ground hissed in anger, threatening to tear them apart. "I won't let you get away," one contestant mocked, laughing out loud. "What good is all that training? You should try using your brain for once." Kalavika seemed to sense that something was wrong. "2 or 3 of you group up, surround them, don't let them reach the center," she shouted. Lin Gok narrowed her eyes. She was indeed heading this way. "You little brat, you still dare to fight back!" she shrieked, face twisted in a frenzy as she lunged. "Now's my chance!" The little girl's small figure leapt into the air, and in an instant, Tianqi was firmly perched on her back. "So I've finally baited you into coming close, haven't I?" The girl playfully reached out and covered the creature's face. "Everyone else is lost in the maze, yet you're busy playing games with bugs in the sky." Kalavika screeched. "What?" she sneered. "Do you really think this little trick of yours can hold me down?" Tianqi gave an innocent smile. "Of course not." Then the girl unleashed a splash of liquid. "That's exactly why I prepared this just for you." Kalavika was confused. "It smells atrocious. What is that stuff?" Tianqi chirped happily. "Just cooking oil. But still, have you ever heard of the firework known as the heaven-piercing monkey?" She struggled in vain. "How dare you?" Kalavika yelled. "Get down here." Suddenly, the high walls above began to crack at the sight of what was happening. Both the creature and the girl were baffled as a massive hole tore through the ceiling, accidentally causing Tianqi to fall. Din Dao declared arrogantly, "If I can't break through the gate, then I'll just smash the roof instead." A scream echoed out. "Over here, contestants, take it down." Just then, rocks and debris rained down. Kalavika slammed into the ground, skidding across the floor. She was in a pathetic state, covered head to toe in cooking oil. Her wings were soaked in the slimy, impossible-to-remove liquid. She cursed in a rage, "Damn it! Where did that little brat go? How dare she play me like that? I'm going to tear her into pieces." Tianqi, who had caught a hanging cable above, smiled down at her. The creature hissed, "There's nowhere left for you to run now." Kalavika stood up, exerting every ounce of her strength. "Eat this!" But because her wings were slick with slippery oil, she couldn't launch her attack. The little girl gave a mischievous grin. "It's a bit of a shame I couldn't light a fire, but you didn't expect oil to have other uses, did you? Bird wings have a waxy coating. Even if they don't get wet, they soak up oil like a sponge," the girl explained. "So before the oil dries, don't even think about flying up on the arena roof." Din Dao lowered a rope ladder and shouted to her, "Fuang Tianqi, hurry up and get over here. The arena space is too cramped to use my ice ladder, so I'll have to make do with this for now." The girl called out, "I can handle things down here. Go help the other contestants." Below, hundreds of insectoids were looking up with hungry eyes, snapping at anyone trying to escape. She sneered, "Do you think this is enough to deal with me? Can you really solve the danger here? Thanks to your escape plan, you've gathered so many people in one place. They don't even need me to lead them. They're going to feast well today." Tianqi kept a mocking smile on her face. "Look closely. The game is only just beginning." Lamtu held up a bag of bait. "Hey you! Tranho's rare essence crystals. First come, first served." The insectoids were instantly drawn to him, swarming closer, their eyes glued to the bag. "Hand it over!" Truvu shouted a warning. "Lamtu, be careful, that's not Tranho." Lamtu scoffed. "Do you really think I'd give this to you? You must have forgotten what happened last month." With that, he tossed the bag high into the air. "Even if I haven't awakened any special abilities, I'm not handing anything over to you." Tranha was dim-witted. The insectoids immediately lunged toward the bag, their eyes glowing with greed. Lamtu sneered, "You stupid bugs, you're even dumber than Tranho." Lamtu launched an attack at them, grinning with amusement. The insectoids collided into each other, and the scene descended into total chaos. The bag of material finally fell back into Lamtu's hands. He caught it, narrowing his eyes to scan the entities in front of him. A system display appeared. Insectoid mature form. General rank bloodline. Length 15 to 50 centimeters. Weight 3,000 to 9,000 grams. Description: brownish-red wrinkled, moves forward by undulating. They often appear in swarms. Many units can combine to simulate the shape of other creatures. After being attacked, as long as one unit survives, it will quickly regenerate and reconstruct the creature. Lam 2 scratched his head. Even though I hate Tran Ho, it's still a bit gross to take out his ugly face, Trio Vu exclaimed. So this kid was playing the fool to catch the predator all along. No wonder To Lin Ngok chose him. He quickly replayed everything that had happened. Din Dao found it interesting. This kid had real guts. The insectoids turned their hungry eyes toward Lam 2. A joyful voice boomed, "The real show is just getting started." The insectoids fused into a massive entity. It relentlessly chased Lam 2. What? He was quickly swallowed whole with only one arm left visible. The contestants watching turned pale. Is he dead? Din Dao took a drag of his cigarette. This kid, is he in trouble or is he calling for our help? Watch me take care of this guy. Din Hong screamed, trying to stop him, but it was too dangerous. From this angle it would blow everyone up. Kalavika rushed forward with a wicked grin. You little brat. I finally caught you. Lam 2's entire body seemed to have been swallowed whole. He raised a hand, trying to reach out. Thien Ki, as if realizing something, shouted, "Quick, cover that hole in the ceiling." Hearing this, Lin Ngok acted immediately. Give me 10 seconds. She used her powers to plug the hole in the ceiling. Din Dao was confused. What is she doing? They were panicked. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you sealing off the exit? How are we supposed to run now? He's gone mad. From inside the bug monster's body, something was trying to claw its way out. Lam 2 used all his strength and screamed, "Spike!" Instantly, its body exploded. I gave a cold, faint smile. The battlefield quickly descended into chaos. Sticky goo sprayed everywhere. The bug monster stared at the horrific scene before it. It couldn't believe this was reality. How could he be this strong? The bone armor surrounding his body slowly dissipated. It vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lam 2 slowly emerged, looking incredibly badass, fearing absolutely no one. The hole in the ceiling is plugged. While the Great Art Union and the Countermeasure Bureau aren't watching, let's all charge. The bug monster twisted its grotesque body, just getting a little stronger, that's all. Don't get too cocky. Ignoring those words, Lam 2 gathered power in his legs, preparing a counterattack. The monster sensed something was wrong and panicked. What? But it was too late. He had already moved. His speed was so fast, he left only a streak of light behind. Lam 2 had lunged forward over a meter, leaving the monster's long body riddled with streaks of light. The moment he landed, the monster was sliced into pieces, unable to take a single hit. The crowd, seeing these moves as smooth as flowing water, was incredibly excited. Young hunk. To Lin Ngok looked at them thinking, truly unusual. He really is a once-in-5,000-year genius. Amid the cheers, a cautious voice suddenly rang out, "Something's not right." Then that voice turned serious. I peeked at the files for every contestant. Lam 2 has Tai Yi-type lightning powers. Looking at Lam 2 standing heroically under the ring, the crowd couldn't help but wonder, Tai Yi-types all control the elements. Only the Chi-Men type can enhance the body. Why did Lam 2 take on such a strange form? After taking a hit from the two-headed bug monster, it now looked at Lam 2, terrified out of its mind. "Don't you come over here." Seeing this, he got even more excited and cracked his knuckles. Big Brother's purpose in life is to rebel. I'm here to tear you guys apart. Having said that, Lam 2 dashed toward the group of monsters to keep the momentum going. When they saw him fighting so fiercely, they got scared and ran fast. Lam 2 wasn't about to let them get away that easily. He chased them closely. "Get down here." He charged like a bamboo splitter, taking out anyone he caught. Seeing the monsters about to reach the top, the crowd panicked and screamed, "Enemy Lam 2, don't let the monsters reach the top." This steel tower isn't sturdy. Knowing the weakness, the monsters constantly attacked the steel beams. Tru Vu saw them playing dirty and panicked. "Chairman to the tower is about to collapse. Please try harder." Lin Ngok saw this guy wouldn't stop yapping and snapped, "Shut up, I'm trying," even though she said that she was exhausted by now. Sweat dripped down her face. When it rains, it pours. Countless monsters appeared, covering the entire base of the tower. "What is this?" A smug voice echoed through the space. "Long time no see, Miss Tu and the son of the great hero Lam Long Tong." She immediately recognized this familiar voice. The performance. So he really came. Triuvu at this moment used all his remaining strength to scream in fear as he rushed toward Lam-Tu. Moknon couldn't help but be shocked. Wait, why does that name sound so familiar? So he's the son of Lam Long Ton. Tietmuk wore a villainous smug smile. Haven't we already made the conditions clear? Since you've already obtained the information, then shouldn't you keep your promise? Triuvu regained his composure and reached out to save his comrade. Damn it, it's tilting again. This tower is about to collapse. Come on, give me your hand. A life-or-death situation unfolded as a monster appeared, opening jaws that hadn't been brushed in 1,000 years toward him. It seemed Triuvu was done for, but luckily a tremor threw the monster's aim off. He seemed to have used up all his luck watching the monster in freefall. It's falling, as if sensing something was wrong. Triuvu's face turned pale again. He looked at the mess below and was terrified. What is that huge face growing out of the ground? The current sight was truly terrifying. Furthermore, the entire steel tower had already been swallowed in its mouth. Kalavika said with a trembling voice, Professor Tayet, I'm so sorry. Tietmuk quickly replied, You did well. Lead them up the tower. He said with a certain tone, Lam-Tu, you have nowhere left to run. Hand over the polar abyss beast to me. Lam-Tu saw the situation and couldn't help but frown. Damn it, he intends to swallow the whole steel tower. Kuai-Long, seeing him acting up, was furious. What department head? You old fool. We don't know who's eating who yet. Seeing this, he warned, don't go sticking your head out carelessly. Lam-Tu quickly realized the danger of the situation and screamed, Hey, there are monsters above and below wanting to eat us. We need to get out of this tower fast. Moknon saw that this wasn't going well, so he advised young Master Lam, It seems like the beasts down there want something from you. If it's not that important, why not just hand it over to them? We have no way to escape from here. Those cowardly words grated on Triuvu's ears, making him furious at this plant user. Which side are you actually on saying things like that? Do you believe I'll burn your fair-weather friend tail off? Moknan, tearing up, gritted his teeth and replied, What else can I do? I didn't know this practical test would be this dangerous. The guy next to him chimed in, Yeah, trapped on a steel tower, there's basically no way out. Suddenly, a familiar figure flew in from somewhere. This quickly caught Triuvu's attention, and he turned his head. Less than a second later, he was completely suppressed by Triuvu's massive frame. You brat, save your breath. He's a classmate of Lam-Tu, surely he can help talk things out. Lam-Tu, can you hear me? Hurry up and hand over that item. Don't drag us down into this, seeing the situation turn out like this. Titmuk grew even more arrogant. Everyone is right. You have to listen to them, classmate Lam-Tu, seeing them playing dirty. Lam-Tu annoyedly took off his backpack. Damn it, resorting to such despicable tactics again. You let your pets out, now be careful. Thinking to himself, Little puppies, hurry up and get out there, climb the steel tower. Dainan was in the bag, clinging to the walls on both sides. Lam-Tu was deep in thought. Kuai-Long, are you really sure you can handle a monster that big? Kuai-Long replied, Stop nagging and let me out, it's just a general tier beast. I've eaten plenty of those in my time. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his backpack and aimed straight down. All right, it's up to you. Kuai-Long appeared right after. He launched himself downward like an unstoppable arrow. Go. The crowd looked at his series of actions in confusion, wondering what kind of crazy stunt this was. Ignoring those skeptical looks, Kuai-Long jumped straight into Tietmuk's mouth. Seeing the massive figure of Kuai-Long suddenly appear, the crowd shrieked in horror. What on earth is that? Triuvu watched for a moment and realized this beast looked just like Lam-Tu's transformation. He looked at Lam-Tu and speculated, could it have something to do with Lam-Tu's superpower? Mokhan, seeing the scene unfolding, spoke up. I feel like that beast weighs at least 1 ton. Hearing that, the crowd couldn't help but be skeptical. That kid is carrying this monster around. Tubu also carefully assessed the situation. Looks like this is their new beast. Back to Kuai-Long, his eyes were now glowing with a deadly purple light. He dove down. The scene was like watching a superhero show. Isn't it time for monster versus monster? Things are about to explode. Kuai-Long's speed increased even more. Finally, a beam of light shot straight into the cluster of monsters below. That giant mouth was still wide open. Everyone around watched the spectacle. They were frozen solid, unable to utter a single word. After getting hit by that second move, the crowd shouted, Is that it? Is it over? Good thing we didn't make a fuss with him earlier, or we would have been swallowed whole. Lam-Tu saw this crazy stunt and shouted angrily, Big brother, didn't you say a general tier beast was in the palm of your hand? How could you let yourself get swallowed? What is going on? But then, he calmly assessed the situation. Wait. I still have the projection of Quilong's ability on me. Logically speaking, Quilong should still be... Tiatmuk thought he had bagged an easy win and laughed like a madman. I finally have you. Abyssal Island Monster. The surrounding NPCs caught the point of the statement and screamed, Here we have what you want. Take it and fulfill your promise to let us go. That's right. Let us leave. He heard them and flipped the script on his promise. You wouldn't have reminded me, I almost forgot. I actually did have a deal with someone. The crowd realized they'd been played and were furious but couldn't do anything. They just gritted their teeth watching him. Tiatmuk finally let them know he was the villain here. As long as that person helps me get into the trial hall, I will help him finish off all the other candidates. The group heard this and panicked. Help someone save us. I don't want to die. After a moment of silence, Lin Ngok also spoke up. Damn it, this is bad. We have to leave the tower. It's too dangerous. Lam Tu used his strength to leap across the steel beams. Fortunately, everyone was above, giving them time to be rescued. He sensed something was wrong. He stopped midway and glanced down, realizing things were looking bad. One step too late. It looks like they've been eaten. Hey, we're still up here. The crowd finally remembered and started wailing, Lam Tu, come save us. His treasure is gone. How can he save us? Are we going to be okay? Who was the one who told him to hand it over just now? Hurry up and apologize to Lam Tu, who is stepping on me. Moknin was straining with all his might to pull the group up. I'm out of juice. Don't come over here anymore. I can't hold on much longer. Seeing that wasn't working, they turned to Lin Ngok. President, to hurry up, open the Heaven Flower board so everyone can run. She was out of options now, just standing still without moving or replying to the crowd. Lam Tu hung from the ceiling like a gecko and gestured with his hand. Trieu Vu, who was hanging, also noticed something. The two figures on the roof are clearly visible, and the media has already taken notice. If this becomes a hot search, things might not end well, so we need to handle this as soon as possible. Dindo held a cigar in his hand and scoffed, I couldn't care less about hot searches. The most important thing right now is saving people. Don't you get that? Lin Ngok, on the other hand, was trying to patch up the hole in the ceiling. I really want to fire off a big cannon, Din Hong analyzed cautiously. But it's definitely chaotic inside right now, and the blast radius is too big. We'd easily end up hurting ourselves. No sooner had he spoken than a shockwave hit. This tremor is no smaller than my cannon. What on earth is happening in there? Writhing tentacles appeared shortly after. Seeing the situation, the system immediately triggered an alarm. The Great Arts Examination Hall has been breached by a monster. This is not a drill. Landing unsuccessful. High energy alert. It was the first time they'd seen a massive beast fall from the sky. The textbooks weren't exaggerating. The incident was quickly reported to the higher-ups. Captain, we're already on the hot search. Should we keep waiting? The man addressed as Captain waved his hand. I'm just following orders from above. Director Tran hasn't given the green light to act yet. He quickly called Tran Shai Luong. A voice boomed through the space. The net is cast, you can reel it in now. The order was given immediately. Din Dao held a shimmering ice blade in his hand and without hesitation smashed it straight down into the ground where he stood. He couldn't help but be shocked by the state of things. A thick black cloud of smoke rose from the crack. There's a fire in there, isn't there? Why is there smoke? The pets. Lam Tu, released earlier, had found a corner to relieve themselves, but unexpectedly what they discharged burst into flames right in front of a stunned Trieu Vu. He covered his nose with a handkerchief, eyes glued to the fire. Seeing this, Trieu Vu shouted, Chairman to Lam Tu is ready, let's go. From the shadows, a classic villainous voice rang out, the trap is set, let's get out of here. The well-defined six-pack physique of Tran Ho appeared right after. Did you know the Great Arts Association exam was going to go haywire, didn't you? The voice replied coolly. 3 months ago, the news that the raising program had been defeated in the secret realm. I followed it and discovered the opponent was a red dragon. He found the red dragon's lair just happened to be the school's sports field. Zai Lung raised his coffee cup with interest. And guess who else was there? Tran Ho was shocked and realized, could it be Lam Tu? He hurriedly defended himself. But I promise you, Lam Tu hasn't awakened any powers at all. It's the person who is... Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was tightly squeezed. Zai Lung looked at him with icy eyes and said, I told you to snatch the pendant that Lam Long Ton gave his son. His arm began to mutate rapidly, slowly lifting Tran Ho's entire body into the air. But what did you do? Zilung's face was now filled with murderous intent, veins bulging as if he wanted to tear Tranho to pieces. Seeing that expression, fear crept through Tranho's entire body, but he could only sob. A moment later, he dropped Tranho and tossed him a book. "This is yours back." Tranho picked it up, his face drenched in sweat. "This is my diary." Zilung smiled kindly. "It's normal for young people to get distracted by beautiful girls, but don't forget your true purpose." But then his tone changed in a flash. "Remember your mistakes, but they must be paid for with 10 or 100 lives." From the diary. Photos of Lin Ngok fell out. Back at the battlefield, smoke was everywhere. The building was crumbling and incredibly desolate. People outside were using brute force, trying to storm inside. After a struggle, they finally managed to burst the doors open. The staff quickly assessed the situation after the bamboo dragon's invasion. The seismic buildings are equipped with fire suppression systems. Is this some kind of awakener's skill? At the same time, inside the sports field, Treovu spoke up, chairman to just now. "The examinees on the Heaven Flower platform have all left the exam hall. Should we leave too? Leave the rest to the Great Arts Association and the Countermeasure Bureau to handle." She didn't answer immediately, but turned to ask Lam Tu, "What do you think?" He pondered for a moment and replied, "No need to rush. The quaking dragon won't lose. I can still transform, which proves that." No sooner had he finished speaking than blood sprayed everywhere. It was coming from the program guy. He screamed in agony, his mouth gushing blood. Suddenly, a strange laugh came from nowhere. It was Kalavika. She was being suppressed, but still laughed loudly. "What's wrong? Has your trump card been crushed?" Lam-Tu didn't pay her any mind, just stared intently at his body. On the program guy's face, a tumor was swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lam-Tu noticed the movement and was startled. From that tumor, the quaking dragon lunged out arrogantly. The scene left Treovu stunned once again, while Lin Ngok seemed to have anticipated it and smiled. Lam-Tu shouted with joy, "Quaking dragon!" Kalavika had been cawing at the top of her lungs, but seeing this, she looked as if she'd been slapped, stunned and bewildered. The system's mechanical voice repeatedly announced that the quaking dragon was leveling up. Caught off guard, the program guy couldn't react in time and could only struggle in vain. From his mouth, he spewed out something slimy and disgusting. That substance quickly condensed into a fist that punched straight toward the quaking dragon. The program guy acted too fast, so the quaking dragon couldn't dodge and took a direct hit to the gut. After landing the blow, the program guy cackled. "It's useless. I can regenerate infinitely." The quaking dragon now looked at him like a delicious snack and licked its chops incessantly. That face was bitten and torn repeatedly, dragging along. The system notifications rang out incessantly. "Your quaking dragon has successfully devoured the last tektite." The system reminded the host to check. The quaking dragon was injured. "Do you want to use evolution points to heal the quaking dragon?" "Yes." Lam-Tu, with the system as his dad, yelled loudly, "You can regenerate. Don't you think we can too? Quaking dragon, keep eating, eat them to recover." Hearing that, the quaking dragon dove in to feast. Seeing it fighting so fiercely, the program guy started to panic. The regenerative power of this dragon exceeded his expectations. "If this ability also stacks on my swarm, then I can just stand back and watch the show. Who cares about a measly healing skill? Even Lao Tzu." Here he's starting to lash out with insults, but a monster is just a monster after all. "You've got power, but you've got no brain. This entire gymnasium is my body. You really want to fight me? Even if you can heal, can your little friends do the same?" With that, the beast shifts its target and lunges at Lin-Tu. With the dragon pearl in hand, he doesn't give a damn about anyone. He takes a defensive stance, ready to counter. One punch is all it would take to turn those bugs into mush. Lin-Tu looks at his teammates and thinks to himself, "At this rate, with everyone in such a tight spot, they're in real danger. What should I do?" His mind races and finally it clicks. That's it. If lightning can. Lin-Tu recalls his most powerful move. If he can trigger an explosive burst of breath, he can wipe them all out in one go. Get rid of these rotten bugs once and for all.